Hello, hello. Good morning, colleagues. Can we have all the presenters sitting on the front row, please? Can we have other delegates also to come inside the venue? Hello? Can we have all the presenters come to the front row, please? We can start. It's 8 already. You should wait a bit. Okay. Yeah.
You have the diagram
Yeah, this one. Yeah, it's a very long one. This one. Yeah. Okay. So the first presenter of the day is Dr. Roger A. Michel, Professor and Chair of Pathology Department, Howard University College of Medicine in Washington. So the resume is quite long. Apology, I will not be able to read everything, but Professor, I think you can start with your presentation. We've got 10 minutes. No. Sorry, it's 30 minutes. We've got 30 minutes with you. Apology. Thank you.
Matamucci, I've been practicing all night. No, I guess not. Good morning, everyone. Once my slides get up, we'll get started. My name is Dr. Roger Mitchell. It's good to see that the room is packed, standing room only. Appreciate everybody that decided to wake up this morning and come to hear this talk. We're waiting for my slides in the back, please. My slides in the back, because they'll pull me off in 30 minutes. My slides, please. Here they come. Okay, we need them here.
Yeah, the presenters are also not here.
The mic's not on? Okay. Can you not hear me?
They saw that.
Yeah.
The 40 minutes. So.
I see them here. I don't see them here.
Hello? Hello? In the meantime, if there are any presenters, can they please come and sit in the front row on my right?
All right. I think we can get started.
Sure.
Good morning. I'm one of the short people, too, so I'm going to kind of walk around a little bit. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about medical legal death investigation, a international community of practice. I want to thank Dr. Easy and the African Society of Forensic Medicine. I want to thank this auspicious body for having me here. You there? So I'll stay here until they work that out. So I want to say thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm going to talk a little bit about this project that we've been working on and an opportunity for us to partner and have a platform that will continue to move medical legal death investigation forward, not just here in Africa, but globally. I have disclosure. This program that I am engaged in is paid for by the CDC Foundation as part of an institutionalization. To establish a medical legal death investigation international community of practice. How many of you here are from the U.S.? So I'm the only one from the U.S. that is at least in this room today, and I'm a Black American. And one of the things that we talk about in forensic medicine, and Dr. Obenson, as well as Dr. Mushumba, as well as Dr. Joy Carter, all of them, we created this paper and wrote this paper not too long ago talking about the challenges of recruitment of Black forensic pathologists in the U.S. And I bring this up because the challenges that we face in forensic medicine in equity and representation and progress within the field is not just happening in Africa, it's a push across the globe. So real quick about me, I did my undergraduate at Howard University. I was one of the first Black men in FBI laboratories. I got my start in forensic science as a DNA serologist in 1997. So I know that I look young, so thank you, I appreciate that. But I've been in forensics now for a long period of time. I left there because of my interest in violence as a public health issue, and thought that being a medical examiner will allow me to understand homicides and suicides and deaths in custody in our community. So I went to New Jersey Medical School in New Jersey. And then I went to George Washington Hospital and did my residency in pathology. I did my fellowship in forensic pathology under the Charles Hirsch. I don't know if anybody has heard of Charles Hirsch. He's one of the grandfathers of forensic medicine. I sat at his feet during those fellowship years. And then I followed my mentor, Dr. Joy Carter, who's been in this space before, to Houston. And I became the assistant deputy chief medical examiner. That's where I cut my teeth on leadership. We did 16,000 death calls a year. That might not be a lot to some, but in a county, it's a lot. And we did about 500 homicides a year. Then I became the youngest chief medical examiner at the time in 2011 in New Jersey as the state medical examiner, and spent 2 years there, and then spent the last 7 years as the chief medical examiner in Washington, D.C. I ended my tenure in Washington, D.C. as the deputy mayor for public safety and justice. And I bring that up because I'm probably one of the very few forensic pathologists that held a high-level political position, political appointee decision. And the police reported to me, fire and EMS reported to me, the jails reported to me as deputy mayor. And then I left there and became the chair of pathology at Howard University, because we know that there's a shortage of forensic pathologists, not just in Africa, but throughout the globe. And so my job now is to try to produce the next generation of pathologists, but also forensic pathologists. So I wanted to give that because I know that I'm new to this space and creating relationships, and I wanted to make sure that you understood who I was and how I'm coming to this space. So medical legal death investigation, international community of practice, we're here to talk a little bit about this new platform for you, right? It's a new platform for you. And by the end, hopefully it's something that you want to participate in. So Data for Health, or Bloomberg Philanthropies Data for Health, has this initiatives throughout multiple countries. They have these countries where they're identifying and creating an opportunity for improved vital statistics. So cause and manner of death designation, vital registries are happening in this country. So I don't know why they've picked the countries they've picked, but indeed they have. And one of the biggest reasons I got involved, I met Dr. Adam in 2017 in Mumbai, India, and I was there because they asked me, is there a way to improve death certification and vital registry by improving medical legal death investigation? And I said, absolutely. Non-natural deaths are occurring. Primarily the individuals that are certifying those deaths are those in the medical legal death investigation space. And because they're there in that space, they need to have support and build capacity so that those death certificates are done properly. So today, the objectives in the next 24 minutes that I have, we're going to define the MLDI system and community of practice, discuss why and when the ICOP, this is what I call it, was established, to review the ICOP's current and upcoming initiatives, as well as to discuss what we're doing now and how you, no matter where you are in the world, can get involved. So medical legal death investigation systems conduct death investigations and certify cause and manner of death. That's baseline, right? We're on that same page. That's what we do for a living. If we were McDonald's, our death certificate would be our hamburger, right? So that's what we produce. That's what's important to us, is that death certificate. And we know that there's over 60 million deaths worldwide. And so the MLDI system is critically important in order to be able to move those adequate death certifications forward. And so death investigation, this is a mature system that I'm giving you, understanding that families and communities are at the center of what we do. If you don't care about families and you're in the medical legal death investigation business, you're in the wrong business. Because families are who we serve. We serve the families. And yes, we have law enforcement and medical community partners. We have agency partners. There may be NGOs, non-governmental organizations that are interested in rape and homicide of women, and so we provide information and data to those individuals. And then there's a local and national government that primarily funds us as an organization, right? But families are centered. So what do? We do cause and manner of death, expert witness testimony, ancillary services like toxicology. You may even do morbidity and mortality conferences in your local university because someone died in the care of the hospital. You might do grief support, fatality review, and policy recommendations. I think fatality review, how many of you support fatality review operations in your country? Not many, right? There's a couple. So we'll talk about fatality review as well. So this is what we do, right? And we take a multidisciplinary approach. I'm just giving you general of what a medical legal death investigation system does, and then I'll briefly talk about the MLDI in the next 20 minutes. So scene investigation, history, forensic science, where these circles overlap is cause and manner of death. And sometimes you only need a scene investigation and a history, right? An older woman who dies from cardiovascular disease, you see her medications on the scene, there's no trauma, you call her hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. But there may be someone where all you need is the forensic science, the autopsy, because it's a multiple gunshot wound case. Doesn't matter really the history, doesn't matter really the scene investigation. At autopsy, there are 5 gunshot wounds. You can diagnose cause and manner of death even if you have no context, because there's a gunshot wound. So our job in medical legal death investigation is to fill out as many of these domains as possible or as needed to establish cause and manner of death. And so they may be the circumstances and social background. It may be in the importance of environment, right? Was the person found in a body of water? Was the person found in a hot climate or a cold climate up in Canada with Dr. Polanin, right? And then we identify the victim, and you heard about that over yesterday, how important victim identification is in what we do in medical legal death investigation. We anticipate questions, right? I've been in situations where they told me that I didn't need to know the history of my patient before I provided my autopsy. How many of you go to a doctor and they don't ask you questions? A good doctor is going to ask you, what's wrong with you? How do you feel? What hurts? Where does it hurt? How long does it hurt? Did you do anything to make it better? Did you do anything to make it worse? Now I want to examine you. As a forensic pathologist, I want to do the same thing. It's just that I can't ask my patient those questions. I have to ask their family. I have to ask law enforcement. I have to ask the scene. I have to ask history. So what does the World Health Organization define as a community of practice? Well, a community of practice are groups of people sharing interest, exchanging information, discussing ideas on a specific topic or common interest, and interaction on an ongoing basis. This is a community of practice, right? And that community of practice supports members by sharing knowledge and experiences, generating ideas, solving problems, and implementing a system of best practices. That's a community of practice. And so with that definition, we started working on what a community of practice looks like. Like I said, I got involved internationally because of vital records. We found that there's a persistent pending case log in a lot of countries, meaning at autopsy, a cause and manner of death was not able to be identified, and then therefore those cases were termed pending, but nobody was going back to unpen those cases. So they were pending, but nobody went back to actually certify the death after the information from histology or toxicology was coming back. And so that revealed a need to support medical legal death investigation in the country. We started off with a workshop, about 18 participants over 14 countries. And this is that hodgepodge group of first people. We met in Washington, D.C., and started having this technical working group. Since then, it's grown, right? It's not as much as Dr. Fonseca's LinkedIn group. I need all of those LinkedIn people, right? I don't know if you were in his talk where he said he had 3,500 LinkedIn participants. Makes my international community of practice looks like a friend group, right? So he's not here today, but when you see him, tell him I want his list. These are members, but they're not just forensic pathologists. They're anyone where the medical legal death investigation system impacts their practice. And so that means I'm here trying to recruit you. I'm a salesman. I'm selling this practice to you. So now today we have about 170 participants. That's our list that are people that said, yes, keep on sending me emails about your project. We want to be involved. Over 46 countries, right? And so we're all over the world, and we want to get bigger. We're very young. We're only about a year old, institutionalized at Howard. And these are our members, and that they're individual members in those countries. So it's not the countries are members. The International Community of Practice, or ICOP, is for individuals that are trying to be supported in their practice. All right? And so what do? Well, in the next 16 minutes we're transdisciplinary. So beyond interdisciplinary, we want to make sure that we're supporting practices in medical legal death investigations globally. We're supporting capacity building, supporting development of materials, as well as fostering peer-to-peer. I think that's really where our strength is in our peer-to-peer mentoring program, as well as compiling recommendations. And so every month, this is functionally our programmatic elements. Every month we have monthly morning rounds that happens at 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time virtually. And we were meeting all through the pandemic. Peer-to-peer mentoring, we have an annual symposium, and then we have an interactive website. And that is really another area that we're excited about. Okay, so in our monthly morning rounds, it's usually the third Monday of every month. We have continuing medical education credit. Anybody in here needs AMA, continuing medical education credit for their medical license or any other continuing education credit? Well, at Howard, we are based at Howard University. So when you come to that monthly morning rounds, you'll get a certificate for that 1 hour of AMA credit coming for free. Can I say free? No applause for free. Okay, free. Thank you. There's somebody. I love you over there. There. So what our structure is that we introduce. We have presentations with questions. We record the presentation so that we can upload it to the website, but we don't record the discussion so that you can feel free to discuss some of the limitations within your country and don't have to worry about that getting back. These are examples of what we did last year. We talked about COVID in Ethiopia and Panama. We had a Dr. Posey is one of the elders in forensic medicine. He wrote a book. Dr. Zambia talked about incidental tuberculosis. I talked about deaths in custody. We talked about cardiovascular disease. We did an autopsy report standards between countries, comparing what those autopsy reports look like. We also talked about a model of capacity development. ICRC came and gave a presentation during Suicide Awareness Month in December. We had what suicides look like in Morocco and the Philippines. So there's a myriad of topics, and the topics are given by members. So this is not someone lecturing at you. This is us sharing our experiences as a community of practice. So the peer-to-peer mentoring program, hopefully you can see this in 21. These are the areas that we worked on in a peer-to-peer, right? And so what is the peer-to-peer? Well, traditional mentoring is hierarchy. How many of you have a mentor? Every hand should go up. If you don't have a mentor, get a mentor, right? Because mentorship is extremely, extremely important. I have a mentor for my marriage. I have a mentor for my finances. I have a mentor for my profession. You think I'm joking? I have a mentor for every part of my life. Someone has walked the path before me that can help me navigate my own issues. But our mentoring is peer-to-peer. Right? It's non-hierarchical. What does that mean? It's non-paternalistic. A lot of the times, the West shows up in a way that says, we know what's going on, you don't, so listen to us. Well, that's a lie. That is a lie. Let me just be clear. Thank you. That is an absolute lie. Quite frankly, it's built in what America has been built on for years, which is white supremacy. So this notion that the ice is colder in the West is a lie. Be clear that there are organizations, medical examiners, and coroners that are getting it wrong every single day in the West, right? And so we have something to learn I have something to learn from anybody that I come into contact with. So it's non-paternalistic. And we share together in peer-to-peer mentoring. And so what did people say? I have 11 minutes left. What did people say? What was the most valuable contribution last year? Sharing of their local practices, new and relevant information, honest information, their daily lived experience. What else did they say about peer-to-peer mentoring? Motivation to continue championing change. I was motivated to do more because of my peer-to-peer mentoring experience. What did others say? What a mentor said, I informed the group about a global grant program, and then one of them was awarded the grant. And that mentee said, I was awarded the grant because of this peer-to-peer mentoring program, right? And so this is a great opportunity, and we have great success stories, and we're in another cohort of peer-to-peer, and those now are running every 3 months for peer-to-peer mentoring. And you can be a mentor and a mentee. So in one room, you can be a mentor having a conversation, and in another room, you can be a mentee. So our annual symposia, we've had 2 since we've been interactive. Shout out to Alfredo Walker, who is a genius in medical legal death investigation education. He helped us with the first talking about scene death investigation to the courtroom. And then this past year in November, we had it on child abuse. And again, these were virtual symposium. And so now we're coming out. We've been doing it a little bit in our own little bubble. Now we're trying to get more people involved. We had 16 experts, 11 countries, 185 participants for that day, and we provided continuing medical education credit. Okay, so what is the institutionalization and the website? I got about 10 minutes left. The institutionalization is that we now are at Howard University. I was a private consultant for the CDC Foundation for about 3 years before I moved over to Howard, and I said, you know what, this is such an important program that if the CDC Foundation decided today that they weren't going to fund it, it would go away. We need to institutionalize it. So I was able to get it institutionalized at Howard University. And now we just got funded for 2 more years, So that means that funding is going to translate to you as members, right? And that funding for 2 more years is going to allow for us to go out and get additional funding from other organizations, not just the CDC Foundation. Dr. Polanin talked about what is the future of this work, and philanthropy being the future of trying to capacity build. That's exactly right. We cannot do this work without raising money. And so we will continue to raise money. And as you can see, I probably could raise some money, right? And so my job is to raise money for these types of initiatives. And I'm excited about what ASFM is doing, as well as what AFSA is doing. And we're going to find some money to support this, I promise you. So this is our website. It's based at Howard University. It has a resource page where you can gather resources and you can upload resources. We're absolutely looking for primary source information where you're the author. Right now, I'm still working with Elsevier and other publishers to get the rights to put on the website literature that is not owned by the author. Does that make sense? I have to get rights to put those up. But right now, if you're the author, we can post your research. Your presentations, it doesn't even just have to be research. If you want your presentations in this hub, we can put your presentations on the hub as well as your original research in resources, right? There's a discussion board. Thanks to the guy up front who decides to clap once. That's great, right? So discussions, that's the president, y'all. Discussion board, we have a training. We have uploaded our monthly morning rounds that you can watch and then take questions and a quiz and get a grade for it. So we have enduring continuing medical education credit. So you can go and you can miss it. If you didn't see it live, it was out of your time zone, you can go there and be able to see it. I got 6 minutes left. Also, I want to point out, see select your language? That select your language is a Google function. So it will translate the website into any language that you want, right? So you can go up there, select your language, and then the whole website isn't the one thing that's not in the your language will be the PowerPoint. So if the PowerPoint is done in English, the audio will come over as English. And then that's the training. So we have a discussion board. That discussion board, you can go on, post what you're discussing about. I'll be posting a discussion board about this conference. One thing that we're working on right now, it's passive right now. I got 5 minutes left. It's passive right now. So that means that you have to go on to the website to be able to see the discussion. But I have my IT individuals working on it being active so that if you're a member and someone posts to the discussion board, you'll get pinged in your email. There is a entry on the discussion board, and that will drive you back to the discussion board to be able to have a conversation coming up. And so here's a discussion board, start a conversation. You know, I'm not getting a lot of discussions, but we're trying to build up. Again, this is a young a website. It only launched in September of 2022, and we're looking to have people become members. This is your research. I mean, your resources. Resources are searchable by keyword, so you can put autopsy in there, and all of the resources for autopsy will come up. You can put any topic. We have topics from forensic pathology to general pathology. Because it's hosted on the Department of Pathology's website, we have a lot of general pathology, oncology, tumor pathology. For those of you that both do pathology as well as forensic pathology, there's a resource for, actinic keratosis, things that you may diagnose that you need to find resources on. We're trying to create a library so that you can go to, and this can be a place where it serves as a resource for you. Okay, so where are we now? At the end of the day, we're between forming and maturing on this rubric. So we've identified that there's a potential. We've identified that there is something here that we can provide for the community of practice, but we're still forming and maturing. And we will continue to mature with your involvement. So what is our opportunity? Our opportunity is to create and maintain a global community for medical legal death investigation. And what do we want to do? We want to share forensic cases and resource literature and educational opportunities and standard operating procedures to create a uniform and best practices across the globe. I want to know what's going on in Germany, in Australia, in Kenya, in Ghana, and Nigeria, so that can inform what I'm teaching my residents, what I'm teaching my fellows, so that they know what best practices look like in the world. Our advisory board right now, this is like an interim early advisory board. These people on here are the people that I trust. I picked this advisory board. These are the people, if they tell me to be quiet and sit down, I'll be quiet and sit down. Thank you. You can see I'm here to warm up the stage for Dr. Obenson, who is next up on stage. He is one of my mentors. Dr. Adam, you see here, Dr. Cordner, who is a famous name in the discipline, all are on our advisory board. Shout out to Dr. Fernandez. She is my chief resident and budding forensic pathologist that is on the advisory board. And she'll be coming with us. I have 2 minutes left. So again, current programming, our peer-to-peer mentoring second round is underway. We are going to be pushing forward and have funding to develop an international fatality review working group. So for those of you that have fatality reviews, we want to know what the best practices are for fatality reviews. So please let me know if you want to be involved. Domestic violence, infant, maternal mortality. We're having a small workshop in Zambia this Monday through Wednesday. About 14 countries, 75 participants there in Lusaka. Again, to support the work that Dr. Adam is doing. That first day is policy standards. He has all his brass, all of the important people coming, and my job is to sell them and why they need to give him more money and more support. That's my job, to tell them how great they're doing and how important Lusaka is and Zambia is to the development of forensic medicine throughout the world and the continent. We're also doing Forensic Pathology 101 for his 20 pathologists that report to him, as well as a readiness assessment development. The CDC Foundation in Bloomberg is about to put money into a readiness assessment. And what does that mean? What are the impact strategies to improve the performance of MLDI systems in the globe? Where are systems in their maturation stage? And then where can we fund and provide technical support at each one of these stages, right? And so becoming a member, we'll be bringing this conversation to the monthly morning rounds as well as to the communication. So if you want input into what what Bloomberg is going to fund, what the CDC Foundation is willing to fund, then we want you at the table. What is, in my last 10 seconds, I'm probably going to go about a minute over, intentional forensic pathology credentialing. It was said here and will be said again. The fact that anybody has to leave their country to be properly credentialed is absurd. We all have the inherent ability to understand this material, test us ourselves on this material, and then be properly credentialed, and then be adequately trained and produce the work product ourselves, right? You don't need someone to pat you on the head, right? So how do we get to an international credentialing process where it is recognized globally that if you sit for this International Forensic Pathology Board or Forensic Medicine Board, then you can practice forensic medicine everywhere else except for the US and Canada, right? Because the US and Canada is not going to do anything for other than possibly say that's a good board. We support that. So my job is to go to the American Board of Pathology and say, listen, we need you to support an international board in pathology. And then global forensic pathology, you heard one of the initiatives, Dr. Polanin is creating and supporting new forensic pathologists all over the globe. But he said it, and I'm saying it too. That is a model, one model that we have to keep doing. But another model is also to, once fellows are already trained, sending those fellows to capacity build in as well to support countries. And so we want to do this global forensic pathology fellowship program in both ways. So I'm done. Please use your phone to get this QR code so that you can go ahead and become a member and follow us on social media. And then we want you to become a partner. If you're an organization, we want you to become a partner. Partnership costs, it may be talent or it may be treasure. So your talent may be your lectures, your treasure may be your checkbook, but we want you to be a partner. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Give a hand of applause to Dr. Mitchell. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The next presentation is going to be done by Dr. Ken Obenson. He's going to give a short resume before he starts with his presentation. Welcome, Dr. Ken Obenson. Yeah, this one is 10 minutes.
Can I go?
10 minutes, yeah, 10 minutes only.
I had to change my glasses so I could look more professorial. So for those who don't know, Dr. Mitchell is a certified preacher, so that's why he was quite engaging, and I hope you guys enjoyed his talk. I hope you enjoyed his presentation and the content, because leadership is about having ideas and acting on those ideas, and I think we should give him his props. So, yeah, that's awesome. And since I'm thanking everybody, I'm going to thank Dr. Polanin as well. Dr. Polanin has been doing work, capacity building for several years in developing countries, and he's been doing it quietly. He's had considerable success, and some of his fellows are here. I have benefited from his recommendations when I was seeking academic promotion. So this is my way of saying thank you. Well, at least I have more people at the beginning of my talk than Dr. Mitchell had at his talk. So it's a lovely day in the city. Has anybody gone out? No? Yes? Yes? If I was Rwandan, I would come back home, but I'm not. So that's not my talk. Last name is Obenson. So it's nice to see representation from all corners of Africa. I was having a chat yesterday with Sibo Siso, who is not here. He's probably still sleeping. And, oh, he's here. For those who don't know, Sibo Siso runs ultra marathons. Don't let his physique fool you. It reminds me of the story of the burglar in the UK who was being chased by a police officer, and he kept looking back, and she was still on his tail, and he didn't realize she was a marathon runner, so she just took her time. Eventually caught up with him. Finally. So, the title of the talk, I'll try and make it as fast as possible. This talk is about the prevalence of retracted articles in forensic pathology, and if you go down the screen, I have my social media handle. I'm very active on social media for those who would like to engage. If you could go to the next slide. So it fits in very well with the theme of evidence-based forensic practice. Retraction and evidence-based are two things that are not brother and sister. And it's one of the most important things about the work we do is to make sure that our work is evidence-based and our work is reviewable. So I have no declarations. I have no financial, I have declarations, but I have no financial interest to declare. I have no affiliation with Retraction Watch, on whose data I have relied considerably, and I have not been paid by anybody to do anything, write anything, or whatsoever. So, free and clear. What's the background to this presentation? Quite a few thousand articles have been published. Probably, I would estimate on the order of millions of articles have been published in science. Quite a few have been retracted. The last count, as of this morning, I think is in the 30,000s. So that's 30,000 articles that have no basis on whose 30,000 articles where the basis of the research has been questioned. What we don't know is how many articles have been retracted in forensic pathology and what topics in forensic pathology. And so why is this important? It's important because the whole basis of our practice is credibility. And once things are built on a fraudulent foundation, the entire integrity of the system is in question. So what are the objectives? The objectives are, one, to compare retraction rates in forensic pathology with those in pathology as a whole, to determine the impact factors of these journals where there have been retractions and to see if there's any correlation with the frequency of retraction, to find out and review the implications of the time to retraction, because the time to retraction could determine how many times that article has been cited in the interim, and to determine the reasons for the retractions and to discuss the implications. So it was a very straightforward search. It was a bit laborious. So what I did was look up pathology, forensic pathology, and forensic on Retraction Watch, which is, as some of you may know, is an online database where all retracted articles are archived. Now, with that information, or putting that information to one side, I also looked at PubMed, which is also another database for medical publications, where I also added the term retraction to those three terms, because it's not a retraction database, but it does have or mark which articles have been retracted. So that was also queried. And then when I was looking for the additional information I had asked about, I had outlined previously, I went back to Retraction Watch to find that information. And as well, I had to look up the journals, the various journals, to see what their impact factors was, because that information is not immediately available in a database, as far as I know. So the retracted articles were then subsequently grouped by the journal name, the number of authors, the year of publication, the journal impact factor, the time to retraction, and the reason for retraction. You might recognize the background of the hotel. So what were the results? On the Retraction Watch database, 483 articles were found out of more than 30,000 articles. These were articles where pathology was the search term. There were 25 articles where the term forensic, or associated with the term forensic. About half of those articles were associated with a textbook from a well-known publishing house, whose name I shall not cite. And there were no articles yielded with the term forensic pathology. So the question one always has to keep at the back of one's mind is, you have to be concerned, or you have to take into account that not all databases respond to queries the same way, and you need to be able to manipulate your search, or the words that you use, your string, and as well use multiple databases if necessary. On PubMed database, there were 105 articles with the term pathology retracted. Now, this had to be modified because when I first put in pathology retracted, there were 9,166 articles. But as you shall see later, some of these articles were not necessarily retracted, but they included retracted in the body of the work. So they were not retracted from publication. There were 18 articles that where forensic pathology retracted was the search term, and there were 4 where forensic retracted was the search term. So the results. After all this searching, I found 6 articles between 2007 and 2022 where there were retractions. The most serious ones I've put in red were the ones where there was plagiarism. As many of you know, plagiarism is a career ender, at least as far as academics is concerned. The number of authors had a median of about 4, so many of these articles were collaborations. The time to retraction varied from 1 month to almost 5 years, and the impact factors by forensic standards were fairly decent, from 1.302 to 1.82. The American Journal of Forensic Pathology, which, as everybody knows, or many of us know, has long been the standard, at least in North America, for academic publishing, had no retractions. And it is interesting that the impact factor was far less than some of the other articles, some of the other journals that where there were retractions. So the time to retraction had a median of 16.5 months, a high of 5 years. The problem with the time to retraction was that the longer the time to retraction, the more likely the article was to be cited. And so if you've used or cited some of these articles, these retracted articles, as few as they may be, the question is, what basis, or on what sort of basis is your research reviewed? There is no mechanism to flag articles that have cited retracted data. And the next question is, should those be retracted as well? That's a discussion for people higher than me. The fat pot is the fruit of the poisonous tree. It's a legal term. And many times lawyers or judges will deny evidence or admissibility of evidence if the evidence was improperly obtained. So retraction watch, a limitation is that it does not appear to track articles by predatory journals. Predatory journals are aimed essentially at publishers or at researchers in developing countries, especially those who are early career researchers. And they promise a high speed of from time to submission to publication with very little peer review. The costs are hidden, and many have titles that are quite similar to legitimate journals. So you do need to be careful about who you submit articles to. So conclusions, retractions are not a major problem in forensic pathology. The problem is all it takes is one. As Dr. Pulanen would testify, all it took was the work of one pathologist to completely undermine confidence in the death investigation system in Ontario, Canada, and that has recovered, but it took quite a bit of investigation, quite a bit of testimony, and I think quite a bit of money. Yes? Yeah. So retractions are not necessarily associated with high-impact journals. And in the case of the American Journal of Forensic Pathology, as in other journals, could it be the fact that article selection is more rigorous, peer review is more rigorous? Do they have people who review articles, statisticians and so on? And the minuscule rate may be because we're afraid of reputational damage. You will not want to you would not want to damage your career. Internet is live and well and immortal, so anything you've written that is wrong based on fraudulent evidence will eventually catch up with you. You don't want to be on this leaderboard. No Benson on that leaderboard. So those who are from South Africa would know this lawyer. And you don't want to be cited for plagiarism. So thank you for your attention. And I would like to thank the organizers for making this the first international forensic meeting that is being broadcast live on social media. It is a feat. Thank you.
Presentation. The next presenter is Dr. Abdelatif Ahmed. Can you please move to the podium? A brief introduction is that Dr. Abdel Fattah is a forensic physician and head of department at the Kassala State, East Sudan. He also teaches at forensic medicine at the same Kassala University. Please adhere to your time. It's 10 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Abdel Fattah. I present case study from my daily work from Kassala State. Kassala State, you know, this is Sudan. Map, as you know, South Sudan, and the previously the one country, and the politician and the leader of the first world need this map to be separated for Sudan and North Sudan. And Kassala is the east, one is the east state. That is even our work, it is cover even refugees and the neighboring country, Eritrean and Ethiopian, the West Eritrean and West Ethiopian. And the Sudan here, all the east state is covered by the forensic physician, and also the Khartoum. Unfortunately, the west state, it is no even forensic physician practitioner at all. This is the lab in the Khartoum, the forensic lab, evidence lab. It is a large lab. It contains of even DNA, fingerprint, chemistry, and even physics and ballistics department on all come into this camp of forensic lab. Now I'm going to my daily, my case study. It is background. It is a medical malpractice and neglect. It is not uncommon problem. Not common problem and cause of this that is commonly attributed to the underlying traumatic assault. Study design, descriptive case study of the deceased admitted to the Kassala Teaching Hospital, mortuary. History, 55 years old male involved with the others in grenade bombing. The history of even approved by the police and the witness. There is a grenade, the people taking a grenade and bomb it in the public. Shot or bullet are retrieved from the cadaver of the other people. The man involved in the accidents as the morning day, brought to the hospital at 11 a.m. and dead at the early morning of the next day. With the medical review as below. When we look of external autopsy or external examination, some opening of the bruised edge, circular in shape in the right and left shoulder, chest, and both sides. No any other sign of resistance or struggle on the whole body. This like this. This one on the chest. Internally, head, face, and neck not significant. Chest, one of the opening at the chest, enter the chest case, and precardial sac, heart, left ventricle, and the septum, and even reach the aortic lumen, and supposed to be go and move with the circulation away. The massive hemorrhage fills the chest cavity and precardium, and the lung is free. The abdomen no significant, limb no fracture or injury apart from the penetrating opening mentioned in the external examination. This is the heart, looks like the opening. This also. When you review the medical record, the review of the concluded the mentioned that the man came with the Glasgow Coma scale is 11 of 15. An emergency measure was done, and with the consultation of the international ER physician who supported the local physician and assist in hospitals, and he did the first scan, and they decided the case was stable, and did the chest X-ray, CT brain that revealed an infarct. So they decided this is not a case of surgery, and sent us an even consultation of the internal medicine department, whom approved the plan of the management by antibiotic, IV fluid, oxygen, and reassess. And the case, it is just for an internal medicine and for follow-up, and not surgical need, or not a surgical case. This makes the families and co-patient, he requests to move the patient and the deceased to the private hospital. They refer to the man to the private hospital according to the co-patient and family wishes. The private hospital record concluded, conducted and started the management in addition to previous plan with NG tube, urinary catheters, lipid atorvastatin, and aspirin tablet. Until now, the patient is stable and no any deterioration. With the consultation of the senior of the internal medicine decided in this private hospital, decided the case should be referred back to the surgery department. But the referral back, it is delayed from the 7 p.m. to even at 5 a.m. next day, when he even developed shortness of breathing and the condition is unstable and deteriorated. But the case stay in the private hospital till 5 a.m. the next day, when they start shortness of breathing and tachypnea, and the medical officer reassured, asking for referral After that, the case referred to the teaching hospital where the death was confirmed. From the context, the people involved in the other accident, the same opening with the retrieval of the small metallic ball. These are another people. This metallic recover from these people. What's the cause? Here, the cause of this is the cause of this. Even if this metallic, it is a granite fragment or gunshot, even gunshot firearm. The cause of this is a cardiac tamponade and hemothorax is due to what? Can we conclude it due to primary penetrating metallic balls? With the direct cause of this, and or it is there is a medical neglection and medical malpractice for even from the diagnosis from the first came into the hospital. It is a firearm injury and maybe and even after the scan, after no chest, no in the chest X-ray, CT, no hemothorax, no pneumothorax, and no anything. And was the prescribing of the aspirin, even it is anticoagulant drugs, it is contributed to the death or assist in the death? Is there family contribution to the cause of this by asking for referrals to the private hospitals and the delay of the referral back to the teaching hospital for the private hospital? This is all the question, how can we contribute it or can we assess the cause of this? The cause of this is concluded inadequate medical, inadequate and relevant medical malpractice and neglection contributed to that is lead to hemothorax and pneumothorax. That is all of them. It is due to firearm and firearm bullet. The conclusion is the postmortem examination has the benefit of the accused, complainant, inquiry, medical service, and the doctor, and all over the community. Thank you for attention. And,
thank you very much, Dr. Abdel Latif Ahmed. The next presenter, we've been notified that Dr. Namdi Ora is not around. So the next presenter is Dr. Samuel Kenshiro. Dr. Samuel Kenshiro is a consultant pathologist and head force pathologist office in the Nigeria Police Force. Welcome, Dr. Kenshiro. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, while I'm waiting for my presentation to come on, I'd like to make some disclosures that I hope I won't retract. I'm the mentee that Dr. Rogers showed that got a grant from the Bloomberg Philanthropies. And that was the first project in Nigeria to actually deal with death registration. And so you should all join MLDI, ICOP. My slide, my name is Keshiro.
Hello. So there'll be questions after all the presentations are done in this morning sessions. So we ask or urge the presenters to please stick to their allocated time. Thank you.
Okay, while waiting for my presentation, it's coming up. For those who have known me for a while, you can see I'm a little bit slower. Before I go back to Lagos, I hope I'll remain the same, just calm. I like the town. Kigali is quite nice, and it makes people calm. close. So I hope I remain the same, calm before I go back to my home. Hello? Ladies and gentlemen, please apologies. We may, session chairs, could you, with kind permission of Kesh, if you could call the next presenter, we have to sort out some significant technical issues so that we can save time. So Kesh, apologies, there are issues at the console, and please could you come directly over, and then you could call the next presenter. Thank you so much.
Le prochain présentateur est le docteur Philippe Morbidelli. Il est dans la salle.
Philippe Morbidelli is the following one. Is he there? He's a forensic doctor of Lille Teaching University with a lot of experience. He's worked reunion. He's going to talk to us on the topic of pathologic exams of migrant populations of Calais. It's a retrospective study of 7 years. We are now waiting for the printer to be projected. Dr. Morbidelli, you have 10 minutes. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you. Thank you to the organizers of this meeting for my presentation. For Anglophones, allow me to explain, to speak better I will speak better in French. I also congratulate the translations for. Allow also me to thank the organization for this week. It's my first time to be part of the Association of Forensic Medicine in Africa. I was impressed by the quality of organization, and the contributions are so impressive. Now I'm going to talk to you about migrants and thanatologic exams in northern parts of France. What is this population? It's a population that we saw coming progressively. They have commonalities, mostly women, children that are migrants. They're actually stabilized in Calais region. Why Calais? It's because they really want to go to the UK. Why the UK? Because most of the time they have part of the families in the UK. They have acquaintances, they know the language, and they think they can get work much faster than in other countries of the Europe. Now, why the northern part? Why Calais? It's because, as you can see on the map, I hope it's clear, Calais is somewhere there. It's the northern part of France, very close to the UK. That's really the closest part to the UK. So there's a tunnel under the Calais, and there's also a train, and it's also very frequent to cross by water. Yes, they create a camp there. It was not easy, as there are people forbidding people to cross. And this camp was also dismantled at some point. And then some procedure. It's very important to the biggest part of the traffic between the UK and France is really in this small part of 33 kilometers. France has become actually a host country or transit country, actually. Now, these are the camps that have been formed there. Now, the most known, which is we call it the jungle. It's Damascus in 2016. The linear is another camp from there. Now this one was a little better organized. We are about 15,000 people. But you can think among this one, there's a lot of organization most of the time, more or less authorized. And the number of figures that you can see of people crossing that are really taking place through smaller boats, really smuggling somehow. In 2022, you can up to 40,000, whereas it was only 15,000 in 2020. There are no really official figures made just from organizations that NGOs presenting these figures. And the cost of one trip is up to 3,000 to 6,000. And you can see how many have been successful. And our study focused on this population in our services, little by little. There are many deaths, these cases, and then we wanted to know mostly the epidemiological status of this. And then what has become, then this was the debate that we had yesterday, for example, on the identification of people. Now, between 2014 and 2022, the forensic medicine of this region, actually the teaching university of Lille, has to deal with 130 exams, mostly 115 men and 20 women. Obviously, sometimes it was difficult to identify them even after DNA testing. Most of them are young, around 25 as an average. And the origin, where they are from, at least for the one that we were able to find out the information, to know where they are from, regardless of the huge amount of exams that we had. For the origins are mostly Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. At some point, even had a number of them coming, at least some of them, who were coming from the Europe, actually talking about Eastern Europe. Now, the causes, the death causes, actually with the car accidents, truck accidents, train accidents, and now we're talking about drowning here, case of drowning here. At the beginning, because we have a road that comes down there. Now there are train accidents also, and now we have accidents of drowning. That you can see how the evolution along the time. We can see actually there's this really fall. There's a decrease because of the camps have been dismantled. Now it means the population living there has been decreased. And then there are this accident in 2021 with 30 drownings that affected our services, and that can modify actually the trend. What's interesting here is that regardless of the complementary exams, there are 40% of people who are still unidentified, We have, compared with international studies, show that those populations that deceased, mostly we have young people around 25 years coming from the same countries as we have identified. For us, there's a decrease, as I told you. What's interesting for us here is mostly the causes of these deaths. We had the cases of drownings, but we don't know everything. We don't know whether the authorities are able to carry out all the exams to know for sure the cause of these deaths. Most of our investigators here in France, they work together, but they are not really. Still, each institution works separately, and like the police and prosecution, public prosecutor's office. And as for what these people become, those who have been unidentified, they bury them as the people who are not unidentified. They are buried where they have been found out. And then later on they put them in an ossuary, and then you cannot know who's who. And it's a problem, serious problem for the families looking for them. And then with authorities, sometimes for us, we want, I hope this is agreeing with Professor Michel was talking about, an organization of forensic doctors, an NGO of an international NGO of forensic medical doctors to be able to get the data, antemortem and postmortem data, that different countries would put together funds and allow professionals giving, trusting organizations and humanitarians to be able to get the identification of these people. I thank you for your attention.
Hello. Is presentation of Dr. Sam Kenshiro ready? So that we can call him to the podium. Give us a hand of applause, please, for the presenter and also for Sam Kenshiro. Thank you very much.
I'm trying not to say anything now so I don't get retracted again. So, I'm Samuel Keshiro. I'm actually the first pathologist of Nigerian police, and I got a project. The project idea was increasing death notification and registration in Lagos State. That was done this last year, span between 2022 March and 2023 February. So those are my co-authors. Inamdi Ora, Oladipo Akisanya, the president of the ASFM, Uom Eze, and Dr. Olufemi Oyedeji. So, to make some disclosures before I proceed, the first pathologist office got an award, Global Grants Program awarded to the first pathologist last year, and the sponsor is Bloomberg Philanthropies Data for Health Initiative. The implementing partner is Vital Strategies, and they are managers of the grant. Those are the disclosures. So the background, civil registration and vital statistics is defined by the United Nations as the continuous, permanent, compulsory, and universal recording of the occurrence and characteristics of vital events pertaining to the population in accordance with the legal requirements of each country Death registration is an integral part of CRVS, that is Civil Registration and Vital Statistics, which is the focus of the project. The National Population Commission, NPC, is the agency in charge of recording these statistics in Nigeria, which includes birth and deaths, and in all the states in Nigeria and the FCT. According to NPC, death registration is abysmally low and less than 10%. It was actually about 2% from what we got compared to the crude birth rate in Lagos as at then. The low death registration rate will hamper achievements of several of the Sustainable Development Goals adopted by United Nations, which are set the target of 80% of death registration by 2030. So that's the map of Nigeria, and Lagos is the small state down there. Lagos is one of the 36 states in Nigeria. It's the most metropolitan and cosmopolitan states with an estimated population of about 13 million. It was a projection from 2006 census at a growth rate of 2%. But it's often stated that Lagos is actually more than 20 million due to the migration in the last several years. So the objective of the abstract of the project was to increase the death notification and registration in Lagos State, Nigeria in 2022 by 75% baseline of figures recorded in the previous year. So the previous year's records were 3,092. By the crude rate, it was supposed to have recorded by 150, but only 3,000, about 3,000 were recorded in 2021. And the success rate was supposed to be 75% increase. That is about 5,411. So what are the methods? Interventions were made, which included identification of the challenges first. You need to know what was causing the low registration, mitigating against the death notification and registration. And we used that. We found, the challenges were actually, business process mapping was used to actually identify the mitigating factors. 2, introduction of awareness programs for the citizenry to know that they need to register death of their loved ones, and a portal was actually formed for that particular project. In 2021, the 2021 data, of course, was retrieved from the NPC, the agency that is in charge of the recording of these statistics, and it's supposed to be increased by 75%. So this was the first meeting. This is the first meeting we had to plan or what to do to be able to increase these statistics. Those are my colleagues, some of them are here, and that was the first pamphlet for the symposium we had, the in-country meetings we had, and the use of the business process mapping. So the other awareness programs included preliminary activities, like one of the pictures I showed. We had a symposium that we had more than 500 participants and policymakers. We had another one called the implementation workshop, where the people in charge of reporting these deaths were brought into a meeting. And other things we had were radio programs, jingles, interviews, and even TV and newspaper coverage. IT was introduced, a death notification portal was done, and we had periodic meetings monthly to see if participants were sending these statistics to the NPC, the agency in charge of registering death records. So these are just some of the pictures of what we did then. The symposium, you can see that there are clergymen in there, newspaper coverage, radio jingles, and this is an introduction of the IT, where we had a death notification portal which you could scan, and you can actually put in the data directly. So the results, like we mentioned earlier, about 3,000 deaths were recorded in 2021 by the NPC, and the expected success was supposed to be 75%, 541. So the outcome we had, as of January 31st, we have had about 8,454 deaths that were notified to the MPC, the agency in Nigeria that is in charge, and that actually showed about 173% increase. Although, thank you. Although we had a fewer registered individuals, about 2,000, that was less. So you see why we thought that happened. So that's the graph. And so it's actually some success. And the people that were in, the main collaborator was the MPC, the agency that was in charge. And we had the institutions, Ministry of Health in Lagos State. EFAMA is like an agency in charge of private hospitals in Lagos. We included the military and the paramilitary first responders as well. So in conclusion, the formal death certification process was successful to an extent due to interventions that focused on health facility reporting directly instead of the families going to report the death themselves. However, the death events registered by MPC in 2022 was even less. That means those who came to collect certificates was slightly less, and it could be attributed to the inadequate penetration of awareness. It was just about for a year, lack of incentive to register deaths, religious and cultural backgrounds of the citizens. Registration is sometimes delayed for many months and years by family members until something is needed officially. So that could be the reason for the low registration, not notification. So that's my team. That was the in-country team for the project. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Kenshiro. Thank you. And the next presenter is just a bit of housekeeping. We will wait until the last moment before questions will be asked, or maybe we'll see how we are doing in terms of time. Thank you.
Le prochain présentateur, c'est le docteur Haruna.
The next presenter will be Haruna Mohamedou Zeki, coming from Niger. He is a forensic doctor in forensic pathology. He will talk about his contribution to the knowledge of the causes of death registered at the Niamey mortuary. I have I'm talking as a pathologist and also as a forensic doctor. Yes, the work that I'm presenting to you to do today, it's there are facts, there are how to deliver death certificates where there is no standard form on which debtors are registered. You can have 3 hospitals, each one has its own form. So we are interested with this issue. We're working conducting a preliminary study in 2 mortuaries in Niamey. And for that, we have to know that accessing the registry of the death, identification and the classification of death causes can really be a source of reliability in statistical causing death. But the data are not always available, which is it's an handicap to have surveys, to have also to regulate, also to have an eye on the mortality rate. So the lack of knowledge really it's very highly pronounced in the sub-Saharan African. Like the previous presentation, we have this situation where the lower interests of people to notifying the causes of death really is the drive behind this low rate. So we should see if we can also adjust political health to be able to contribute to the knowledge of the nature or the reason of death, and also to be able to determine the number of death depending on the age, classifying them, their causes, depending on the international classification. The work, we have worked in 2 mortuary in Niamey. It's a retrospective study of 5 years, and we have analyzed all the deaths registered in those 2 mortuary from 2017. Results. We have registered 28,847 deaths. And we have seen that per year there was an average of 5,769. And 15 deaths per year where childs under 5 years were representing 27% of that number. We have also seen that the male in our study are the more represented compared to the female. And these are other studies which are corroborating the same findings. We have seen that the age between 60 to 64 are the more vulnerable people, where we have noted those deaths. On international classification on the reason of death or illness or sickness, we have seen that 20% of those deaths, there were signs and symptoms, and so we could have certificates of the cause of death. If we have analyzing these data and have seen that the group a group which was really singled out, we have seen that there was no clinical exams, or there is no qualified agent to do or to conduct those exams. And we have seen that when it comes to the causes, parasitary and infectious disease were the main cause, with malaria causing 58% of those people. And we have also seen that respiratory diseases, we have been really singled out in our studies, and we have seen that they have there are risk factors that we can see everywhere. In this classification, we have seen also that hematopoietic organs and the blood have also their share of the 5.9%. And this is in line with other studies that we have consulted according to the WHO studies and publications. Endocrine disease and metabolic disease have been the cause for 50% of the cause of death. And when it comes to the gastroenteric diseases, also are some causes of death. So when it comes to tumors, we know that cancers is the second cause of death in the world. And in our study, we have seen that the liver tumor were the more later, with more than 20% of the causes of death. And congenital or urogenital sickness have been also singled out as cause of death, poisoning, and the traumatized. We know all the risks related to that, maybe like accidents, speed, people conducting with under the influence of alcohol. These are risk factors that contributed to those deaths. In conclusion, we know that this study is really the first step where the knowledge of the real causes or reason of death are registered in the mortuary in Niger. And with this study, we have seen that there have been a high number of deaths, 15 per day, where child under 5 years make 27% of these total deaths. And the main reason of death are the first source of epidemiological information to be able to help the national public health to evaluate the impact of the system established on a public level to oversee the causes of death. We know that we have to align our way of classifying the reasons of death with the international standards. And I think that we are on the third edition of our reports. Thank you, Dr. Hakim. Thank you for respecting your time and your brilliant presentation. We call upon Dr. Olivier Ngongan, coming from Yaoundé. He is also a forensic doctor and also an orthopedic. He is going to talk about stampede, which causes death in Olembe Stadium in Yaoundé. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to the audience. We have this. We are proud to be able to share an incident which happened on the last Cup football or tournament that was organized in Cameroon in 2022. It is deadly stampede at Yaoundé Orembe Stadium, forensic implications. So the stampede, human stampede, are really frequent all over the world, and it's linked to the big gathering of people, and they can really causes death, violent death, collective ones, and sports events really gather so much people coming to see those events. And and on our 33rd edition of African Cup of Nations, organized in January, February 2022, was marked by an event, a tragic event that led to the death of 8 people. And those victims from this deadly stampede, we have conducted a caritative and a descriptive study from January and February 2022 at the mortuary of Hôpital Central de Yaoundé, and those to analyze the death in a line of those catastrophic. 8 of them, 8 people died. We have been requested by the Gendarmerie Nationale to be able to conduct autopsies, and we have used 4 forensic doctors participated in this. When it comes to the results, we had 5 male and 3 female. They were state personnel and students, and we have seen we have these are or these cases when these are the details of autopsy. One has a male, 29, 173 centimeters. He had some hematoma on the scalp, on the skull, and pulmonary bilateral contusion with he has some contusion on his neck and on the chest because he has been he received some huge pressure on the thoracic cage. Seven case. This was a 6 years kid, a male. He has many. He was also has been faced. Very technical. As you can, he has also first some pain in his brain, but also on his at the level of the chest. Lungs really received so much pressure. This is a male, a female, 22. On a vu que the cause of death was asphyxia, mechanical asphyxia, and craniohematoma. Another female, 41 years, has multiple hemorrhages, multiple though he has some malformations which were not related to the accidents. So you can see this on that image. And the third one was a male, 31 years. And out of this, as we can see on the image, we see that he has also suffered some brain but also mechanical asphyxia by thoracic compression. The voice is very low. Cause of death, mechanical asphyxia. And low voice, very low voice. Very low voice.
Une contusion thoracique avec fracture de côte et hémothorax de moyenne d'abondance, pour lequel la cause de la mort était due à un polytraumatisme avec traumatisme crânien sévère et asphyxie mécanique.
Cause of death, mechanical asphyxia, compression on a thoracic level. The discussion that we have had, it's that the medical literature says that when it comes to stampede are deadly, and this really occurs in religious, political, and sportive events, and even some leisure, some events like concerts and others. So when it comes to the cases of our study, we have seen that it was a sport event, but it can also happen in a concert like Seoul last October. This mechanism, whatever happened, can really explain the lesion topology observed. In our study, we have seen that it's because people have opened a gate on the stadium, have allowed so much people to get in, and this caused the stampede, and the stampede, people died, 8 of them. Cause of death, external compression on the thorax level, and which conducted to mechanical asphyxia. But they have also some cervical compression and cephalic compressions. And we have seen in our study that they have so much cervical contusion and cranial traumas. These are the consequences of this stampede. When it comes to the classification of the stampedes, first there are 5 classification, and it's in the level of the Olembe Stadium. It's the second class, where we have between 1 and 10 deaths. And other studies around that has seen that other studies that we have consulted said that deadly stampede, as we can see in Saudi Arabia, in India, Iraq, and events it was linked to political, sports, religious, and classifications were between 5 and 4th and 5th. So conclusion: those the deadly stampede are frequent, and victims are the causes of death is compression, thoracic and compression, and mechanical asphyxia.
No. The next. Okay, the next. Okay. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. The next presenter.
Merci beaucoup pour.
Dr. Isaac Onoka.
So there's a bit of a change in the program because we are not going to listen to a presentation by Innocence Nkurunzinza. Instead, we are having a presentation by Isaac Onoka. Isaac Onoka is a lecturer at the University of Dodoma in Tanzania. He focuses on forensic chemistry and toxicology, with special interest in chemical profiling of drugs, as well as the use of chemoformatics and metabolism in understanding the interactions of molecules within the cells. And the topic that he's going to present is creating intelligence information from chemoformatics. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for the chance, and allow me also to thank the local organizing committee for the good job done in making this conference successful the way it is. And also, may I also introduce to you my mentor who is here with me, Professor Said Vuai. He is there. He played a very big role in making us reach Kigali for the first time, and he is the principal of the College of Natural and Mathematical Sciences. Now, I'm going to take you a little bit out from the pathology. It's part of chemistry a bit. I think you are going to enjoy part of it. My presentation is on from forensic science to forensic intelligence. And before I go ahead, allow me to introduce my university. I come from the University of Dodoma. It's a young but fast-growing university in Dodoma, the capital city of Tanzania. It started in 2007, and currently we have a total of 1,337 staff, of which 779 are academic and 608 are administrative staff. We have a focus of reaching 40,000 students in the next 10 years. At the moment, we have a total of around 32,000 students, all are within the campus. And out of that, 30,872 are undergraduates and 836 are postgraduate. Now, with forensic science in Africa, we know there are lots of challenges. At my university, we have various academic programs, over 126 programs. And apart from that, it's the only university that offers programs in forensic. And we have accreditation in diploma in forensic science. And we are in the final stages of accrediting the Bachelor of Science in Forensic and Master of Science in Forensic. Apart from the programs, we have also been doing some projects in humanitarian, and one of them was the grave relocation project, in which our diploma students managed to relocate 24 graves from the part where the construction was taking place, and they were taken back to the family. And another part of the project, and this project is waiting for ethical clearance from my own country, Tanzania, and also from our partners from the UCT, this is the University of Cape Town, and also we have the Simon Fraser University from Canada. We have getting ethical clearance when you are dealing with human samples and you have to move the samples from one country to another country has not been easy, but we are really trying to make it through. And in this one here, we'll be looking at development of the mini-stable isotope database for Tanzanians living along the major migration routes. And when I talk about the migration routes, we are referring to the irregular migrations of people moving from the Horn of Africa down to South Africa. We have the route takes right from the Horn of Africa, and they move to South Africa. The distance is almost 6,600 kilometers. Passing through Tanzania has not been easy because of the strict border restrictions. So the means they use for transport, they use trucks, and many people are many of them are losing their lives down the road. As an example of this was in 2012, where 84 Ethiopians died along the way around Morogoro. That's very close to where I'm coming from. And they were given a mass burial. The identification has not taken place. So we still don't know. We know as they move, they are using different routes. And almost 8 routes are there passing through Tanzania, 8 routes. Now, the stable isotopes that can be used for identification of the people, the local people around, is not known. So we are doing a pilot project that really will establish a small database for the identification to distinguish those who are coming from outside Tanzania and also those who are within Tanzania. And another part of it that we have another project which is still under consultations. This is, we have this MV Bukoba accident that occurred in 1996. Around 1,000 people died, very close to Mwanza. And out of that, we have over 400 bodies were recovered. Out of the 400 bodies that were recovered, the unidentified were 391. They were given a mass burial. Every time in May, there is a commemoration day, and people coming, the families coming to the place, and they don't know exactly where the family members were, who is the family member. So we think we are making consultation with the government to do the part of identification. And we have some friends that we are also discussing with them, and we'll also invite people to help us in, number one, capacity buildings, in terms of we have the people, the workforce, and also we have the infrastructure. But really, that's really what was part of my presentation. I wanted to bring to your attention how science, forensic, and intelligence can really work together. And to support this presentation, I'll be talking about the illicit drugs, which is a problem worldwide. And as it's a problem worldwide in Africa, in East Africa, we faced a very big problem, that East Africa becoming a conduit route for illicit drug trade. From Pakistan, We have Afghanistan and the other places. They pass through East Africa as they move to the west and down to the south. Now, in most cases, in most labs in East Africa, I don't know what other countries are doing. We are more concerned of routine test, the routine analysis, that you only identify that this is cocaine, this is heroin, this is methamphetamine. But beyond that, there are a lot of information that is left behind that can be used for intelligence. Other countries are doing this. In Africa, I think this is an emerging science that needs to be invested in. Now, the whole illicit drug supply chain has key players. As we know, every contact leaves a trace. There are silent features in the drugs that are not really speaking, but they are very much important in establishing the intelligence network of the drug. The key players in the market, we have the labs. They might be within the country or outside the country. Then we also have traffickers, we have wholesalers, we have retailers, and again, we have the users. Then finally, you will be having the final drug, which is a seizure, seized by the law enforcement authorities. Now, can we construct a drug to generate intelligence information that can be used to establish the market? Thank you very much. Now, that's really what we have. We took the samples from 2011 to 2021, and out of those samples, question number one, we wanted to know what are the precursors used to synthesize the drugs, which is an intelligence information. We identified the ephedrine, which is a precursor raw material as a starting material. Now, together with that, the next question was, what was the origin of the precursor? If you have a raw material, a starting material as a precursor, what was the origin? Was it synthetic or it was a natural? If now, the samples we have, we realized the precursor was coming from a plant. Which plant? The literature tells us. And this is done by looking at the co-extracted impurities, that when they were preparing that, other co-extracted impurities came from the plant, and they ended up with that. And the next one, was there any chemical links between the drugs that were sized in 2011, 2015, 2021, and etc. And if you create a link, means you can see the operation of those who are in the market. In doing this, we have this kind of the study, the variation, the interbatch variations, and also intersample variation. There was a good variation in that. Some samples were the same, means probably they were coming from the same source, or they are being trafficked by the same person. And to confirm that, we have a heat plot generation that really tells the linkage between one sample and another sample. Finally, we are grouping the samples. If we group a sample, we have an assumption that samples grouped together have the same people working on them, the traffickers and etc. Now we have this one here being used to group all the samples, and each group have similar, we realized that the samples that were in 2011, the first 3 were from the same source, and they were not related in any other sample in the same. Probably the trafficker was not in the market anymore, or they changed their strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Let's give a hand of applause for all the presenters also, please, for the wonderful work they've done. Before we break for tea, there is an announcement. The Rwanda Forensic Lab requests that all delegates from South Africa meet at the picture hall at the start of the tea break for a photo. Thank you. Okay. There is another announcement also coming. Yeah. Sorry about that. The last speaker apparently is Prudence Ndayisaba, who is going to present to us on flax-based ammo backface signature injury against 9 times 19 millimeter. Apology.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Prudent Aisawa, and I'm going to present about preparation and testing of flax-based armor body. Yes, what are the armor bodies? These are defensive coverings that armed personnel wear while they are in operations, whether they are conducting criminal activities, they're against criminal activities. So we have two types. There are soft body armors and hard body armors. Actually, the main function of this armor body just is to protect the human torso. So you can make them using animal skins, natural fibers, cotton textiles, metals like copper, steel, and so on and so forth. So before wearing these body armors, they have to undergo some testing with the standards that were set by National Institute of Justice with that version of 0.101.06. So there are some parameters that we are testing that has impact energy and velocity with different weight of these ammunitions. These are specific comparative properties of the fibers. The flax I'm talking about is a national fiber. This natural fiber was studied compared to synthetic ballistic fibers, which are Kevlar and Dyneema. These are ballistic synthetic fabrics. Yeah. For making these armor panels, there are some properties that we are taking into consideration to see the compatibility of these materials that we are going to have to make these panels effective and efficient. So the overall objective of this study is to make this armor body very, to reduce the weight of these armor bodies and to make it affordable to people who are in need. So for sample preparation, there are only 3 ways. We did hand layup method and the resin mix-up. These are matrix that are being used when laminating these natural fibers with the synthetic fibers to make a composite which is very effective. This is a testing lab where we have a universal receiver. This is a mobile refining rest, and we have the IR range where we determine the velocity of the bullets that are being discharged. These ammunition are being discharged. So these are the sample setup that we made. These are the prepared samples, laminated ones. So ballistic impact testing with these soft body armors, we only limited for the handguns. For the rifles one, we go for the hard armor materials like steel, copper, and so on and so forth. So with this standard of NIG, we tested this made soft body armor with flax-based to see the ballistic performance or penetration status if to see if we can meet the standards where the penetration cannot exceed 44 millimeters of backface signature. These are our panels that have been tested. Where it requires to shoot these panels at different angles, 30 degrees, 45 degrees, and 90 degrees. Where there is NP, this is non-penetration. So after conducting all these tests, after conditioning these armor body panels in different conditions like temperature, humidity, and water, we found that a standalone natural fiber cannot withstand 9 mm caliber, but when it is hybridized with the synthetic one, it can withstand at 64% successful withstand this caliber. Sorry. So concluding, same as I said, standalone cannot withstand, but when mixed with the synthetic one, we have two importance of having this product. One is the weight is reduced to make comfortable someone who is wearing, and the operationalize wise. And the cost is reduced also to make it available to the people, especially these uniformed personnel who are on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think we have passed our time, and no, we don't have time for questions, but I think we can intermingle and be together when we're having tea and ask questions to the presenters. That is then, there is another announcement that will be made. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may see that we are really struggling with time because today is very crucial. I will take, please, apologies to take 2 minutes from your tea break. And please look at the time to come back from tea break. The moderator, we appeal to you, kindly start right on time. There is no harm in picking your tea and gently coming to sit down. We have fantastic people that have been helping us. I mean, they'll be very happy to clear things, or we could gently put it back, but we want to maintain time. So for the 2 minutes, it's my pleasure to invite one of our founding members, and we have high respect for founding members. Dr. Ozimva Sylvester will take 2 minutes to share some thoughts. 2 minutes, not more than 2 minutes. ASFM was institutionalized and given a shape in Uganda in 2012, following the network that started in Botswana in 2010. And this man is one of the architects. So join me in welcoming Dr. Ozimva for 2 minutes. 2 minutes to share a thought with us, and then we go for a break.
Good morning, members, delegates. I would like to present to you one of the products of the African Society of Forensic Medicine. And this is a book, Medicine, the Law, and You. The importance is this: as experts, expert witnesses, we need to be conversant with some legal aspects so that you know the relevance of the evidence you are collecting and you know how to present it in the courts of law. I have very few copies of this book, which I would gladly have given to you free of charge, which I actually want to give to you free of charge. I only have one challenge. No publisher wanted to pick this, to publish this book. So I picked a bank loan. And yes, because of the passion I have for forensic evidence, I picked a small bank loan and actually published this book. So those of you who are interested in the book, kindly also help me to pay back the bank loan. So I have a few copies here, and maybe over tea break, you can approach me and I give them to you. Thank you very much. And I have some flyers for it. Thank you. It's a donation, so you donate to me whatever you have.
We call him the king. He's the only one we refer to as the king in ASFM. So a round of applause for the king. Please, tea break. We're coming back by 10:30. You have only 15 minutes for tea break. Apologies.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please come to the room for... Hello? Please come in. Please come in. Hello? Please come to the conference. Hey. Hello? Hello, please go to the conference room, please. To the conference room, please. Bravo. To the conference. To the conference room, please. The conference room, please.
You are the moderator.
What is your
Yeah, okay. I'm presenting this.
Yes, tell me how you pronounce your name.
Achampong.
Achampong.
Good. But I will be doing the first one,
Yes.
the trace evidence, with Dr. Stacy.
Yeah.
So she will come first. Good. So I will do the... So I'll do this one.
Yes.
She will come and introduce, then I will continue. Then I will continue the second one.
Yeah, the second one. Oh, who will come first?
So she, this one.
Yes.
The further.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, let's get seated. Asseyez-nous pour notre session. I think for this session 9, we'll have our keynote speaker, Dr. Vyasa, and we will have other 11 presenters. After that, I would like to invite the president of the ASFM to introduce Dr. Vyasa.
Thank you so much. It's my honor to introduce Vyas, someone I know personally. Dr. Vyas was instrumental in establishing the National Forensic Science University of India, and which is the predecessor for the XY Gujarat Forensic Science University, JFSU, as the first and so far the only forensic university of the world. As the founder director general of GFSU, Dr. Vyas started one of its institution of higher learning in 2009, which has more than 5,000 students undergoing 70 specialized postgraduate degrees and diploma courses being run in every possible branch of forensic science and its allied subjects. Besides launching academic courses, Dr. Vyas has laid special emphasis on undertaking training of officers from the police, judiciary, armed forces, bureaucrats, customs, immigration, banking, vigilance, and forensic science from India as well as abroad. As a result, the university has so far trained more than 25,000 officers. Please, a round of applause for this. More than 25,000 officers which is a huge effort in capacity building of the country. Even bigger contribution is in capacity building of 70 friendly foreign countries, as officers from these nations are being regularly impacted training, which has been deeply appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, I can spend the whole day reading about this icon of forensic science. But please allow me to summarize by ending with this sentence, that so far, Dr. Vyas is the first, and he's been awarded the highest civilian award by Government of India, and also awarded Padma Shri by Honorable President of India. If you understand the meaning of these awards, it is at the peak of recognition of his effort in developing forensic sciences, not only within India, but across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Sir Vyas, the Vice Chancellor of the National Forensic University in India, the first of its kind in the whole world, to give us this keynote speech. Welcome, Dr. Vyas.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wong. Good friend. I had the opportunity to work with him for quite some time in India, looking after Nepal and India relations. In fact, we were responsible for launching a new area, that is humanitarian forensics, first of its kind center of international level. Before I start my speech, I would like to say good morning to all of you. Namaskar and Varamutse. Varamutse to all of you. And before I go to this preventive forensics topic, because this topic I selected, I was asked to select a topic which I could speak to all of you, was selected because normally our impression is that forensic is normally used in the investigation of crime. So after the crime is committed, the forensic science comes into the picture. But then we also entered a new area, the prevention. Forensic science can also be used for prevention of crime. And this is how a new terminology is given by us. That was given in 2011-2012, that preventive forensics. So the same forensic science which you are using for investigation of varieties of crimes will now be used for prevention of crime. So I thought, let me share my views on this, because all of you may be interested. We are equally interested in preventing crime, because normally no country wants the crime to be committed and then you investigate. So before it is committed, if you are able to prevent using the same technology, it will be good. You can manage and maintain peace in the country. So that was the purpose. Now, before I go to the subject, I briefly would like to touch upon the Forensic Science University, which is established by Government of India in 2020. Prior to that, it was a state forensic university, but then from 2020 October, it has been declared as a national body. So the National Forensic Science University, that importance, with an institution of national importance status. So this was established by our visionary Honorable Prime Minister of India. You all know him, Mr. Narendra Modi. He is the person who could see the acute shortage of such experts, not only in India, throughout the globe. And it decided that why can't we start a university? So he was the person who was responsible for starting this. And when we started in 2009, we were the only university. And today also, in 2023, we are the only forensic university in the world. Many countries tried to come up with the same kind of institutions, but so far, not a single institution has come up in the world. So we still remain the only university in the world as far as the forensic science is education, research, training, consultancy is concerned. So I would like to start with the first slide showing the relationship with Rwanda. The Honorable His Excellency, the President of Rwanda, visited India in a vibrant Gujarat function. This was in 2015. And then that was our first MOU which was signed. That was the international MOU in presence of the Prime Minister of India and the President of Rwanda. This was done, and you see, this is the first. And this is how our relationship with Rwanda started. Next. The Defense Minister of Rwanda coming and visiting the university, October 2022, recently, about 6 months ago. And then we had detailed discussions on the activity of the university, how this can be used for the benefit of Rwanda government. That was the discussion point. The vision and mission of the university has already been discussed by Uom, so I'm not going to this, but I would just touch upon the academics program we run. We run around 72 programs, and we have around 5,000 students, as Om said, but out of which 218 are foreign students, and then others are doctoral, digital, masters, bachelors, etc. So these are students. And out of 280, I was just looking at the statistics. We have so far, during the last 5 years, we have educated 22 students from Rwanda. They came for master's program in various disciplines, forensic science, digital forensics, cybersecurity, etc. So 22 students have studied here and this university from Rwanda. Next, we get faculty from many countries who regularly come here and give lectures. The regular faculty, what we have in the university, is around 200. There are 65 visiting, and guest faculties are 75. So they come up from different countries. Some of them are here. These are the guest faculties coming from abroad, giving lectures to the students. Next. Australia, from Florida International. Then you have Dr. Belcher from Nebraska, US. We organized many international events. One was the International Conference on Criminology and Forensic Science, which was co-hosted by University of Bangladesh, Japan, and India. We did virtual convention on forensic sciences in August 2021. Next. There is also a body called ITPA, the International Association of Police Academies. So we are a member in this. In fact, this year we have been made vice president post is given to us. The headquarters is at Geneva. And the purpose of this association is there are 86 countries who are members. The police academies chiefs, they represent this body. We discuss how to strengthen policing using the capabilities of forensic science and even using technologies, etc. So that is discussed every year. And this time we are organizing this meet here in India, which we did in 2019. Again, we are doing in October. We also did a Colombo Security Conclave in 22 June. That was in the area of cybersecurity, which was for all the countries this part of the world. 6-day international conference on counter-terrorism, where application of forensic science in countering terrorism. That also we are promoting. How can you handle terrorism-related investigation and how can you prevent terrorism? That I will cover in preventive forensics presentation. Next. International Conference on Law and Forensic Justice. National webinar on cyber policing forward. Humanitarian forensics. This is a big thing. 7th Interpol meeting was organized here, NFSU, in a physical board, where digital forensic experts from around 72 countries, more than 400 experts participated. They are all in the area of digital forensics. And we had excellent interactions, exchange of views, excellent presentations, how to promote digital forensics in a big way throughout the world. virtual autopsy. Now, autopsy is no longer remained a conventional method. Also, automation in autopsy has come in form of virtual autopsy. So that was organized. That was an international meet. Trying to train the doctors who are performing autopsy. Medically correct. Interpol Young Global Police Leaders, they came from 44 countries recently, January 2023, last month only. They visited and were trained about the forensic aspects of investigation. One more international conclave. This was we did for the anti-corruption officers of the world. 150 countries participated. And there were more than 1,200 officials who were there online. And India was one of the partners in this conclave, and I was representing India. So application of forensic science in preventive vigilance and also in the investigation of anti-corruption cases. That was the topic. I spoke for 2.5 hours on this subject. Visitors coming to various visitors coming from different parts of the world regularly. Next. And we are setting up campus in Uganda. So now, because now we have national body and we are also institutes of national importance, we can set up our campuses anywhere in India and anywhere in the world. So the first international campus we are planning Uganda and also probably in Rwanda. So these are the two requests which are under active consideration of Government of India. So there will be 2 campuses, one in Rwanda and one in Uganda. Research, more than 2,500 publications, more than 90 research projects. Already 11 patents have come. 10th was there, but day before yesterday we got one more patent, international patent. In 11 patents. Now the facilities we have created, they are of international level. The Center of Excellence in Cybersecurity. All kinds of facilities, OT security, IT security, IoT security, all the 3 aspects of security are there. Ballistics range, we do firing, we also do the testing of bulletproof materials, jackets, helmets, glass piece, plates, and also the vehicles and tires. And this we are promoting in a bigger. Now you can apply psychology, investigation and prevention of crime. So we have also, so far it was only forensic psychology. They have entered a new area, investigative psychology. Use forensic psychology for investigative purposes. That branch is investigative psychology. Center of Excellence in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances. Humanitarian forensics. You may see Om there. Yeah, you see, it's there. It's very much there. Inaugurated. Center for Happiness and Well-being, based on psychological aspects. Yeah. These are the centers. Next. We have also designed an investigation van, which we are supplying to all stakeholders within India and outside India, which contains all tools and technologies of carrying out on-the-spot investigation of any kind of crime committed in any country, any part of the world. It has got all facilities and do testing and sports supplements. We also have been given powers under the Act of India to analyze and report any kind of crime samples. So we have started receiving large number of crime cases. So in addition to teaching, the faculty is also involved in training, faculty is involved in research, faculty is also involved in consultancy and with case examination. So the level of exposure the students are getting, you can understand. There are the international countries, the agencies, police agencies we are helping on regular basis. We have a team is there to test. The US team, defense team, we are helping them in identification of missing soldiers. These are our collaborations, 79 international and 107 national. So in all, we have 186 collaborations partners, which started with the Rwanda police, in fact. Various photographs of our Prime Minister came and met all the ambassadors who were in India, the ambassador of Rwanda and many other African. Defense Minister of Uganda also visited. French. Netherlands, Ghana, Suriname. Now we come to the topic. So, as I said in the beginning, forensic means application of various branches of science in the investigation and prosecution of crime. That's a routine definition we give on forensic science. So, detection, or you may say investigation and prosecution, applying various branches of science. To apply your knowledge of chemistry and investigate crime, it is forensic chemistry. You apply your knowledge of physics and investigate crime, it's forensic physics. You apply your knowledge of pharmacy and investigate crime, it's forensic pharmacy. You apply knowledge of engineering and investigate crime is forensic. Likewise, anything. You apply your knowledge of dentistry and investigate crime is forensic dentistry. You apply knowledge of nursing and investigate health investigation is forensic nursing. Likewise, varieties of branches, and all these branches we have a program, regular program, either the master's or PG diploma level programs. We try to create specialists in each area. There are issues in the engineering department, some irregularities in construction, etc. We are trying to create forensic engineers who are the best people to investigate such irregularities. So this is how this is done. So now, a slight mode, we entered into a prevention of crime area and we gave the name preventive forensics. This is also known as counter forensics. So how do you counter forensics? Means how do you apply your routine methods of investigations of forensics into countering the crime or into even you can say preventing the crime? This is how this definition has come. Now somebody asked me when we came out with this concept as to then what is the difference between preventive forensics and security? Because security is also prevention of crime. You apply all kinds of gadgets and they are used in the prevention. So what is the difference between the two? The answer was the difference between security and preventive forensic is we use same forensic tools and technology in prevention, which are normally used for investigation. So there is no change. Same forensic tools are applied in the prevention of crimes. That is how we call it preventive forensics. It is in a way a security. The tools and technologies which are applied, they are all forensic related technology. So this is how, and then you know Locard's principle and all this, so I am not going to the details, but then this is how but there are three major areas of forensic intelligence. See, when preventive forensics requires, because even in conventional security, if you see, government develops a very good intelligence department, intelligence gathering. And many times the intelligence gatherings become very useful in prevention of crime. Before the crime takes place, you are able to stop it because you have gathered the information regarding the crime to be taken, which may take place in a next Monday, next Tuesday, etc. And these are the people who are planning to commit crime. That information is gathered through intelligence. We are talking here intelligence gathering using forensic mechanism. So this can be done by three ways. Detection. If your crime detection is proper using the skill of forensic science, that also helps in prevention. Because the criminals will be scared if they commit crime, will be identified. Now all kinds of technologies are used in the investigation. So if I commit crime, I will be caught. So that fear psychology also helps in prevention of crime, because now your investigative and detective methods are very strong and very accurate. That is one aspect of technology for prevention. The second is prevention itself. So first is you strengthen your detective capabilities, and then second is you develop your preventive capabilities, preventive of crime. And the third, you do surveillance using your forensic technologies and tools. So you can call it vigilance, you can also call it surveillance. So these are the words which are normally applied by the administrators or by the police officers. They go for surveillance in some of the areas, they also have vigilance. So vigilance is a need. So every country has got a vigilance department. So they keep vigil on various activities. But we are talking of vigilance using technology. So this is divided into 6 basically classified areas. Biometric databases. You should have a good biometric databases for prevention of a crime. If suppose my fingerprint, the first biometric database, is available with a part of the database created and kept by the government, I will be scared of committing a crime, at least by giving a fingerprint, etc. Then, yeah, if I leave a fingerprint, I will be identified and I will be caught. So this how any kind of database you generate, database of a voice, database of DNA, there are multiple databases of face. So all kinds of databases, if they are prepared and kept of all required areas, that's a very good preventive methods that we have seen. CCTV monitoring, excellent. Now somebody can say CCTV is a security related area, but we say that CCTV monitoring from forensic angle is slightly different. Then active data collection, that method should also be there. The moment something happens, there has to be fast collection of data. Big data analysis, huge data are collected now through, say in case of cybercrime, etc. The data you take out from mobile or computer or digital devices are huge number. So you must have mechanism of immediate analysis of this data through big data analysis mode, and then try to identify who could be the person who could commit the crime in future. Social media monitoring is very important. Now you can develop a kind of a profile, psychological profile of a person based on the communication the person makes in social media. What kind of person he or she could be. So try to generate and collect all communications this person is doing, who is your suspect, which you got through intelligence information, that he is a person who is likely to commit crime. Now this person solely has social media monitoring, and then you try to create his profile. And the profile is created, his contexts are also identified, and then you can go in a big way in preventing and catching this person. And case data compilation and representation is a routine where you compile the data and then represent it properly so that it can be used for preventive. So preventive forensics again can be discussed in this way. How can you do this? How can you prevent crimes in your country? So I have taken 5 points. First is disciplining the wrongdoers. So criminals and the wrongdoers, you need to discipline them. Discipline can be brought by educating them properly, as if they commit crime, they will be caught. Committing crime is not permissible. Committing crime is injurious to their own family, his own person, and this is how the persons are to be educated that whatever activities we are doing of committing crime is not socially acceptable. So this kind of social education too. And I would also call it a rehabilitation of people who have got a criminal intent. So these people can be rehabilitated, educating them properly, making them disciplined people. So they follow the way they promoting culture of integrity. Yeah, why integrity is required? Why when somebody should be honest? And integrity includes everything. Committing crime is dishonesty because you are doing it for your certain intent or certain motive. Use of technology and tools for vigilance. Yeah, this is what we are going to discuss, how we can use tools and technology. Forensic psychology is used in a big way. Forensic psychology is used in the investigation and detection of crime. Forensic psychology is also used in. So this is a very important tool which we have seen, because when you interrogate psychologically this kind of suspects and then take out information as to what are the future plans, they are going to commit crimes, which are the places and which are the organizations which they are connected, and which are those organizations. If you are able to collect all this sensitive information using your psychological expertise in this area, you are able to prevent crimes in a big way. And this is what we have been promoting in India. I tell you, many terrorist activities we were able to stop by interrogating some suspects who were planning to do some bombings in some parts of this country. And this came out and handled them psychologically. So forensic psychology has been found to be a very useful method in prevention of crime. It is also useful in investigation. Punitive forensics, yeah, this we will discuss. These are the punitive tools. Digital forensics is one of the tools which can be used for prevention. Social media monitoring, we have already discussed. Facial recognition techniques. Now this, you can, when you have developed this facial recognition techniques, and if you are able to create database of all the faces of all the suspects, terrorists, etc., and the moment this person is there in a crowd, through CCTV imaging, you are able to pinpoint that person that, yeah, now the CCTV or your tool and monitoring system is able to identify the person that, yeah, he is there. Second importance is you don't want any unidentified or a suspect person entering your premises. You are handling a very sensitive organization. So there, the face images of all suspects have been kept in the database in your organization. The moment this unknown person enters, there is an alarm given that he is out of this suspect list. So this is how he is not allowed to enter the organization. So you are preventing a crime, or you would have committed a crime in your organization. This is how facial recognition techniques are largely used. And they are used in investigation of crime also. Somebody has committed a crime, his face is seen somewhere. Now you try to compare his face and try to identify the person who was committing a crime. Catch him. And then you can do it through crime mapping and geometry, which are the places where large number of crimes are taking place, some kind of mapping. And then you can concentrate on those areas which are more prominent in crime committing. So a special care can be taken and seeing that they are educated, proper vigilance is kept there, etc. 9 minutes. I will inform, I've got 9 minutes. So within 9 minutes, we'll try to finish. Next. So crime prevention models, that also is there. And it's got 5 parameters: natural access control, natural surveillance, territoriality, activity support, and maintenance. I don't have time to go into the details of each and every parameter, but this we call CPTED. CPTED is crime prevention through environmental design. So by changing the environmental design, you are able to prevent large number of crimes. That also is a very good idea. Of course, not totally related to forensics, but it is definitely a science. Now, forensic intelligence, police forces are increasingly realizing the need for high-performance connectivity, providing real-time access to applications required to check the validity of a driving license and their documents. Now, by checking such kind of important documents, you can judge a person whether the person is traveling with a fake document or not. If this is found out, you are able to pay that person. That kind of detection again is done based on your expertise, also based on forensic tools. I have discussed one case in France. What happened was the police are equipping their operational forces with secure connected tablets and smartphones, which provide users with encrypted communications and secure mobile applications. So that is also very important. Whatever you communicate has to be in encrypted form, so the criminals are not able to catch as to what you are communicating to your follow officers, etc. So encrypted mode of communication is very important in preventive forensics. Now, ground level surveillance. In India, what we are doing is we have generated mobile applications empowering common man to become citizen police. It contains SOS button. So there are some mobile instruments given to various citizens, especially the woman and child. So the moment you find that something is going to happen against you, just press the button on the mobile. And if the message goes to the nearest police control, and then the person comes and takes care of you. Now, this is done through a technology tool which you use for forensic investigations. And then active monitoring of CCTV footages also is very important, and I will discuss in the video analytics method. So if you are monitoring your CCTV images, footages, recordings properly, you are able to control, manage, and prevent 90% of crimes. That's what we have seen. And ground level surveillance also include simple technical methods such as human intelligence gathering and postal interception. So that also interception we are not going to discuss because that's a part of the law enforcement agencies. Now this CCTV surveillance is found to be very useful because when many a times when crowd commits crime, it's a huge crowd. This is what happened in capital of India last year. A large number of people, thousands of people, got together and started committing crime, even beating the police, etc. Now, identifying them was very important because huge crowd and who is doing what was very difficult. And large number of CCTV images were available. But then forensically, we could classify each one, and you will not believe, but each perpetrator was identified using forensic methods of face recognition, and then the report was submitted, and they all have been prosecuted. So out of 30,000 people, we are able to pinpoint 250, 260 people that they are the people who are responsible for committing these offenses. So this CCTV analysis monitoring, both are very important. CCTV analysis for identification of criminals and CCTV monitoring for prevention of. Same CCTV are used for security, and same CCTV are also used for preventive forensics. Now then, in CCTV, you also use them for gathering forensic intelligence. They are very good potential, very good tool, investigative tool. We have seen recently, we came across a case where the judge was handling a very sensitive case, went for a morning walk at 5 o'clock, early morning. And then the three-wheeler fellow came behind him and he was pulled down. And the person died. Now, there was no number plate, etc., visible when you examine CCTV in the morning, because it was not that light was also not available. It was almost a dark kind of a situation. Then examining the CCTV, then we could also see that yes, this was the three-wheeler which was used in this kind of a crime. Second question came, how many people were sitting in this three-wheeler? And then we could also identify two people sitting in this three-wheeler, and subsequently they were arrested. They were investigated and interrogated using our methods of forensic psychology. The crime could be proved. They have been prosecuted recently. This is what CCTV plays a very major role in investigation. Now, this is again CCTV, but now here it is video analytics. So here what is required is you analyze CCTV recordings with a lot of ease. Say, for example, you are investigating a case where a person wearing a red shirt was suspected to have committed a crime, who passed by this road at this point of time. But then, at that point of time, there were many people passing by, and it was difficult to take out that person and then identify that person. So this is a tool available where you only give a command, red shirt, person, even you can say male and female, male with red shirt. And it will take out only people who are passing by that passage wearing red shirt. And also the timing and date, everything comes. So even if you want as to how many times this person passed through this area during last 1 week, you can find out. The next, and it is not only a person, even red car, red scooter, white color vehicle, anything, bicycle, etc. Anything, any command you give is able to segregate and then give you the details of that person who is wearing those or the clothing, etc. of your choice. You are interested in searching. So you can use it for face comparison, which I will say. And we also have audit mechanism, forensic audit. Anything unusual is happening in your organization, the CCTV immediately picks that and gives you an alarm. For example, the first is missing object detection. Daily, there is a table in my chamber, for example. I keep 6 items and nothing is changed for last many months. Suddenly, one of the items is taken out and CCTV image captures it. Gives a signal. There is a missing item. So where this missing item is gone? Who is responsible for taking it? So this can be used for prevention and also can be used for investigation. Similarly, a small fire took place in our compound, our premises. It was not noticed by anyone, but then CCTV captures. And next day when you come to the office, tells you that yes, there was a small fire in the night in your compound. Put off. Nothing major which happened, but at least you come to know that, and then you can find out as to why this fire took place, who was responsible, and then you can also take steps to prevent such kind of incidents in the future. So this is how this is known as forensic audit. Forensic audit of CCTV is very, very important. Anything unusual happening, then what is the routine? Bringing it to a lot as alarm comes. Now, superhuman recognizers, how much time we have? It is almost over. So then we also use drones. Drones are used for investigation of crime. They are also used for prevention of crime. You can take photography, videography, and you can use using the forensic skills, that is drone forensics. You can also investigate such cases, and they can also be used for prevention of this kind of crimes where drones are being used for commission. Next. I'll just finish in 2 minutes. voice interception, uniqueness of every part of human body, unique, right? Our voice is also unique. And then you intercept the voice of terrorists, for example, have a database of the voice samples of all the terrorists. The moment that fellow comes on the line and the technology starts recording the voice, and then you can now know the conversation. The program identification of this. Now, secret messages are also sent for committing crime, and the pure mechanism of reading them, many times they are not readable. And you just apply UV light, then the message becomes readable. You are able to do this, you can find, and this is nothing but a forensic skill where you read it. And in a computer language, you say you decrypt. Here it is a decryption, but in a conventional method. So that handwriting, which is readable, some techniques, tools. And if you are able to read, then in miniature writings, cryptography also is one of the methods. Signography, there also things are not visible. Some of the examples I have given. Next. Yeah, this is UV pen. Now you able to read, otherwise it was not readable. Cryptography also is there, where signography behind the photograph, you send some messages to read as to what was the message sent, hiding. Then databases, if you have a good database mechanism, very varieties of items in your country, if you are able to save country and in a big way, these are the database required for firearm signature marks, database for paints, database for fingerprints, database for DNA profiling, database of handwritings, database of ink, database of counterfeit currency, database of voice, database of facial impression. If these kind of databases are taken of all the suspects and preserved, maintained and managed, then go for prevention of this kind of big way. Pathology I have already discussed, used big way. I did not get time, otherwise I would have spoken on forensic psychology for another half an hour. So how we can use forensic psychology, how to take out information using your skill of psychology, criminal, before the fellow commits a crime. So that is also very freely used here in India and our university. We have all these tools available. Let's use one tool where you can see the eye, an eye detect. So you just ask the person to look at the screen, and if the person tells lie, so the points of the pupils and all that can be reached. Not allowed to enter at least the US President's office, the system is kept. But he wants to enter in US President's office, he has to go to this technology, he has to put his face, look at the screen, and there is a questionnaire given. He has to read the questions and give the reply. If the reply is no, he has to press the left button. If it is yes, by the end of it, the system says he is a suspect. I detect, I have discussed here. Then you also have methods where you can check the micro expressions, and you can prepare even behavioral patterns of people. So from that behavioral pattern, you find out person could be a suspect from his behavior. So this also is a very important tool. Right? Lastly, side of our Home Minister, he made a statement recently. Made compulsory now in India, that India aims to make forensic investigations compulsory and legal for all offences attracting punishment of more than 6 years. For the statement of our Honorable Home Minister, I will conclude with a statement of our Honorable Prime Minister. The photograph, he had the Honorable President of Rwanda. What the Prime Minister says is, recently he gave a statement Today, the nature of crime is changing. We need to understand the new age technologies. We have entered into 5G era. Need to be more and more vigilant. Narendra Modi, Honorable Prime Minister. So with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you. Murad Jose. Murad Jose.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I think this time we will have the email from Vyasa so that we can give our questions or comments about his presentation. Thank you. As we go to the next, is there any questions, sir? As we go to the next presentation, I would like to have, we have this announcement that people that were interested in the anti-GBV side event, we would like to let them know that the event has been cancelled. And people who are interested to visit the One-Stop Center can now register at the technical desk at the reception before midday. Just pour les gens qui parlent français, il y a une annonce provenant du comité d'organisation. Le séminaire anti-GBV a été annulé. Et pour plus haut à ceux qui sont intéressés de visiter le One Stop Center, ils pourront s'inscrire à l'entrée avant 2h. Merci beaucoup. So our next presenter is Tafadwa, who is a lawyer and a legal researcher from Zimbabwe. She has been avid interest in forensics, and she's also teaching undergraduate law students and medical student. The scope of her research is multidisciplinary, and her focus is on interdisciplinary approach in sciences. Please welcome, let's welcome Tafazwa on stage.
Good morning. So I'm presenting a topic on digital forensics and judicial integrity and cybersecurity. As an analysis of procedural fairness, the scope of my study is still ongoing and it's limited to Zimbabwe. Right. So the first thing that that I was mainly focused on was what digital forensics is and what it encompasses. So it encompasses the retrieval, analysis, and the use of digital evidence in a criminal and in a civil investigation. So it's not only limited to forensics, because mostly when we speak about digital forensics, people automatically think about computers, but it's not only limited to computers, it's also limited to other forms of digital data, right? So it can also be used as inculpatory evidence and exculpatory evidence. Inculpatory meaning incriminating, exculpatory meaning exonerating. Right, so the focus of this paper is on mobile forensics, mobile or smartphone forensics. We all use our smartphones, right? And mobile forensics is relatively new, and it is a branch of digital technology, right? So you find that cell phones have actually emerged as both a vital source for criminal investigators and defense lawyers. So this is mainly because people keep a lot of personal related information in phones, right? So whilst this is an emerging branch of digital technology, what are the investigative challenges that have been posed by smartphone forensics? Right, one of the challenges that I would like to talk about are technology-based sexual abuse forms in the form of cyberbullying and in the form of cyber harassment. Cyberbullying and cyber harassment involves acts of aggression through computers, cell phones, and electronic devices. So I've given an example in this paper of revenge pornography, which is an involuntary or non-consensual image sharing. Right. So the case study I have here is the removal of the former High Court Judge Thompson Mabikwa from office. So these are the relatively simple facts of the case. Judge Thompson Mabikwa was a widowed judge in Bulawayo, which is the second largest city in Zimbabwe. He was in a relationship with a clerk of court. She was a clerk of one of the High Court judges. I've included her name in the presentation. Her name was Oratile. On the 21st of February, the judge's friends and family and colleagues, they woke up to nude pictures and raunchy WhatsApp texts that were sent from his mobile phone. Apparently, the lady in question had discovered that the judge was seeing another woman and sent pictures of the judge's manhood to all contacts in his mobile phone, including a judge's group. So, a 3-member tribunal was appointed to inquire on the removal of the judge from office. The panel was supposed to investigate whether the judge committed acts of sexual harassment, whether he possessed pornographic material, and any other matter the panel would deem appropriate. These are the tribunal's findings. The judge was unfit to hold office. There was evidence of gross misconduct because he was in possession of pornographic material in terms of Section 26 of the Censorship and Entertainment Control Act. Then I think their decision was also made in Section 7.1 of the Judicial Code of Ethics, where they had to establish whether his conduct was improper or whether or not he avoided impropriety. Right. I think one thing I would like to make you note is that the tribunal's findings are not public. This is based on a newspaper article. Attempts were made to get a transcribed judgment, but the response I got was that they are sent to the president directly, and you can only get them through the president. So then we come to the question of procedural fairness, the principles of natural justice, the audi alteram partem, the nemo iudix and sua causa. All administrative decision makers should be impartial and unbiased in their deliberations. Was the removal of the judge transparent and independent? Article 187.2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Zimbabwe many academics have actually said this poses as a threat to the independence of the judiciary, because once findings are done by the Commission of Inquiry, the judge in question is suspended. Then the tribunal's recommendations are supposed to be binding on the president. Is it a question of corruption? Article 1 of the AU Convention, and also the United Nations Convention against corruption, right? So a judge from the US actually defines corruption as something that you cannot point out you cannot point out that this is corruption, but when you see it, you know it. So was it a question of nepotism and creolism? Was the judge politically incorrect? In the previous year, the judge had granted bail to a chief who was known to be in support of the opposition party. So was the commission's finding based on morality? Right. What are the investigative challenges when it comes to digital forensics in issues of revenge pornography? One, proving that an accused is truly the person who posted the pictures rather than the third party with whom the parties shared. Cell phones themselves make it even more difficult to trace who posted what. Then there's a difficulty in prescribing the family and friends to save evidence rather than to delete it in a misguided act to protect the victim. And then there's also a failure in general to see revenge porn as a criminal violation. Normally the victim of revenge porn is seen to be at fault. Right. We are still on investigative challenges, right? There's a process that we call hashing in digital evidence. It is common in computer forensics, right? I think by now we know that everyone has unique fingerprints by which one can be identified. So in a virtual world, how do people differentiate digital files? In a virtual world, specifically computer forensics, a hash is a document identifying fingerprint. So the process of hashing is a mathematical process, right, which includes algorithms to calculate the value from a stream of data that will identify a file. So hashing determines whether a digital file has been tampered with. So is hashing appropriate in cell phone forensics? Can it provide an appropriate solution to cyberbullying? Back to the case study that I have been focusing in this study and that I'm still focusing in. Was hashing appropriate in order to determine whether or not the judge was a victim or a perpetrator? How does a victim become a perpetrator?
Thank you so much, Safatwa. A round of applause to her, please. Our next presenter is Dr. Stacy, who is a financial forensic expert and in the security professional. He's a global president of the International Academy for Certified Disaster Emergency, Criminology and Forensic Professional in the UK. He's a country director for the IGIHE in Nigeria, and he's a lead consultant of the GGC Consulting Limited, providing practical forensic training. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Good morning, participants. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, this slide, okay. Thank you. Distinguished participants, good morning. I'm here to present a paper titled, Sorry, this is not the paper, please. Sorry, he's loading a different paper. Okay, thank you very much. I hope my time starts now. Okay, I'm here to present a paper titled Trace Evidence, Effective Skills in the Harmonization of Forensic Science in Africa. The purpose of this paper is simply to make the knowledge of forensics, trace evidence, an insightful skill for all forensic experts. We shall be taking you through the introductory stage, the definition of trace evidence, types of trace evidence, mode of transfers, identification, collection, preservation, and analysis, as well as the challenges you are bound to face, and then recommendation. You will agree with me that trace evidence cuts across every field of endeavor. It's a multi-facet discipline. When we talk about forensics, I believe everyone here knows what forensic means, so there won't be need trying to define that. And because forensic is a multifaceted discipline, it is important that every expert, be you accountant, lawyer, medical doctor, or whatever discipline you find yourself, to have a very good knowledge about trace evidence. In fact, it is a critical success factor for all practitioners. Trace evidence in forensics simply means the smallest minute evidence that can be found in a crime scene, or the perpetrator of a particular crime. Now, some of these examples of trace evidence has to do with hair, fibers, paint, glass, soil, gasoline, dust, fingerprints, shoe marks, so very many of them. Will be in the course of this presentation, you will know why we picked the hair as first. Now, when we talk about trace evidence, you cannot complete trace evidence without bringing to bear the Lookout principles of exchange. And you will agree with me that as we have all walked into this auditorium, every one of us here has left something here, which could be seen with your naked eyes or with an invisible one. So trace evidence could be visible, it can be invisible. And that's why it's a critical success factor for every crime investigation. How much material is transferred is affected by the intensity of the contact, the duration of the contact, as well as type of surface. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring my partner, Dr. Kofi Echampong, to take us through the remaining part of this trace evidence, and then as well as delve into the aspect of her investigations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stacy. So straightforward, trace evidence can either be a direct one or indirect one. So for instance, when you get to a crime scene, you can, for instance, if you have a dog and the hair of a dog gets to the owner, it's a direct one. The indirect aspect could be someone who is not maybe in the house of where the dog is, and through the contact of the dog owner also picks the hair. So it can be found in the secondary crime scene as well. So we talk about the persistence of trace evidence. The reason why this presentation is very important is, as forensic medicine expert and forensic pathologist, we might always be thinking about certain things that deals with autopsy, that deals with examinations, but there are these minute evidences that you can also find on the body, which is very, very important. It is not always that you have to think about DNA as the first option. You have to search for this trace evidence, which most of the time will lead you to conclusion. It can be classed or it can be individualized, especially if you take the ABO class system of blood, that will put you in a group. But with the individual one, it will put you by doing DNA. These trace evidences can be collected either by vacuum, it can be collected by scraping, combing, and normally it can be kept in paper bags or bottles. Identification is both physical and chemical, which is very, very important. And this leads us to the probability of determining whether it belongs to the perpetrator, the victim, or it was something that was found on the environment. Most of us, especially in paint, as a trace evidence, in situations of hit and run, they will bring the body to your autopsy table. You might be keen in the autopsy, but you should be looking for some of these subtle evidences, because this paint can tell us the make of that car, and we can go for the perpetrator. Blood spatter, fingerprint, hair, glass is a very, very important trace evidence. Soil, where the crime happened, very, very, very important. And even in the aspect of forensic microbiology, if you do the soil analysis very well, you can actually sample the insect and you can determine even the substances that are there. We have the equipment that we use for trace evidence. There are a few challenges. Most of these trace evidences are very similar. And we see that there's a lot of mobility between criminals. Sometimes it makes it difficult. However, there are some trace evidence like hair that can be individualized. So the question you ask yourself is what it is, then the rest will follow. How is it significant? This trace evidence is very, very significant because it will help you to reconstruct your crime scene. What is important is most of the time, forensic pathologists are left off the reconstruction of the crime scene, but you should be part. Most of the time, forensic medicine experts are called to visit crime scenes. And when you go and you come back to your autopsy table, you should put these subtle evidences together to make better conclusion. And it also helps you to get acquittals and to give proper expert opinion. So we recommend that it should be added to the training curriculum of all forensic medicine experts. And all of us here shouldn't be oblivion of the fact that there are trace evidence everywhere that you can see or you cannot see. So now come with me. Let's discuss one of the trace evidence, which is hair analysis.
Thank you, Dr. Kofi. I think he's the one going to present. He's Dr. Kofi, and he's a forensic clinician, a researcher with the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. He's a forensic correctional physician, and he's a part-time lecturer in the university. Please, Dr. Kofi, the floor is yours for your presentation. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's okay, good. So this is a research that I did together with Professor Caleb of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Actually, Kwame Nkrumah is one of the African presidents that is hailed all across because he is a Pan-Africanist and he wanted the total liberation of all Africa. And that is the university I completed. To move on, this study was done to actually test psychoactive substances in human hair. Most of the time, we use traditional biological matrices like blood or urine. However, there are certain things like nails, saliva, hair, etc. that you can use. And as I mentioned earlier on, hair is an example of a trace evidence. Most of us will overlook it, but it carries a lot of importance. So now I'll take you through the outline. In fact, when you talk about hair analysis, one major important thing I want you to pick is the aspect of it has been recognized as a complement to urine analysis as well as blood analysis. And when you talk about crime, you cannot take drugs away from it. And it is interlinked. The problem statement was actually when we use the urine, we use the blood. It has a limited duration of disappearance. So you see that it disappears after a few hours or days in your urine or in your blood. But however, when we talk about hair, it has a better depiction and window of inspection. Okay, and it will help you and afford you a length of time to do even retrospective monitoring of drugs, which is very, very important. So the purpose of this study was to detect the commonly abused substances among inmates in selected prisons using forensic hair analysis. Why did we choose the prison? Prisons are not supposed to have drugs there. However, we all know that drugs are smuggled into our prisons in the world every day. So we need to find out whether truly it is there. If it is there, how can we detect it? Are we going to use the traditional matrix, blood, urine? No, there is an alternative, which is the hair. So now let's go on. The objective was to actually determine the most psychoactive substance of abuse. So this was done by administration of a structured questionnaire, okay, to the inmates to determine whether people are using the substances. And we want to assess whether the drug of abuse in the prisons, the predisposing factors, and the effect on them. And we looked at how we can correlate the detection of the substance in hair as against the self-reporting with the questionnaire and as well as the urine test. Because I cannot decide to test for only hair. I have to confirm it in the urine, then confirm it in the hair. Then I will know whether there is a correlation between them. So we went on to justify it. And this is a human hair. Actually, it's a very important tissue in our system. and it makes our ladies beautiful. So hair is very, very important. And this is the cycle of hair growth. It goes through the 4 stages. We have the anagen, the catagen, the telogen, and the anagen phase. And we can read more about it. So the mechanism of incorporation, there are 4 main mechanisms of incorporation of drugs into hair. It's by passive diffusion, it's by during hair formation, and we have a gland called sebaceous gland, which produces sebum, and which is attached to the sweat gland. And this, through that, it can also get incorporated into the hair. Then we have external. Our ladies use a lot of pomades that are made of these substances, and it can get incorporated with time as well. So this is the mechanism of drugs. So now let's look at it. Let's center on cannabis. You see, if you do single use, it takes 3 days to clear from your system, your urine. If you are a moderate user, it's 4 days. If you're a chronic or heavy user, it's 10 days. And if you are a heavy user, it takes 27 days. So that is why in most cases, if you say you smoke anything and we are testing your urine is above 27 days, we will not get it. However, if you test your hair, we can have it. So the design was a quantitative, it was a descriptive cross-sectional. In that population, we did purposive and simple random. You know, in a prison setting, you cannot just go, you use drugs. No. You need to go for the people you believe they use. They lead you to the next person. After that, you get the people who use the drugs. Then you use simple randomized sample to prevent any bias in order to get the sample. And that's the length. So ethical approval is very, very important when you are doing anything in relation to humans, and especially in the vulnerable. So we have to get ethical clearance from these institutions. And what we did was, we first administered the questionnaire. We looked at the most commonly abused substances. We used the urine test kit. We tested each of them, their urine, and tested for these substances. Then after that, we determined that the most commonly abused substance is cannabis. And the most predominant psychoactive substances in cannabis is THC, CBN, and CBD. So we went in to test for that in hair by using the GCMS. That is gas chromatography, mass spectrometry. And this was done at the Ghana Standards Authority. It is an ISO certified laboratory to test samples. So after that, we realized that 54% actually tested for benzo 76 with the THC, the most active substance, and the significant difference, the p-value was significant for THC in urine and as against the self-reporting. We also went ahead to test the most commonly abused substance that we found using the questionnaire, using the urine analysis in the hair. And we found out that 54.8% tested positive in THC using the hair sample. And we went ahead, so this was the chromatograph. If you do the analysis using the GCMS, this is how the chromatograph appears. And we did it for both THC, CBN, and CBD. THC is, I'm sure you all know, CBN, we all know, cannabidiol and cannabinol, then tetrahydrocannabinol. So we tested for these 3 most psychoactive substances in cannabis. And in conclusion, we realized that the most common drug of abuse is the cannabis, which is normally called marijuana or weed. And we realized that most of them reported that they use it in order to cope with the stresses in the prison. And we also found that there wasn't any correlation, significant correlation. Please look at the last point. There wasn't any significant correlation between the detection of psychoactive substance of abuse using hair analysis and self-reporting evidence as among incarcerated persons. So the recommendation was to make sure we use hair analysis as a complement to urine analysis, because you cannot use it alone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kofi.
Thank you.
Yeah, our next presenter is Dr. Inosaha Hirwa, who is a senior lecturer at the University of Rwanda, College of Medicine and Health Sciences. He's a pharmacist with a PhD in clinical toxicology. He's a senior consultant pharmacist at Kigali University Teaching Hospital, and he's a lecturer of forensic toxicology in the School of Medicine, Pharmacy at the University of Rwanda, and he'll be presenting about aflatoxins, B1 level in food samples. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's quite an honor to get this opportunity to make my short presentation. I would like to take this opportunity first to thank the organizers of this conference, which is really a very nice platform to share some thought and findings with regard to our respective researches. Yeah, I'm going to present on this topic, as they said. It's on our investigation of levels of aflatoxin B1 in food samples we collected in different parts of the country. We really focused on these 3 districts. You would know why when I will be presenting. Just a quick reminder, aflatoxin is really all aflatoxins. Let me take them in a group. They're really part of mycotoxins responsible for now many cases of poisoning. Sometimes we may call them involuntary poisonings because people may not have really much information, especially with regard to the level of aflatoxin in the food stuff. It's always good to remind people that really this is a toxin which is found more frequently in cereals, and maize and the other related like peanuts are really prone to develop such kind of mycotoxins. Knowing that in many countries, especially or in low and middle income countries, we are having our food regimen really including those cereals, especially for those who may have centers taking care of children with malnutrition and so on. We use most frequently such kind of food. So they're prone really to develop such kind of intoxication. And for children, this intoxication is even really very dangerous compared to adult people because it's going beyond and interfere with the growth. So basically, the toxicity is really via DNA modification, which is at the end going, if I just summarize, going to affect the cell regulation, and at the end there will be really formation of DNA adducts, which are responsible mainly for hepatic carcinoma type of cancer, really for liver. But it's always also good to remember that aflatoxins are responsible for acute toxicity. So we do have common symptoms involving nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and convulsion. They can really lead to death. We do have some historical events where aflatoxin was responsible for a mass death of people. On a chronic basis, apart from the cancer, you have hepatotoxicity, immunotoxicity, and teratogenicity, which are also associated with intoxication with aflatoxin B1. Now the focus is put on B1 because this is the most commonly studied and known about among the group of aflatoxins, and it's one really responsible for different cases of intoxication. I cannot really close this introduction part without highlighting the fact that this is classified by International Urgence for Research on Cancer as group 1 agent. So this is to mean that it's really a non-carcinogenic agent. I'm presenting just preliminary result of the first objective of our project, and I will focus just on levels of aflatoxin in foodstuff we collected. Very quickly, we made a collection of different type of samples, including flowers, but also grains, because both can get contaminated. And our sampling took place in different corners of the country. We've chosen those districts based on the DHA's findings, previous DHA's findings, which were really showing that such part of country are having a high rate of stunting. And we know that aflatoxin can also really be responsible. This is how we did. We went in the north, in the Burera province, and then we took a Kigali, which was not really having, which was having the lowest to be used as a control group. And then we went into Huye. Huye is in the south of the country, and the other district in north, they were too having the relatively high rate. If I just jump, the analysis was done with a immunoassay laser, but also on the other hand, we used ultra-performance high liquid chromatography, which is coupled to fluorescence detector. Those who are accustomed to chromatography, they can easily understand. Those two methods were developed, provided the range for which they were validated. And then for UPLC, it's important, I realized that the LOK is 0.05 up to 500 microgram by kilogram. If I jump very quickly to the result, because I can see that the time is going on, we realized that in general, there were really a high level of aflatoxin if we compare to different references. We use the references from the European Union and those from East African community, and the majority of the samples, they were having really a relatively high level of aflatoxin. An attention should be put on the fact that flowers were having more aflatoxin compared to grains, because when we tried to do an variate analysis, we found that there was a significance or difference with the p-value of this value you're having here. So trying to correlate the level of aflatoxin with the regions, we find that there was a really high level of aflatoxin in the foodstuff collected from the Huye district, which is represented here as the southern province. We are still looking for reason, because this is an ongoing study, and probably we will end up by finding the reason why we do have this. So to conclude, we find that really there were relatively high levels of aflatoxin in all types of food stuff we analyzed, and we find that there may be an influence of the processing, because flowers compared to grain, we saw that there was that big difference. So we are planning to continue studying, to now sample biological samples and see the level of exposure in the target population. So just for the sake of time, I'm stopping by here.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hahirwa. We are having our next presenter, Victor Omondi, who will be telling us about compressed air forms with those things of fire residues. Victor Omondi is a forensic scientist and a medical biochemist. He has an experience in private and public sector, and he has been a government consultant. He has a strong military and protective service experience. He's a human DNA profiling and identification He's also a disaster victim identification. The floor is yours, Mr. Omondi Victor.
Thank you. Before I start, His Honorable Excellency President of Republic of Rwanda, Ministry of Justice, government officials, Rwanda Investigation Bureau, the Rwandan Police Force, professionals, students and staff, and our online participants. Maramutse, good morning. I would like to take this opportunity before I start to use this chance to inspire everyone in the room and motivate anyone that is watching me right now. Reason being, I'm really honored and humbled and blessed to stand before you, giving you this presentation. Given the current situation of the world, we have pre-COVID, post-COVID unemployment opportunities during my darkest time. Just by following a post by DNA for Africa and ASFM for call for submissions, I presented my abstract and it was accepted. It's an honor to stand before you. To go ahead, I'd like to present the effect of compressed air foam on the detection of ignitable liquid residues in fire debris. Most of you might ask, why did I choose this topic? Reason being, it is a unique and important topic, which is currently very rare. And I would like to declare, I am the one who did this study and it hasn't been presented anywhere before. Reason being, unfortunately, there's only one study that has been done in comparison of the use of compressed air foam in investigating fire debris analysis, in which it was found that there was no interference using compressed air foam while doing analysis. Another reason being is because there is no other publication or research that has been done whereby compressed air foam has been used or has interfered with the investigation of debris analysis, hence my case study. I'd like to take this opportunity also to say that before I left to come for the conference, with the help of a few friends, I gathered all that I can to get a one-way ticket to Rwanda, which is very special for me. 26 hours on a bus, reached the bus stop, blacked out, woke up after 2 hours, found my way here just by walking through Rwanda. It is an honor. So, well, my mom asked, why are you going to Rwanda? How will you get there? I just told her, there is no way I'm missing my first international conference and to meet my tribe, my family, the professions of forensic science. And I would like to take this opportunity also to appreciate the person who motivated me and inspired me to do forensic science. Mr. John Mungai, thank you. The objective of this study was to prove that compressed air foam does not cause any interference on subsequent ignitable liquid residues, to determine the effectiveness of suppression between compressed air foam compared to water. Due to its unique properties, CAF is widely recognized and being used in the suppression of fire case scenarios. Reason being, it is due to its efficiency, anti-rebound performance, significantly less water damage, and the capability of large fire suppression and far distance agent. However, there has not been any study to systematically evaluate the fire suppression effectiveness of the mobile CAF systems until now, hence the uniqueness of this study. As you can see, the advantages of why CAF is being appreciated and being used right now is because the use of less water, the use of less foam concentrate, it gives a faster knockdown during fire case scenarios. It reduces the potential to rekindle during fire case scenarios. Also, due to its advantages outweighing the pro-cons of its disadvantages, that's why it's being used. You cannot do a study without looking at the advantages and the inherent limitations. So it also has its disadvantages, which is the main disadvantage is CAF adds expense to vehicle and can be a high maintenance item. Additional training needs to be done in the use of CAF during fire suppression techniques. Ignitable residues, these are accelerants that are typically used as fluid as a sort of deliberately introducing to a scene expressly for the purpose of facilitating or to spread fire. Commonly used accelerants would be petrol, kerosene, diesel. Petrol has high volatility, kerosene low volatility, diesel high boiling point and low volatility. On the left of your screen, you'd find chromatograms developed from the use of gas chromatography and mass spectrometry. As you can see, they're really beautiful for this study. In order, that's the top, it's petrol, the next one is kerosene, the following is diesel. American Society for Testing and Materials has provided standards for fire debris analysis, which was used during the study. Gas chromatography, is the method of choice for this study due to its sensitivity and its separation techniques. The technique involves visual comparison of chromatograms for fire debris extracts with those of non-accelerants. Below is an instrument, GCMS. Other analytical methods that can be used for this study is infrared spectroscopy, TLC, HPTLC, HPLC, vapor phase ultraviolet. But I would advise use GCMS due to advanced technology, and it's safer and it's more effective. Use of CAF and interference during analysis. It was found that CAF has no interference during analysis for fire debris in regards to collecting evidence from trace evidence to material evidence from victims. So field detection techniques, you can have canine teams, etc., until chemical tests. As forensic scientists, we have come a long way from a scene whereby you have a fire case scenario, you identify an item, you smell the product and say an accelerant was used. So a round of applause for forensic scientists. We are doing a good job. Sampling containers that were used. The best preferable sampling container for fire debris analysis is a tin. Why? Because the tin does not provide any source of cross-contamination, and it can be cleaned using UV. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Victor Mondi.
Thank you.
Thank you for your good presentation.
Yes. Just to finish, 1 minute. I would like to acknowledge some people in the crowd, my family members, my mentors, DNA for Africa, Vanessa Lynch, ICRC, Rwanda Police, and thank you very much. Murakotse.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nous allons à la présentation suivante qui sera donnée par Dr. Alfred Ngirababyeyi.
A presentation with Dr. Alfred Ngirababyeyi, who's a psychiatrist and head clinician at Geneva Teaching University Hospitals. I'm a Rwandan medical doctor. I followed my training at the Geneva Teaching University Hospitals. I really thank the organizers to have allowed me to come here to give my presentation as a forensic pathologist, so a forensic doctor. Now I'm talking about another topic when we're talking about the perpetrator or the crimes, in the opposite to the forensic doctor who focuses on the victim. As I told you, I work in forensic psychiatry, which works on measure work on people who have been condemned in Switzerland's jurisdictions So we give them the care because the judge found that these people made crimes in direct relationship to present because they had a serious mental disorder. Because this is a forensic psychiatry, I wanted to answer to a question that was asked to me by many colleagues who said, what do you do? What does a forensic psychiatrist do? I'm going to say that it's actually about 3 different aspects. We're going to focus on the people who are incarcerated, the inmates, and then you also have the follow-up of the people whose care is required to avoid any relapse into crime. Then you have legal psychiatry, where we have assessments, maybe in civil justice, maybe even in penal justice, criminal justice, criminal justice. Maybe there's also criminal responsibility for someone, for the author of a crime, and the level of how dangerous they are. We need to provide an expert assessment on his skills to drive. These can be used, for example, in social insurances. But our focus is on Rwanda now, my country. This country of 13 million inhabitants, where we have the advantage of speaking one and same language, the Kenya-Rwanda, and we have another number of official languages being English and French and Swahili. Regarding the psychiatric expertise, I looked at our legal text. There's articles, responsibility in Rwandan Penal Code in Article 85B. They talk about the age below 14 years, where if the inmate was judged to be mentally challenged when he committed the crime. This is an article whereby justice can order an expertise. I also took into account field realities, where we have a growing demand of psychiatrists, of forensic psychiatrists. We need to say that, for example, Rwanda has only one psychiatric hospital which can admit people who have this type of disorder, who are dangerous. So we have about 300 beds. In late years, nobody was admitted because they were thought to be irresponsible. But we don't have an appropriate forensic psychiatric unit. They are just mixed up with all the other units. We've found concrete situations in which pushed to having a system of care to be given to people in such cases of who needed forensic psychiatry care, who have committed crimes, and they may even relapse into crime unless that's taken into account. It's only the Article 85, which is that to put up this type of service, the first idea that came into mind with the SWITS team with which you collaborate, to identify the profile of the person who are under legal prosecution who need such attention of forensic psychiatrists. Now, it's a retrospective study that you're going to complete with data that are going to be collected of the viewpoints of different practitioners in the Rwanda Investigation Bureau, the justice and political decision makers. Now, here what I'm telling you is for the currently the data collection includes a number of studies or from 5 years ago. We thought that the average age of the people is about 40 years. 100% they are Rwandan citizens. 82% they are males. Most of them, they are people who are not married, jobless, without shelter, without medical insurance. Most of them, they had stopped psychiatric care before they committed these crimes. They have issues of psychosis. We have mostly of these cases, and also we have these different type of disorders, of addictions, for example. Now, 79 of these people have committed homicide crimes. So in 19% committed homicides, but 71 that was type of parricide crime. So they killed one of the relatives, but most of the time it's rapes committed on children. You can say that there's a significantly statistic relation between the type of crimes, the diagnosis, the type of literacy of these people. The analysis is still ongoing. We still have a long way to go, but for the moment, we can say that there's a considerable number of people who have committed crimes related to the current level. Thank you, Doctor. We are going to continue the following petition of Dr. Namadou. He's a forensic medical doctor to the teaching hospital of Conakry. He's going to talk about psychopathology of the criminals, study of psychopathological profile of perpetrators of sexual assault in Guinea, socio-demographic and forensic aspects. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Try to do what I can. Dr. Namadou. My name is Namadou Konde. Yes, I'm forensic doctor at this same school. Now, mine is on study on the psychopathological profile of perpetrators of sexual assault in Guinea, socio-demographic and forensic aspect. Actually, in our article 267, we can see that sexual assault or any such threat, surprise, is condemned by our law. The average age of the victim is 11 years. In 2011, 78 perpetrators of such crimes came to, and only 2 of them had really were proving to have psychiatric issues. We would estimate between 1% and 5% the presence of psychiatric disorder among the perpetrators. So these were people who really have really pronounce severe psychiatric disorders. Now, perpetrators, most of the time, did not have this assessment, psychiatric assessment, really to determine their state. Now, because of this, the increasing number of sexual abuse among the children, it's been important to have a study with the objective of looking into socio-demographic, psychiatric, and forensic aspects. Now, our methodology. We went to the detention centers of the police. It was built in 1930 during the colonial period. And this, what we're focusing on such sexual assault on children. And now from 1st March to, in that period, we looked on all the perpetrators of these crimes. And we were able to have an interview with these people. We used an interview guide, which is internationally renowned for neuropsychiatrists. Now, as outcomes, what are the outcomes? From 1st March into 1st September 2019, 2501 consultations of 305 cases. That means 12.2%. Now that's confirmed up to 78%, and then the average age was about 29 years. In the majority of the cases, the perpetrator was known by the victim. Most of the time was a neighbor, and 15% were declared to have been themselves victims of sexual abuse. Toxicomania was one of the problems, and psychopathology was up to 64.24%. Only 8 have been tried, and they were convicted to about 5 years. And now we said that even if it's mostly men who carry out such sexual assault, we can see that most of the time there's some accomplice. Now we compared with another literature study of between 21 to 25 years, and 29% is between 26 to 35 years old. Now you can see that there are different factors responsible to that, including lack of maturity and heightened level of exposure. And we've seen that most of the time it's an acquaintance who's committed assault for 79%. And also another reason is that people live very closely. There's in promiscuity, and also there's a problem of vigilance or surveillance of children, so parents who are not really taking care of the children. With regard to the history of the sexual assault, we see that most of the victims, 30% has been also victims themselves of sexual abuse. So we can see that someone having been a victim of sexual abuse as a child, they can themselves become perpetrators of sexual abuse in the future. And also, a colleague in Senegal has noticed also that this happened in Senegal. And then the perpetrators of sexual assault have the capacity to concentrate and focus on the problems of the others. They may not know, that's why they conduct such assaults on people who are physically weaker than themselves. Only 8 perpetrators have been condemned at the end of the study. It is an act that should be seriously punished, but most of the time this takes too long. So, and only 2 of the perpetrators have had this psychiatric care. Now, in conclusion, you can say that the sexual abuse is we need to take care of the authors to avoid that there's more relapse into crime from these perpetrators. However, yes. Now, the intervention at every level of it's very important to be able to avoid this type of crime.
La présentation suivante est celle de monsieur Dr. Gabriel.
Thank you, Dr. Gabriel. He's also a forensic doctor, and he is working in Houston University, and he is also a member of the team of Pearson forensic team. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I would like the name of Professor Hassan Bar in the name, and then my personal name. Congratulate the organizing committee for this conference and for the warm welcome reserved to the delegations today. I have the duty to deliver my communication. The theme will be frequency of post-traumatic stress disorder in Conakry, Republic of Guyana. Post-traumatic stress, it does really come when someone has been exposed to a traumatic event. And most of the time there are war, natural disasters, physical aggression and sexual aggression, threats and others. So these aggression or assaults can really lead to multiple consequences. And in United States in 2003, in a study realized in the Army have shown that they have different results, and those results have enabled to know that victims of sexual aggressions were 28% and victims of some other assaults were 90%. And we have seen this was America. France, we have seen that violence, social vulnerabilities, and psycho troubles have led to 16% of male, 25% of male have suffered stresses. In Sudan, on study done on to see this post-traumatic stress disorders consequences done in the military deployed in Darfur, they have seen that 34 soldiers has this post-traumatic stress disorder. And in Central Africa, same consultation done, and we have seen that they have 17% of those respondents have suffering post-traumatic stress. So, due to the significance of this thematic and the increase of patients received at the hospital levels, I have conducted this work to be able to know the frequency and the stomatology of the victims of post-traumatic stress disorder. And we have conducted this study at l'Hôpital National Ignatius de Conakry, and all the victims of aggression have contacted hospitals. This study lasted 6 months, and the target population was victim of aggressions. And the study of population was victim of aggression, the forensic experts, and those who could contribute. So, criterias: victims of aggressions who really have psychological problem, and our variables was epidemiologic and legal medicine. And the results, we have seen that already in December 2019 to May 2020, there have been 1,610 of aggression cases. And between them, they have sexual aggression 385, and 51% presented some PTSD signs. The results, we could see that the main age was between 20 and 29. The female were the dominant sex for the victims, and they were single. Profession, mostly traders. They had then physical aggressions. We have seen that they are the most frequent, 45, followed by sexual aggression. And 58% have suffered post-traumatic stress disorder, and when we comes to the social, professional, and other areas, professional people were highly represented. According to their evolution on PTSD, it was displayed. So the discussion we have had from this result, we have seen that the frequency was 3.17 in France, and France 3.7, Korea 41%, and we have seen that the impact of exposure at the traumatic events on the life of events is identified, and not knowing the pathology and the surrounding of the patient will lead to rare consultation to know this PTSD disorder that the person is suffering from. And we have seen that feminine gender is the most affected with 60%, but male are affected in 39%, but ladies are more affected by the stress factor because of the surrounding of the house, the situation in which they live at home. Other studies that we have consulted, like in 2017 in Korea, 80% were singles. Brazil, 51% were married. And so to see that in our study, single people were mostly affected by post-traumatic stress disorder because of their younger age, and because they have also been exposed to more violent events in their growing up. When it comes to the Korean study, we have seen that in those assaults, 10% were sexual aggressions. And we have seen that on our side, in 2020, we have seen that people were coming to consult mainly for violence done at home. Thank you very much, Dr. Konate. We are having Amadou, Dr. Diaro, Amadou.
Nous accueillons Amadou Mokhtar Diallo, qui est médecin
Amadou Mokhtar Diallo, forensic doctor. He's working with CHU Ignastin. This is Conakry. He also member of ASFM. Thank you. I'm going to present you a thematic. The theme is mask depression in girls who have been sexually assaulted in Conakry, epidemiological and medical legal aspects. The objective is to study the mask depression over the young girls assaulted sexually. This sexual aggression is all acts of violence, threats, surprise, acts done on a person in view for sexual intention. And according to the law called we have seen that sexual aggression have bad effect on victims, including tentative of suicide and PTSD. We have seen that this masked depression, it's depressive. It really starts very early, and then later on, we can see those symptoms. We cannot identify those symptoms unless they mature to be evidence. Can be some of the evidence will be like gaining weight, losing sleep, loss of energy, difficulty in concentration. So most of the time they do not want to talk. You have to explain that these symptoms are coming from a depression, high or deep depression. And patients really take it very hard because they do not want to be seen as sick. And most of the time, they want to do some tentative of suicide to end this internal suffering. With the consultation or the documents that we have consulted, we have seen that sexual aggression, 40% without physical contacts, 90% with contact, where they have suffered these attempt on assault during their growing. 90% of those people, only 9.4% of those people have been able to benefit from psychiatric treatment. And we have had discussions after that, referring to other study like in Canada, to see the tendency toward suicide in this study was 75%. And this tendency is a consequence of sexual aggression, this mask depression. Thank you, Dr. Amadou.
We are at the end of our presentation. Please our presenters to come in the front for 2 or 5 questions, and then we call it the end of the session. Please come, and the protocol will help us giving us microphones and whatever for the audience to ask questions and comments. Any comment? Please come in the front, presenters. Those are Tafadwat, Dr. Tracy, Dr. Kofi, Dr. Hahirwa, Dr. Omondi, Dr. Alfred, Dr. Gabriel, Dr. Namadu, and Dr. Amadou. Please come. Yeah. Do you have questions? The protocol can help us with the microphone, please. We only have 2 questions. The microphone, please.
Okay, thank you very much. It's not a question, it's a little contribution. We cannot just thank people after the death. We need to acknowledge what people are doing. I'm so very, very, very happy with the quality of a presentation, especially when Dr. Innocent and Kofi?
Dr. Kofi?
Yes, what you did. This is what we said yesterday. My little contribution is, in your variable, you could not find some significative of p-value. Next time, maybe try to check the data if are parametric or no parametric. Then you can try to use the man-weakless. I believe those variables, you should find them significantly.
Thank you, Dr. Vita, for your good comment. Can we have a next question, please?
Oui, bonjour. Je suis le professeur Hassan Ba.
Professor Hassan Ba, forensic doctor. Thank you, organizers and participants, especially presenters. I would like, because there was no really, you have, the time was allocated to the presenters were not really even. Concerning the communication of Dr. Aruna, he talked about the reason of death in that country, and I think it's very interesting because I have the same problem in my country. I would like to, beyond clinical data recovered from these patients, can we also compare them with data that we have on pathologic side? When it comes to identification, if there is no collaboration between forensic doctor and between countries of the north and the south, we will not have good results. If we say that 40% of unidentified body are the manche, because there is no collaboration, and most of the antemortem data are in Africa, in original countries. If you do not compare these data with the post-mortem data that you have, you will not have results, because you want, the objective is to restitute, to bring back the bodies to their families. So how can we establish an organization, an NGO, international NGO of forensic doctors to facilitate this interdisciplinary collaboration? I have seen that the main problem, we have a two-way forensic medical. There is one forensic medical field on your side, and ours, we should really encourage training in Africa and especially in Francophone countries, Senegal, Conakry. I think that together we can really go very, very far. Comments? Comments from our presenters? Thank you, merci. I would like to invite
the president of ASFM for a group photo with our presenters. Thank you very much. We are not yet at the end of the session because we have like 2 announcements to give you. Thank you very much. We are having it's an announcement. I would like to apologize because in the morning I said the seminar for anti-GBV was cancelled. It was not cancelled. It was postponed till July. And I think details will be given. Pour les gens qui parlent français, le séminaire d'anti-GBV n'a pas été annulé, il a été rapporté au mois de juillet. Merci beaucoup. Et encore, pour les gens qui ont besoin de visiter, d'avoir des visites au laboratoire et dans la ville de Kigali, ils peuvent s'inscrire sur le desk d'entrée. Merci beaucoup. For those who want to visit Kigali, the memory site, the parliament, the Inwari, the Nyanung Park, all this, even the Rwanda Forensic Lab, please get registered at the desk in the front. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for this. I think he's done the most difficult job. Dr. Jaffet, thank you so much. You've done one of the most difficult moderating. And let's appreciate him again for the fantastic work he's done. Now, quick announcement. Please, we want to apologize for the time. If you look at your time now, it's till 1 p.m. And today is essentially the end of formal proceedings. And ASFM has an internal meeting for members, both existing and new members, by 4 p.m. And it's very sacrosanct for us. So that meeting has to start 4 on the dot. So we want to appeal to you. We are encroaching upon your lunch time. So please, by 1:30 p.m., the session is going to start. So kindly watch your clock. Try a little bit to eat faster. Forensic people know how to handle the evidence, right? So please, 1:30 p.m., we are seated here and the session is going to start because we've got to finish on time. And closing ceremony is also today. And it has to start by 6 p.m. on the dot. So we have to finish our Congress by 6 p.m. So please, we seek your understanding and we wish you bon appetit.
Yes, it's rain. Oh. Just read out. Rain. Oh. Okay. Yeah, members, we're already late by 7 minutes. Can we get in so that we can have the presentations? Yeah. Let me wait. Members, can you come in? Can I ask the presenter, Mr. Rain, to come up? Please give a rain. Yes, put your hands together for him as he comes to make this wonderful presentation. Rain, your people.
Thank you, Sylvester. So I have the postprandial presentation after lunch, the siesta presentation. Yeah, this is... so today I'm going to be giving a grand round lecture on electropathology. And knowing that this is the after lunch lecture, it's just going to be pictures, basically, photographs. So there's not too much concentration over here. So my name is Prof. Ryan Blumenthal. I'm from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. This is my disclaimer slide. And today's presentation is entitled Electropathology. So the purpose of this presentation is it's aimed at the trainee or practicing forensic pathologist, and a clinico-pathological approach to electropathology will be provided. So I did my PhD on lightning through the Department of Electrical Engineering at the University of Witwatersrand. So electricity runs through my veins. And it's actually quite a tough field, this. I mean, the objective of this talk is to integrate theory and practice and to show that it is possible to practice forensic excellence in a resource-limited and resource-depleted environment, especially with regards to electrothermal cases. So today, in 20 minutes, what I plan to do is give you a crash course on electropathology. I will go through some basic concepts and explain a very simple way to think about this. I'm going to go through some old concepts that need to be reintroduced, such as Paschen's law, and I'll be introducing a new concept to you called arc blast. I'll describe the difference between the typical versus the atypical electrocution event, high voltage versus low voltage, alternating current versus direct current, what is meant by let go and hold on. We'll discuss startle reactions and reflex movements. And you need to understand that most electrocution cases are accidental in nature. However, very few are homicidal or suicidal in nature. And this presentation will focus on the scene examination, case history, autopsy, and special investigations. And there will be a strong focus on the post-mortem examination and how to diagnose the electrical burn wound. And towards the end, I'm going to show you that the only way to do these cases is a multidisciplinary approach, a clinical pathological approach. And I'm going to show you how to do a cost-effective diagnostic to document these cases. Now, I mean, on what basis do I talk? Who is your presenter today? So I need to mention that I wrote the lightning chapter for the 6th edition of Wilderness Medicine textbook, which is that thick. I wrote the lightning chapter for the 7th edition of Auerbach's Wilderness Medicine, which is a double volume. I wrote the lightning and electrocution chapter for the electrical injuries book by lawyers and judges. I wrote the lightning and electrocution chapter for the Handbook of Forensic Medicine, 1st edition. I wrote the lightning and electrocution chapter for the 2nd edition of Madia's Handbook of Forensic Medicine. And I wrote the lightning and electrocution chapter for the Encyclopedia of Forensic Sciences. Thank you. So I've been quite busy, as you can see. And all 5 of you in the audience will agree this is quite an achievement. Anyway, but the problem is, and a host of other articles, the problem is these lightning and electrocution cases don't read textbooks. And also these cases are very difficult. I mean, there's an old saying that says the sea gets deeper the further you go into it. The more you study this field, you realize that it is very difficult, this field. I mean, there are cases where, like, for example, someone opens the fridge and dies, and there's no marks on the body. Or they go and they switch on the tap in the garden and they drop dead, and there's nothing on their body. I mean, is this electrocution? Is this not electrocution? So today, most of the cases that I'll be discussing are alternating current cases. I'll show you the difference between high voltage and low voltage. You need about 50 to 80 milliamps across the heart to be fatal. I'll discuss the scene examination, post-mortem examination, and some of the medical legal aspects surrounding it. Now, the way you've got to think about electrothermal cases is like this. There's this force, which is the voltage. Inside the wire are these electrons, the current, which can kill you, and the width, the diameter of this wire is the resistance. And it's the way that I draw it, my assistant, Mr. Toby DeWitt, helped me draw this. You've got this pushing force, and you've got this tunnel, and then inside this tunnel are these mice that can kill you, okay? This is the current, the amperes, the charge, the coulombs, and then the diameter of this tunnel is the resistance. And this is a very easy way to think about electrothermal injury. By the way, these mice travel at 1 over c squared, 1 over the speed of light squared, and around this tunnel there's like an electrothermal charge. But the way to think about it from a forensic pathology point of view is just think about these mice and think about the pushing force, okay? And then it's all about time. So everyone knows Locard's exchange principle, which is every contact leaves a trace. However, very few people know about the second part of Locard's principle, which says that it's the intensity, duration, and nature of contact that will determine the amount of trace. Intensity, duration, and nature of contact. And this is all about time, how long you're frozen into the circuit. So the longer you're frozen into the circuit with electrothermal injuries, the more there's deep cooking of tissue. So how do you diagnose electrocution? And by the way, electrocution, I'm going to just show you, is like a very broad term. There's very specific types of electrocution, which I hope that our reports will illustrate. So there's different kinds of case studies. You can get cable theft, electrocution in the bathtub, electric ironing injuries from torture, electrical cautery injuries, microwave injuries. There's cases of them putting babies into microwaves, which I'll discuss now. Electrocution in water, electrical torture cases, injuries from electroconvulsive therapy, pediatric electrical injuries, electrocution during pregnancy, what happens to the mother, what happens to the baby, contact with overhead power lines and arc blast. Then there's tasers and conducted electrical weapons. Even there's a thing called electrical shields, stun belts. This is how you transport the dangerous criminal. You put a stun belt around them. If they run away, you just hit the button and they drop like a sack of potatoes. Defibrillation injuries and stun guns. There's cattle prods, electrical fence deaths. I've had a little boy, he was climbing under the fence to get water and he got trapped under the electric fence and died. I'll discuss that. And then there's collectors of electrical eels and electrical fish in private aquariums. These electrical fish can hurt you. And then even sometimes during autopsy, there may be an electrical implanted defibrillator which can shock you during autopsy. And I'll discuss all these electrical perspectives. So low voltage for our purposes today is less than 1,000 volts. And this is straight out of Bernard Knight. It looks like a collapsed blister. I then went on to, sometimes it even looks like a callus from doing sport. But if you take a sketch of this under histology, I drew this, you can see that there's this blister, this air pocket between the dermis and the epidermis, and then the basal cells get streamed, and you'll get some contact metallization on the top, which is Locard's exchange principle. So you can tell that there was contact with the anode or the cathode. Now, here's a person that was paying out electrical wire, and there was no insulation on the wire, and then you get what's known as an electrical wire pattern mark. This is another person that was walking into a low voltage, into a wire, and you get this wire pattern electrothermal mark. So you can see the pattern of the wire. Now, what is grounding injury? So you get this energized object. Now, you need to remember, for electrothermal injuries, there's usually two injuries. It's where the mice enter the body, and it's where the mice exit the body. These little mice like to go to ground. Now, the difference between the energized object and the grounding, where the mice leave the body, is difficult. This is a grounding wound, and this is why scene reconstruction is so important. Where the mice enter the body and where the mice exit the body. This is a grounding injury. Grounding injuries can be very, it's very embarrassing if you miss them. So, for example, someone is admitted to the hospital, They're treating the wound on the hand and they miss these grounding injuries on the feet. These are healing grounding injuries on the feet. It's where the mice left the body. These are defibrillation paddle marks, someone that did not use enough lubrication. So I always tell the doctors and everyone in life, just use enough lubrication, but you don't want too much lubrication that there'll be a shortage between the two electrothermal paddles. Sometimes even in the rain, you're not going to hit the heart because it's just going to short out between the paddles, but you get electrothermal burn wounds. Pediatric electrocution. Sometimes you get babies and toddlers walking around the house and they bite into electrical wires, and you get plenty of these cases where children bite into electrical wires. So forensic pathology is public health medicine. You need to be very careful about the wiring in your house. This is a child that stuck its hand into the electrical socket and then had deep burning of injury, and you get creeping necrosis here. So you amputate the hand, and then the next day later, another inch dies, and you get this creeping necrosis that keeps going up. When studying electrical fence injuries, the concept of hold on versus let go is important. All you need to know is for women, 6 milliamps, and for men, 9 milliamps. For women, 6 milliamps, beyond that, they cannot let go of the electrical fence. For men, 9 milliamps, beyond that, you cannot let go, you get frozen into the circuit. And if the electric fence breaks, you get frozen into the circuit and you can die. Okay, 6 milliamps for women, 9 milliamps for men. Microwave oven injuries. We've had cases of babies in the microwave. Now, how does this work? So the microwave works on the dipole. The water molecules start oscillating. So microwaves have everything to do with water, all right? So it's based on the water content of tissue. So the muscles burn more than the subcutaneous fat, and you get injuries for about 3 centimeters deep. As opposed to an oven, which is infrared, that's why an oven crisps things, whereas microwave is boiling, braising, poaching. So it's got to do with the water that boils. So microwave injuries are scalding injuries, okay? But there's 2 cases of microwave injuries. The first one, the child needed skin grafts, and the second one needed amputation of the limbs. And the morbidity is due to thermal effects. High voltage, this is more than 1,000 volts. Now here's where I'm going to reintroduce an old concept to you folks. It's called Paschen's Law. This is from 1889. It's been forgotten in the forensic literature. This is from Germany. Paschen's Law is an equation that gives down the breakdown voltage over air. It's like the air spark gap. And it depends on the gas and the humidity. And it's named after Frederick Paschen from 1889. And this is why high voltage causes crocodile burns. So these sparks literally dance on the surface of the skin, creating crocodile skin injury. And the reason why is Paschen's Law. So it can be up to 30 centimeters away from an 11 kV wire. So you don't have to have contact to die from electrocution. If there's a high voltage wire, you're at risk within 30 centimeters for like 11 kV. And when you see this crocodile skin, you've got to think high voltage, you've got to think Paschen's Law. Cable theft. We see a lot of cable theft in South Africa. This is the classic cable theft case, and there seems to be an underground network of how to steal cables in South Africa because we always find them in a similar situation. For example, they're always standing on clothing. So they think that maybe clothing is insulation. Meanwhile, it's not going to insulate you from such high voltages. Then there's electrical cautery. So surgeons need to know how electrical cautery works. So electrical cautery is the device that heats to a dull glow, and they use it to cut out lesions or stop bleeding of blood vessels. You get monopolar and bipolar. Monopolar means there's one electrode, and bipolar means that there's 2 electrodes. And this is what the machine looks like. And here's one of the cases that came to me. It was a Master G. This happened in 2006. He was 9 years old. He went for a surgical procedure. It was tonsillectomy. And after the procedure, he woke up with 3rd-degree burns on the back of his knees. So I got involved with this case. And yeah, it goes down to training, how to disinfect, and you've got to know your equipment. And the reasons why, well, the questions they asked me in court were the following. They said, Prof, you mentioned that the burn wounds are not detected early after they've been inflicted. How soon after the injury would one expect to notice the formation of bullae? In the present case, the burn wounds were noticed when the child was returned to the ward, which I would imagine not have been many hours after surgery. Would the diathermy in the present case have been monopolar or bipolar? From the injuries, they asked me this. Was the problem due to inadequate preparation or positioning of the child? What harm or risk would this create? What is arcing injury? Because there was arcing injury between the metal table, surgery table, and the back of the knees of the child. They asked me, is this due to a problem or a surge in the electricals from the whole grid, or is this due to the machine itself? And does a difference in the size of the patient make a difference to the extent of the burn wounds? And would a purely insulated neutral electrode result in the burn? So did the neutral electrode fall off and then the child received the burns? And then I need to mention that orthopedic surgeons that are cauterizing in bone, it raises the intramedullary pressure, and these people can get bone marrow embolism from cautery inside bone. Here's all the references for diathermy. It creates extreme heat. You're looking at, within 25 seconds, it can go to 95 degrees centigrade. And here's electrical cautery macroscopic. So we deal with electrical cautery surgically with a little monopolar or bipolar machine. But here is a picture of electrical cautery macro. So this was a cable theft case that happened in Mpumalanga in South Africa at a place called Pine Ridge Station. This was the scene. Yeah, I sent this to the Madea textbook and they said they've never seen anything like this. But what happened was he got caught between a loop. That's where he broke in. This is what was left of him. And he literally got caught between this phase loop. I don't know if you can see that loop there. And it's basically like electrical cautery at macro level. But the principle is exactly the same as electric cautery on micro level. So literally just cauterized through the entire body. Now a very strange concept, which I'll be introducing for the very first time at the ASFM conference in Africa. Not at any of the international conferences overseas. Yeah. It's called arc blast. Thank you. And this was the first time I've ever seen something like this. This was the death scene. And you can see that this was a cable theft case in a transformer. And if you look on the opposite side, there seems to be an explosion type effect on the wall. All right, this is where the cable theft happened. Now remember, these mice are under extreme pressure. And if you pull out some copper, there's going to be a pyroplastic flow with a barotrauma component. So take a look at the heat involved here. It literally melted the metal. It melted multiple panels of metal. It literally, his clothing was torn and tattered and burnt off. And on the opposite wall, there was a barotrauma effect with secondary missile formation from shrapnel, from this burnt and exploded metal. It literally blew off the scalp of his skull, and it literally exploded his shoes. So there's a blast wave component to high voltage electrothermal injuries, which we need to start looking for in the forensic fraternity. So it literally blew off his shoes like a lightning case. And on Lodox, we saw secondary missile formation in his body there. Now, here's a very funny case, actually. It was an ironing injury case. It's not funny. It was an electrical torture case. But this is a thermal burn wound. This is what it looked like. But one day after this case, I was walking through my faculty, and my colleague comes to me, and his shirt looks like this. So I told him, I said, listen, you need to start YouTubing how to iron your clothing, you know. Meanwhile, this was the pattern on his clothing. And I worked out I've been exposed to too many electrothermal and torture cases. Anyway, but yeah, this is what ironing injury looks like, which is a thermal injury. And this was just the pattern on his shirt, which was quite funny, I thought. And then just another case of in the last 2 minutes here. This was another cable theft case. So once again, the shirt on which the person was standing, that they think it's will cause insulation. We see this a lot with electrothermal cases. It's a myth, all right? And then at the scene, he was found, you know, on the shirt, on the clothing. So look out for this at the scene. They usually stand on clothing. And then once again, the key to diagnosing an electrothermal injury is one word which I want to get across today, and that word is puckered. Puckered. The wound edges get puckered, like gets drawn in. And as soon as you see puckering of the wound, you have to think of electrothermal injury. See the puckering of the wound here. And then in the last minute here, yeah, last minute, see the puckering of the wound here. And then I'm going to show you an electrocution in the bathtub case. This was thanks to my colleague, Dr. Mabotia. We published this case in the American Journal of Forensic Medicine and Pathology with Dr. Batabila Sol. But it was a mother and the child that were heating their bath water with an electrical urn, and then the electrical urn fell into the bath, all right? And you can see where the electrical urn touched the leg, and both mother and child died. So electrocution in the bathtub is a real phenomenon, and you can see where the mice entered the body on the leg, and you can see where the mice exited the body by the chrome tap. So technically speaking, electrocution in the bathtub, if you are not touching the chrome taps or the ground, you're in an isolated area. However, if you're touching the ground or a chrome tap, you will die, okay, because there's a potential difference. And then here's one of the fewest cases I've seen of electrical suicide. This guy decided to wire himself up from the hands to the mouth to the nostrils. This was an electrical suicide case. And in the last 43 seconds, some electrical thermal scenes are very difficult. Like this guy, cable theft case in the transformer. To remove this body is very difficult. You've literally got to get your municipality to switch off the entire grid. Very difficult to remove such a body, you're at risk. Train surfing or skylarking, a very common phenomenon. And always look for evidence of tampering. So look for, these guys generally have a background in electrical, they're electricians or they've got some kind of electronic background. Pregnancy, it can happen in pregnant women and babies have died, so you've got to do immediate fetal monitoring for pregnancy. And then finally, knife fish. These are electrical eels. It will not electrocute you, you won't die, but you're going to get a very nasty shock. And there's different organs called sex organs, hunter's organs, etc. So folks, on this note, you need a broad knowledge. You need to get the electrical engineers involved. You need to document this. This is of public health importance. We cannot have more deaths. These deaths are entirely preventable. And thank you for attending my lecture.
Yeah, I didn't want rain to stop because this is really good. And I can assure you, most of the forensic pathologists here have had issues. I mean, I've seen cases of electrocution. I'll just quote one from Uganda, where an anatomical pathologist did an autopsy on a woman who was supposed to have been died of electrocution. And his description was, in this particular case, they punched out abrasions with accompanying ecchymosis due to electrical burns. That was his description. And the guy was convicted to death based on this false report. Can I call the next presenter? The next presenter, is Paul Gassana. Paul Gassana? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Paul Gassana from University of Rwanda. Sorry. Oh, so I'll bring it back. Okay, thank you. My topic is for study of genetic polymorphism of 24 short tandem repeat in Rwandan population. Oh, sorry. This is confused, a bit confusing. Okay. So I'm taking you on background, aim of the study, material, results. As of my background, short tandem repeat is a polymorphic sequence of a base of 2 to 6 base pairs, and the one that makes me and you to be different. It's confusing me. So it's level polymorphism and mutation as a STR widely used. Can be used in paternity testing, forensic identification, as other presenters has been said. Let me take you a bit brief in Rwanda. A Rwandan population of 30.6 million as per 2022, as one country that has one ethnic group called Banyarwanda, and the first cleaning city in Africa. Rwanda has a gorilla species that cannot find elsewhere. I encourage you to visit and see the gorilla of Rwanda. What encouraged me to do this research, if you look and studies that has been done in Rwanda and the East African countries, all of them, they are marking a small set of STR markers and small sample size was highlighted as a limitation in all studies. There is a need to study genetic diversity of entire Rwandan using more stellar loci and larger sample size in order to establish the forensic studies. So the purpose of this study was to genetic diversity or structure of 24 short tandem multiplet plus 4 6 determining loci population in Rwandan population. Also to examine genetic relationship between Rwanda and 24 global populations. And these are the 13 core STR codes and 14 and 15 novel STR. So these are materials. Those are 505 dried blood sample were collected. Human DNA typing from Beijing Genomic Institute from China was used. And that's me in the lab of Beijing Genomic Institute analyzing my sample. And these are the countries that are used that are cross-cutting 8, the overlapping 8 external loci were selected to examine the genetic relationship between 24 population. In the black are African countries, yellow are European countries and Asian countries to see the overlapping using 8 external populations. These are methodologies. These are in the lab part. And I used negative control, positive control to ensure that my results are reliable and accurate. So number of errors detected in 24 sort error, the highest number of errors were observed in the loci SC32, followed by FGA, and the lowest was THO, and T represented the smallest numbers. Alert frequency, a total number of 36 RRA were observed across Rwandan population, and the RRA was arranged. Analysis, sorry, let me go back small. So, genetic relationship between Rwanda and 24 global population. I used 8 overlapping loci from the global population, and then these are the findings. If you look on the findings, the African countries was clustered together, Asian population, European population, and American population using the 8 loci that was overlapping to each other. So I used the principal component analysis, also confirms my last slide of genetic frauds, the similarities and differences among population, which was consistent with UPG results. So what are the conclusions and discussion? We identified these 360 arrays in Rwandan population, ranging from 0.0 at this, and then from the 16 population years ago showed high frequency on different, conclude that there is a small sample size of 52 when captured to our Rwandan population. They targeted only ethnic group and we studied entire Rwandan groups. The first study that was done in Rwanda was done on Hutu ethnic group in before there, and then later on, the Rwanda becomes one ethnic group, and we did my studies in entire Rwandan population. The CPD and CP results indicates that the plan of the test showed higher results. The population distance ratedness conclusion of AMOVA analysis showed a strong genetic affinity between Rwanda population and the Sudanese other than 4 compared populations. The phylogenetic tree and PCR results reveals that the Rwandan population was observed to closer with Tanzania population because of an intermarriages. If you look on the intermarriages between Tanzania, Uganda, and Burundi, there is high intermarriages, and the population that are highly closer to Rwandan population than others. And then they exhibit high genetic distance with Bulgaria population followed by Poland. In the conclusion, our result reveals the usefulness of 24-star markers identifying the genetic variation between 24 population and global population. This research data provide a reliable base data of the study of STR genetic polymorphism in Rwanda and provide new genetic markers for individual identification and definity of Rwanda. I would like to thank the Minister of Health and Rwanda Forensic Laboratory for giving me an opportunity to stand in front of you. Special thanks goes to my professors and the other government officials. Thank you so much for your kind presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Paul, and especially for keeping time. Yeah, you did it. You did it in 8 minutes. Our next presenter is Laurent, from crime scene to closure. Our next presenter. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. This presentation will be 25 minutes, but if 25, and if it can be done in 20 minutes, we shall be very happy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you hear me? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to use actually a slide deck in English, and I'm going to present in French. So I think it's a good compromise between both languages. So bonjour à tous. Donc je suis Laurent Moncon, je suis market manager chez Qiagen.
Laurent Con. I work for Qiagen in France. I'm responsible of identification of number of solutions that you have in Qiagen, whether criminalistics or individual identification, all of these. Let me tell you a little bit about our journey through time, because I've gone through different steps in terms of digital. It was founded in 1894. We worked on DNA, on RNA. We worked with the first applications that were going to be used for applications of DNA, fingerprinting, and forensics. And then we started to develop a new concept. We tried to work with a new kit. We launched a first kit, a number of reagents, putting up a number of reagents for identification, whether for extraction, even for the application. We have the first use of STRs in forensic case work, with polymorphisms that we used for STR markers, and which are used to characterize the genetic profile of an individual. With the first technology, we started working with the first national DNA database established in the US, especially and also in the UK. And then, we had the first developments, of DNA purification methods in forensics, which allows to get that are very useful in labs for genetics. So we worked on samples, very difficult samples to use, that I need to have specific products, and opposed to the research where people would use other means. And then in 2010 we started that's where we launched STR assay. And then we also developed in 2019, and we launched a sample collection of portfolio. That's about really sampling. And then we began our collaboration with Verogen for new technology in NGS application. In 2023, and then we end up with acquiring Verogen company. That version is now part of Qiagen. Showed you the different solutions that we have through Kiagen. For all of what you do, we begin with a sample collection up to the analysis to be able to get genetic fingerprinting. Now, sample collection is very important because you can use on individuals, for example, saliva. You can develop now reagents. And then this allow you to work on the traces that you can get from those samples. Then you're going to have pre-treatment. This is about specific samples. For example, for sexual abuse, these are very difficult to treat, and also many other difficult sampling. We're going to have now sample preparation. This is about DNA collection, extraction itself. We work with different technologies to extract DNA. We have other samples. These are unique automation solutions that we have. For sample collection product family, we've developed a number of products to develop a number of tools. Among individuals, for an individual group of people, we work with different body fluids, with blood, saliva, and urine, and then we have a number of, we have swabs, we have non-indicating FTA cards, and indicating cards that allows you to get the saliva and to take the genetic material from it that you can use. From then, you have a number of tools that you can allow you to work more or less in a standardized way. It's a sample collection made easy with Easy Collect Plus. So we have this to collect saliva quickly, and then you get, and now this deposit on the card, and the card can be used in the lab, and then you can get the DNA. We have a number of types of cards. We have indicator FTA card that can allow you to collect easily the saliva from individuals. Even if you're not used to do that, it's very easy to do. So you can do it right away and send the cards to the lab. And in comparison, you have a number of supports for the saliva, for the blood collection, and you can see the changes of colors, and then you can, for example, for blood, you can have a classic card, and then we have this famous tool that you can, that's called Easy Collect for collection of saliva. We can customize the kits of your samples. For some services in some countries, we can put up a standardized ways of collecting the samples depending on the different structures, whether it's the police or other structures can use this one. We have a new chemical product developed with the cards. We have developed the FTA elute buffer. It's a kind of different. You can use for saliva collection, and the particular aspect of this paper is that you can read it easily. You can put saliva. You can remove the DNA without any other steps of. Now, when you have the DNA, instead of putting in the fridge, you can put extracted DNA on this type of card, and you can directly stock this card into a normal temperature for a number of years without it being affected. And then on the nature of the samples. We can have different types of different types of sample that difficult to, that are challenging to deal with. For example, like in the case of sexual assault, for example, this can allow you to do contact screening. This can allow you to identify masculine DNA. You got this Cube Connect. It allows you to look at different types of cells. You can look at these different types of cells thanks to automatized robots. You can also use a PCR to get information on the amount of masculine DNA and to see also that there's issues of degradation of the DNA. And from this, you can also determine the origin of the biological tracing. And then this can allow you to work on the methylation of the DNA, and then you can find out the origin, and then you can see whether it's from the blood or any other body fluids, such as any types of fluids. Now, tissue laser 2 allows you, gives you convenient sampling. It can allow you to detect the age of the bones. And then in terms of process, in terms of how to deal with this sample, we can use tools, for example, and for example, this type of device that you can put the bones, piece of bones, and it's going to take a picture, and they can use high frequency ways of processing this, and this can allow you to generate very quickly a powder that you can work on to extract. For the extraction, you can automatize the process. What you're going to get, you're going to have now tools like these are bone extra large volume protocols. You can use these ones to use with specific protocols to be able to optimize. We want to optimize our protocols to improve this method. There are protocols that can allow you to work on a big amount of powder. You can work in very bone material that are very difficult to use. Now on the market, you want to put also bone extra large volume protocols. You're going to check whether this protocol is well done. We can work with partner laboratories to evaluate our protocols to make sure that they are really in agreement with what you need in your everyday work. We look at different labs to see those that have been using the protocols, and then they can tell us whether these protocols are working, whether they are efficient, and they are helping them to reach what they want to reach. And QIAGEN products are unique to the field. We always want to improve our efficiency in labs, so we always listen to the users to be able to take into account your needs and to respond to your needs for your satisfaction. Now, after DNA extraction, there are phases of qualification of the DNA. Then you can use with, we'll find out how much DNA you want to use and how to use it. And then you can check now the amount, the DNA. We can check a number of such, like for example, the amount, how much male DNA, whether it's male or female ratio, and the ratio the high. So find which is the best strategy in terms of anthropogenetic. You can look also the aspect of human DNA degradation in general, and also the male DNA degradation. You can also find out whether there's any inhibition present. You're going to find out whether there's any elements that are going to interfere with your process. This would allow you for quality control. For triage of your samples with confidence, you can use sample reaction setup, and you can have all the reagents that you need that you can use. This would allow you to get the information that you need from these samples. In terms of generating rapid and reliable STR profiles, we have the last generation kit, which allows you to cover the number of markers that we have. Whether in Europe, you can find them in Asia, and most of the genetic markers can be found here. And then and they respond to a number of performance in terms of sensitivity and the capacity to fight against different factors. Now, in terms of integrating the criteria of verification of your process, that's why we have this internal control process. It allows to check a number of aspects in terms of DNA and also in terms of the lack of amplified simultaneously. Now, this allows to integrate the chemicals in the kit. You can follow protocol, and after the analysis, you can have complementary information, and you can so follow all the steps with the quantities that you have to use, and to take. And this will allow you to take the right steps to come up with the right decisions and the right results. And then in order to resolve paternity disputes confidentiality, you have the possibility to work on the Y chromosomes. This could allow you to identify this with this kit. In terms of quality, this would allow you to proceed with the identification. Another important point, as I was saying, we've had a collaboration with Virgin. Virgin is a leader on the market in new generation sequencing. And then we had a number of partnership to create some type of synergy with the two companies. We now have the possibility of bringing information, but also in terms of analysis, SNP, and also mitochondrial DNA sequencing. And then this would allow, beyond traditional DNA profiling, forensic genetic genealogy allows us to go with the phenotype analysis. Now, for forensic DNA analysis workflow, allow us to proceed with the process that other labs use normally, and then here we have possibility to work with a sequence, the R sequence, and then this can allow you to, we can have sample collection, and you have extraction and quantification, and then you can do PCR amplification, and as you can do run an analysis, as you said, and then you can see what it does on the sequencing process, and this can allow you to whether it's for the STR, SNP, or mitochondrial DNA, and all of these aspects. It's not going to change the way you do your business, but it's going to bring you complementary information that you may need. But these are different kits that you're going to need. So that means in the same kit, you're going to have the reagents that you need. You could have now choice on your strategies. Maybe you can choose STRs, markers, or that's the Y chromosomes. You can have also the kinship. We see that you have to check whether there's a level of DNA degradation. You can also work on phenotypic criteria, for example, the color of eyes, the color of hair. You can also look into other criteria that can bring more information that you need. And then you have a kit that you have that can allow you to amplify an amount of SMP that you may need. So you may have the issue of identification issues by traditional methods. So this will definitely help you. You have the possibility of using this type of kit that's going to allow you to have information that you may need, even with important level of degradation. So this new technology can allow you to solve problem of files that were difficult to solve in the past. And this can allow you for the sequencing of mitochondrial DNA. And at the level of this solution acquisitions, we have a synergy, we have a complementarity, and the two companies now are able to bring the solutions in sampling preparations and quantification and sequencing methods. And this brings an environment that you can control from the collection to the analysis, trying to optimize your work. Now, at the level of the application for the LGS, we can always improve techniques, and it's very important to deal with the challenges that are real. And then there's also the human aspect, which is behind these analysis. So we need to look for solutions to bring responses to specific questions. For example, the cases of massive murders, and then you need to use the new technology to bring the information, not just for genetic, but the one that you can use on typical cases, or the cases of degradation of these remains. So this can allow you to get solutions that would solve these problems.
Avec des personnes disparues, et maintenant, grâce à ce type de technologie, on est capable d'identifier, de faire des rapprochements.
With the situation that we have had in the Balkans, we have been able to be able to analyze the remains and try to find the family members, even if you know cousins and relatives, but you may not have valid information to bring really the case to the closure and to being able to identify the missing persons. As I have said, you can also come and in our stand and exhibition stand, we can give you more complementary information on this and these events and how we can have optimized solutions to be able to optimize your work. Yes, we have a local partners, like we are based in South Africa, and we have distributors, and we have contact in different countries to bring you different solutions and bring out the necessary equipments and our products. So these are our products, these are solutions. We have also connected services, installation, training, validation. If you want to, let's say, bring out a new technique or to optimize your workflow, and we have the possibility to call upon our services because we can help you when it comes to validation method of your method or optimizing your workflow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. I must say DNA has been a big issue in Africa. I must thank the African Society of Forensic Medicine. It's put us in touch with many, many experts. I must confess that my last two very difficult cases of DNA, it is Luis who helped me to solve them in his lab in Argentina. Yeah, one, they even had to do mitochondrial DNA. I think the African Society for Forensic Medicine deserves a big, big hand clap. Yeah, and over to you, Rain, for your second presentation. We are going to look at crowd control, forensic pathology perspectives. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for having me again. So I decided to do another talk at ASFM on crowd control. This is a very unusual topic, and I think one that needs to be discussed. This is something that is in the hands of law enforcement, but we as forensic pathologists, I don't think we get to have a say here. So I thought, let me do a literature review and try and work out what is the best way to control an angry crowd. So on the 16th of August 2012, in South Africa, 34 miners who were apparently protesting employment and salary-related matters at the Lonmin Platinum Mine between Rustenburg and Brits in the northwest province of South Africa were reportedly shot dead by police during a confrontation. Several other people were also wounded by gunshot injuries. The incident became known as the Marikana massacre. Dr. Robert Ngudi and myself were involved in this, the autopsies of this case. In July 2021, violent unrest, anarchy and looting erupted in KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa and Gauteng, which decimated businesses, hospitals and health services. It brought COVID-19 vaccination to a halt. Lives were endangered by violence as well as by lack of access to treatment, medicine, oxygen, food and essential supplies. Pharmacies were lost due to looting, ambulances were attacked, services were suspended, there was large-scale destruction and damage to properties, and both the public and the private sector were hard hit. There were also many protest-related injuries and deaths. By late Wednesday, 14th July 2021, high levels of unrest had begun to subside after the South African National Defence Force fanned out across KZN and Gauteng, and as law-abiding citizens worked with the public and private security forces to guard areas. So the objectives of my talk today is considering the potential for violent anarchy, hostile crowds, and hordes of people. Certain questions have repeatedly come to mind when dealing with mass disasters and tragedies. How does one responsibly quell a swathe of angry humans? What options exist for maintaining crowd control and preventing further violence and deaths? So this is where the concept of less than lethal weaponry comes to the fore. And what are the forensic pathological perspectives when considering such measures? So this presentation will be in keeping with the theme and sub-themes of this conference, namely harmonization of evidence-based forensic science practice in Africa and a holistic approach towards a safer continent, current state challenges and opportunities for improvement. A literature review on crowd control methods was conducted with a focus on less than lethal weaponry. Now, I see myself as an academic, and let me tell you, this was tough research. This was difficult research because how do you do a review on this? I mean, what do you Google? Less than lethal weaponry, sublethal weaponry, how do you do the literature search? And I came across a multitude of different methods that are currently in use. Everything from practical psychology to dogs and horses, rubber bullets, tear gas, sound, noise techniques, stun grenades, water cannons, mechanical methods, tasers, conducted electrical weapons, malodorants, and other miscellaneous techniques. And the pros and cons of the different methods will be looked at to look for a forensically responsible method to control crowds. So my research started from an old textbook by Professor Sir Sidney Smith. In his book, Mostly Murder, he describes a situation at Abdem Palace in Egypt in the early 1900s when he ran into a mob and thought the situation was critical. 2 mounted troopers of the Australian force came into the square. Their rifles remained in their holsters, and they were apparently armed with nothing but long canes and their distinctive slouch hats. As they approached in a nonchalant way, skillfully using their canes with encouraging cries such as "Imshi," the raging crowds of thousands wilted away like snow in sunshine. According to Sir Sidney Smith, it was a marvelous example of practical psychology. By the way, "Imshi" is military slang from Australia, which means go away, be off. So when I did my literature search, I looked at less than lethal weapons, non-lethal weapons, sublethal weapons, less than lethal weapons. And what you're looking for is a discriminant weapon that is explicitly designed and used to incapacitate personnel or material while minimizing fatalities and undesired damage to property and environments. Existing less than lethal weapons include a wide range of weapons based on the delivery of kinetic energy, incapacitating chemicals, biological agents, or electromagnetic energy. These weapons are potentially capable of causing serious injury or even death. So injuries from less than lethal weapons during the George Floyd protests in Minneapolis, the role of sublethal weapons came to the fore, and there's quite a few references with regards to human rights and non-lethal weapons. Rubber bullets. These are rubber bullets. The first rubber bullet was introduced by the British forces in Northern Ireland in 1970. It resembled a baton. It was 15 centimeters in length and weighed 140 grams. It was highly unstable. 55,000 were fired between 1970 and 1975, and the death rate was 1 in 16,000 rounds. Serious injury, 1 in 800 or 1 in 1900 rounds. Rubber bullets commonly describe impact munitions made of rubber or elastic materials. They're the oldest less than lethal weapon that uses kinetic energy. The shape and material of the bullets have been continuously modified since their first use in 1970. They cause pain and incapacitate the target. The majority of injuries are non-penetrating injuries, blunt force trauma injuries, but there are cases of penetrating injuries, and internal organ injuries have been reported in the literature. And when a less than lethal weapon causes major injuries or death, the user and the manufacturer of the weapon can be criticized. They analyzed rubber bullets and the injuries caused by them, and there are some fatalities in the literature. The current rubber bullet is about 40 millimeters, 1.6 inches in diameter. It weighs about 30 grams. It travels at about 8 meters per second, and the impact energy is about 135 joules. It causes blunt force trauma injuries. And there's been many injuries reported in the literature: pulmonary contusion, contusions of the heart, contusions of the liver, contusions of the spleen. There's cases of commotio cordis. The eye's been ruptured, stomach contents have been ruptured. The bullet causes lacerations and contusions, and the slightly rough surface of the sponge foam can cause strong skin traction, resulting in lacerations if it strikes the skin at an acute angle. This is a case from Pretoria, from Dr. Surfas Rousseau, and you can see what an atypical injury it is. You can see that nice ring of abrasion below the belly button. There are deaths reported in the literature. There's a death from California State Prison when an inmate was shot from 16 meters away. He had a 5-centimeter laceration on the head, and he died 47 later due to intracranial trauma. The officer reported having wanted to fire at the lower extremities, but the bullet struck the forehead. There's even cases of deaths during the Intifada, and it brought into the fore minimum firing distances. You're not allowed to fire at vulnerable people, such as children and the elderly, and you should only fire at the legs. And even suicide has been reported in the literature. So, and there's now new rubber bullets, such as shotgun ammunition like rubber pellets, and it causes non-penetrating contusions, but lacerations and rare internal injuries have been performed. So the risk factors for rubber bullets: short range, young age, point of contact, the bullet size, shape, mass, velocity, and the target, where you're aiming. And so the paradox of less than lethal weaponry, there's a fine line between incapacitating and killing. And then how do you differentiate between a rubber bullet and a stone that's thrown? So there's a lot of references here on rubber bullets. The next thing I want to talk about is tasers, or conducted electrical weapons. So the taser was invented in 1974 by Jack Clover. It was named after Victor Appleton's book, Tom Swift and His Electrical Rifle, and that's where the name came from, taser. It's a handheld conducted electrical weapon. It's powered by two 3-volt batteries, and it causes neuromuscular incapacitation and pain caused by small electric current. So it fires these two small darts with compressed nitrogen charges, and it's a function of their spread. It causes the muscles in between the two darts to contract. And at autopsy, it's very important to measure the distance between the dart locations, and it interrupts the brain's ability to control the muscles. So there's an afferent and an efferent effect, and it causes physical and psychological control of violently resistive subjects. But there's been a lot of controversy in the lay press, and they say that there's been over 300 deaths due to conducted electrical weapons and tasers in the literature, and there's very strict limits on the use of such weapons. So there's no conclusive evidence of death in healthy, normal, non-stressed adults, but small children, people with diseased hearts, the elderly, pregnant, and other at-risk individuals have been injured and have died from this. And then Taser International has defended the use of its non-lethal weaponry, and it's spent millions on studies and forging close ties with police, medical examiners, and consultants. And when someone dies after an altercation involving one of these weapons, they're quick to offer a guide to investigators. But once again, it's the second part of low codes exchange principle. How long, how much, and what is acceptable. And the forensic analysis of tasers is very complex, and I'll give you two very good review articles, one by Bakur and one by Rob. These are excellent reviews on the topic of tasers. Then tear gas. Originally was used for the defense against bears, mountain lions, wolves, and other dangerous predators, and the original name was bear spray, and it's a slang term for pepper spray. OC is the one that's in the market now. CN and CS have been taken off the market due to deaths, and it's a chemical that causes, it's a lacrimatory agent, causes watering of the eyes, inflammation of the mucosa, but there have been cases of temporary blindness, and they say that it causes intense pain of the conjunctiva and mucous membranes, and there have been deaths reported, yes, due to OC, oleoresin capsicum. They say it's basically as if your head's on fire and as if you've inhaled a hive of angry wasps. Pepper balls, this is the latest thing now. It's like paintballs, but instead of paint, it contains pepper spray. And it looks like rubber bullets, and it looks like it's pepper spray. So pepper balls is the latest thing now. But now the one that I suggest, that I recommend, is malodorants. This is the latest thing in crowd control, besides water and sound, etc. So this was actually invented by the Israeli Defense Force, and it's a non-lethal weapon used for crowd control. It's been marketed to militaries and law enforcement around the world. It is a strong odor, and it's used when demonstrators become violent or engaged in vandalism. It's got very specific rules of engagement, and it's said to contain organic and non-toxic blend of baking powder, yeast, and other ingredients. A BBC reporter described its effects as follows. Imagine the worst, most foul thing you've ever smelled, an overpowering mix of rotting meat, old socks that haven't been washed for weeks, topped off with a pungent waft of an open sewer. Imagine being covered in the stuff and it is deliberately sprayed upon you from a water cannon. Then imagine not being able to get rid of the stench for at least 3 days, no matter how much you try and scrub yourself clean. It is reported that the smell is so potent it can linger on your clothes for months, if not years. The makers of skunk also sell a very special soap available to authorities that can help remove the odor. Skunk was criticized in 2016 by Physicians for Human Rights and an International Network for Civil Liberties as a crowd control weapon. And there's some references for skunk. So folks, that is the literature review for crowd control. Thank you for attending.
Yes, that was brief and sweet. I must say that in my practice, I've done one case of a lady who died during crowd control, and it was a rubber bullet injury to the head in Kampala, Uganda. Our next, what we are going to have is a LODOX symposium, high-speed digital radiology solutions for forensic pathology. I'll just say one small thing. You know, in Uganda, if you ask for an X-ray for the mortuary, the politicians are the ones who control the funds. And they'll tell you, if my voters do not have an X-ray in the hospital, in the villages, how dare you ask for an X-ray for your mortuary? So is the LODOX team around? Oh, okay. Yeah. You're welcome. I would be happy if you can help Uganda give us some of this equipment for my mortuary.
I need somebody to connect my computer here. Not that one. Can someone connect my? I need someone to connect my phone. No, not this one. No, this is not the one.
Yeah, as the act is being put together, I want to thank those of you who have picked a few copies of the book Medicine, the Law, and You. I'm sure you'll enjoy it during your flight. There are still a few copies, a few limited copies. Those who are interested, see me during the tea break. Those of you who have read about the blue dress of Bill Clinton, the story is there. Those of you who have read about the rape trial of President Zuma, the story is there. So the importance of forensic evidence in all these cases. You'll read about cases of medical negligence, which will come to you. So there are a lot of cases of medical negligence, especially from the East Africa, child abuse. So I have collected really cases from the courts of law. Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rwanda. Thank you, Kigali. And thank you to the ASFM for hosting us and for this opportunity. So I'm going to show you a piece of equipment that is a South African product. It's developed and built in South Africa. And any questions, there's a lot of South Africans in this room that can answer them. So I've actually got an easy presentation. So our system is called LODOX Digital Radiology. The company was founded in 2002. It's a South African company. We're in the radiology field, and we've got a global presence. Just a little bit of the history of LODOX. So initially, as some people have mentioned to me during this conference, it was developed initially for De Beers, for the diamond mines, for people to actually go when they were working for the mines, they'd be scanned, full body scanned to make sure that they weren't stealing diamonds. Then some of the doctors working on the mine suggested that they turn the system on its side and make it into a medical system because it does a full body low dose scan. And we initially did that. And if you look at the top right-hand corner, you can see that over the years, the system has evolved. In the top right-hand corner, there's a LODOX system, and that is for trauma. It's actually based in the emergency departments and in the trauma departments. But then, of course, the forensic pathologist will why have the trauma surgeons got this when it's so valuable? We can also use it in our mortuaries. So we worked with our forensic pathologists in South Africa, and we refined the system so that now it also works in the forensic mortuaries, and it actually helps to facilitate them in doing full body digital x-rays. My next presentation is, I need sound on this, is a presentation that just shows our forensic laboratory in Pretoria, and in fact Dr. Mabocho is going to be doing a presentation on there, and Professor Hertzsteinman gives a little bit of an overview which I think can actually help you. I'm not getting sound.
Thinking and ingenuity can challenge existing paradigms and ultimately result in better, more effective healthcare practices.
And there's no denying that the LODOX is probably the most significant development in radiologic implementation or technological innovation as far as forensic pathology is concerned. One of the major advantages is that in a busy facility like ours, it's ideal for us to be able to scan and to develop radiologic images of these bodies even before we start the autopsies.
LODOX Systems designed and developed a full-body medical X-ray solution that was derived from technology originally created for the security sector, specifically for the detection of stolen diamonds by the mining industry in South Africa. This need created the ideal background for the team of engineers who took on the challenge to design an X-ray scanner with an ultra-low dose to be used for the frequent and rapid X-ray scanning of humans. It was realized that this technology had the potential to cause a revolution in the medical X-ray industry, and soon after the security breakthrough, further innovations adapted the system for medical purposes. Our systems are capable of producing full-body X-ray images in an incredible 13 seconds. And this high speed is not the only feature. We have combined these unprecedented speeds with a minimal radiation dose, while at the same time presenting an image of exceptional quality. As a result of its unique set of characteristics, the LODOX solution is incredibly well suited for operation in trauma hospitals and forensic pathology facilities. LODOX provides a complete picture of a subject's state and injury pattern. Fast, accurate information saves time in forensic pathology investigations by guiding the determination of the cause of death, showing the location of injuries and foreign objects throughout the body.
The advantage, of course, with LODOX is that using both a lateral and an AP scan, which can be done within a few minutes, allows us to very accurately identify not only the number of projectiles, but the nature of the projectiles and their anatomic locations. The other consideration is that we can LODOX the body or scan the body within a body bag. Initially, it's not necessary to expose the body or expose any person working with the body to the raw material.
It also allows for a high throughput, allowing staff to process bodies quickly, while its high-quality imaging provides clarity and surety, leaving all guesswork behind. There is no known alternative solution that matches the LODOX scanner in the medical X-ray sphere globally. With offices in Johannesburg, South Africa and Mentor, Ohio in the United States, LODOX is superbly positioned to make an impact right across the globe. At LODOX, we define our future as the partner in trauma and forensic pathology excellence via the creation of value through strategic investments in people, ideas, and technology. LODOX, saving lives through innovative solutions.
So that just gives you a brief overview of what our system actually does. I'm just going to give you a little bit more detail about the technology. So what do we provide? We provide a full body, high speed, low radiation, digital X-ray system. I'm now going to show you a video that actually shows you the actual machine, because a lot of people come up to me and they say to me, how does this machine look? How does it work? There's no sound to this video, but I will talk through some of it. So this system's been available for over 5 years in the forensic laboratories. And I mean, there's been a lot of research that's also been done on this actual system. You can see that the trolley is separate from the system. So the trolley can actually dock onto the system. It's only once the trolley docks onto the system does the system work. One of the things is, some people have asked us if the machine moves around. No, but the trolley moves around. So for facilities with high throughput, they normally have more than one trolley. The other interesting thing here is that you can see that it doesn't just do a full body X-ray, but you can also do dedicated images. So you can see that here it does a full body scan in 13 seconds. That's how quick it actually is. Then you can actually select other images, or you can select a lateral image depending on what you want. It's a very easy system to use. You don't actually need a radiographer to use the system. The pathologists themselves get trained to use the system, or the forensic pathology officers as well also get trained to use the system. Automatic, AP to lateral shift. And especially if you're looking for bullets and gunshot wounds, you find that a lateral vision is also very important. So to do a full body lateral scan, takes 16 seconds. So a full body AP to lateral scan can actually be done in less than 5 minutes. And you can get a lot of information out of these scans. So as we said, very often they do a full body lateral scan, and then sometimes what is required is a dedicated view. You can go into a dedicated view. You can either do high resolution APs, soft tissue organs can also be viewed. Fragments, anthropology fragments can also be viewed. In the infant, there's a specific size for the infant. There's waterproofing on the system because of the body fluids. And what we find is that in a lot of the forensic facilities, obviously they have to clean it down. So what you find is that they take a hose pipe and they just hose down the system. So it needs to be waterproofed. Otherwise, they'll be electrocuted and land up with Ryan in his facility. So this just gives you a good overview of what the machine actually looks like and how it functions. Now, the next video that I'm actually going to show you is on our unique technology. So we have unique linear slot scanning X-ray system. This is a Lodox technology. The technology has been patented, and we're the only ones in the world that actually do this. And it shows you the difference between our X-ray system and a conventional X-ray system.
The fundamental difference between the dose and scatter radiation produced by Lodox versus other X-ray modalities can be attributed to the way in which Lodox X-rays are produced. Lodox employs linear slot scanning radiology technology, or LSSR. A very narrow fan beam is projected over the subject, and the X-rays are detected by a narrow detector on the opposite side of the C-arm. Because of the thinly collimated beam, very little X-ray scatter occurs, and the full dose of X-rays is utilized efficiently. Other X-ray modalities project a cone beam onto a specified body part. This cone beam geometry creates many scattered X-rays. As a result, an anti-scatter grid must be placed between the patient and the plate to absorb such scatter and to thereby prevent high levels of image noise on the image. This absorption of X-rays does, however, mean that a higher dose must be administered to achieve good quality images. These fundamental beam differences, together with the proprietary CCD detector system and accompanying software, explain why the Lodox scanners are able to produce such good quality full body images very quickly and at a fraction of the conventional dose.
Sorry, so again, that just shows you a little bit of our technology. So, where is the system placed? It's placed adjacent to the autopsy suite. It provides an immediate image overview. It guides the course of death investigations. It provides a complete picture of the subject's state or injury pattern. And as we said, there's also high throughput, which allows staff to process the body quickly and safely. This is what a typical mortuary installation looks like. What is very important is that it doesn't need a lead-lined room. And I'll actually explain that to you now. So when you look at radiation dose, there's two safety guidelines. There are two principles. One is the barrier, and the other one is the distance method. So what does Lodox do? Lodox uses a distance method. And what happens is that we actually work with physicists to ensure that we have the safety radiation dose. So with Lodox, the scatter radiation emanates from the system directly and must be measured using non-standard methods. So we use the radiation safety line test. And as you can actually see on this graph here, it actually, my little red thing is not showing up there. Okay, so what it does there is that it actually shows the measurements, 0.5 meter, 1 meter, 1.5 meters, 2 meters. So right at the top, you can actually see where the purple line is, that is your 2 meter line. So when we install the system, we actually measure 2 meters. Okay, we actually measure 2 meters from the system to ensure that you are in the safety zone. The only thing is that we have a LED screen, and with that LED screen, the person operating the system, because they're operating it the whole day, we suggest that they stand behind that screen. Okay, there's studies that have been done and proven. There are publications, and you can see here, I mean, if you do a full body scan, it's 0.12 milligrays for a full body scan. And then there are the different doses. So what is the difference between Lodox and a conventional X-ray? One, that you get a full body, 1.8 meters, AP and lateral view, less than 5 meters, low radiation, 99 microsieverts. It doesn't require lead line room. You've got pre-select technique features, and minimal radiography training is needed, as compared to if you had to use a conventional X-ray, where you actually have to do 4 X-rays, and it can take up to 45 minutes, and it's 713 microsieverts for the X-ray. Plus, you need to have comprehensive training like radiographers using the system. We have various applications for this, and our colleagues will actually be doing some presentations after this to show you some of these applications. What is most important with these applications is that with the Lodox, it actually helps to formulate and implement forensic policies. There's a lot of research that is actually done on the system. These are the current research that's been done in South Africa at the University of Cape Town and the Witwatersrand. And again, why Lodox and forensics? Because of its high throughput, because of safety, and because of low dose. As you can see here, we've got an international footprint. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, next presenter, please. Can we have Tracy? Yes, I can, as we get the next presenter, I can tell you that radiology is very important. I worked with Professor Polanin in his mortuary in Toronto. I can testify to you of the importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so as Effie has explained to you, I work at the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Services, and I'm just going to give you a bit of a visual, showcase of the types of things that I've learned, well, that we see and that we are able to identify through using our Lodox machine. So just a little background on forensic pathology services. It operates under the Department of Health in South Africa and are the custodians to investigate all unnatural deaths. Gauteng has a northern and southern cluster. The northern cluster has 3 facilities and the southern cluster has 8. So Pretoria and Johannesburg, one in the north and one in the south, are all M6 facilities, and they have, well, they see about 3,000 plus cases a year. The regulations regarding the rendering of forensic pathology services is what guides us, and in terms of unidentified decedents, approximately 10% of all cases that we receive are unidentified. So the Lodox helps with medico-legal investigations and identification of individuals. And this is in Johannesburg and Pretoria, these numbers. So I would like to divide the usefulness of Lodox into 2 categories, which is the medico-legal post-mortem investigation, which is the legal side of things, and then the human decedent part of it as well, human decedent identification. Just a background, we got our machine, I think, approximately in 2014, and we started using it for the screening of medico-legal cases. Back then, we were not doing identification unit, so it was primarily used for that, but now it's used for both. We received basic training to the step-by-step operation by Lodox, and as Effie said, the pathologists and the FOs, forensic officers, can be trained to operate the machine. I received training in this regard and have been since then screening cases with the Lodox. I've been learning how to get the most out of the equipment as well. Some people say I've developed X-ray vision, but it's actually the machine that enables me to find the difficult to find bullets. Seeing the value of this equipment in the medico-legal forensic setting and as well as human identification, which is also a mandate of our facility and our system, is something that I've come to realize. So as you can see here, the standing operating procedure for imaging, as I'm the photographer at the facility, so photographer and imaging technologist, technician. So you can see even in the photography SOP, Lodox is our first step, usually in the processing of cases. In terms of just using the Lodox safely, as we know now, it's a pretty safe machine. And you just have to stand behind the red line, which is the 2 meters away from the machine. And you can see when scanning and radiation is being emitted by the red lights that flash. So there is safety precaution, there are safety precautions. You don't need to use lead aprons. You just need to stand behind the screen. And if you have a dose meter badge, just wear that as well. So here's a few visual examples of what we see. This is our unit. It's one of the older ones, but it works just fine. It's very useful. I think the only difference between this one and the newer one is that when you turn it to a lateral view, you have to raise the table by yourself. You have to make sure you do that manually. But other than that, it works pretty much the same. So, sorry, there's a bit of weird animation on this one. Okay, so we basically can screen for surgical implants, fractures, fracture patterns, gunshot wound fatality, projectiles, and fractures as well related to those, bone pathology, skeletal remains screening in terms of anthropological cases, and we can see some sort of significant forensic odontology features and artifacts, and I'll get into sort of distinguishing between artifacts and projectiles in a minute. We can also approximate height or stature. We can see skeletal development in terms of age estimation, and this all assists in a possible indication of an injury or injury pattern. The identification and retrieval of evidence is assisted in this way, and the identification of hazardous objects on the body. This also aids in the potential identification of unknown decedents at our mortuary. And as you can see, 10% is quite a bit that we need to try and process as much as possible. This is just the screen. You can see it's very user-friendly. You literally go from the first block there on the left all the way down to the bottom, and then your machine is ready to go. And you've chosen your type of scan, And there we go. In terms of the quality of the image, well, the image quality, you can see that this is a full scan. And if you crop into it, you can get down to a very, very small size. And this is very useful because you can see these details. So it's just to show how good the quality of the image is. In terms of labeling and manipulation, this you see here is the image viewing software. So this is, can be accessed at the computer console, and we are able to label and manipulate the images in certain ways to make viewing easier by using these two panels there. The one going downwards is to change the contrast and the brightness of the image, and the tools at the top, they are useful as well for doing various things. This includes putting labels, as you can see in the first picture, then getting an estimated height of the individual as well, and you can also change the, I don't know what you would say, negative and positive space on the image. Some people prefer to look at it in the negative space. This here, troubleshooting, as you can see on the left, sometimes people think that tooth implants or tissue thickness means that there's something metal, but there isn't. So you need to be very careful. Well, we have learned to be careful not to think that these are projectiles. So they are just either dentition or thickness. That shows the difference between the two. In terms of height, sometimes the bodies are a bit tall, depending on the height of the individual. And you can solve this by adding two panels and then measuring it in two, as you can see there, top right. Also, with burn victims, you get that pugilistic stance, and you often can't get the whole body in one scan, so you would have to scan the two halves. Then, as you can see there, there's a lot of fractures, and it's hard to measure the height, so you have to get a bit creative and measure the bits. That's why we have to stress that it's estimation rather than actual height, but it does help us in terms of identifying people to know their general height. This shows fractures, new, healing, and healed. New fractures are very useful in the post-mortem examination because they can relate to the injury or the cause of death. And healing fractures, as you see on the middle and then lower down, that can be useful in, I don't know, certain behavioral patterns of the individual before death, or people will be able to identify these people if they have had surgical intervention. So that becomes an identifiable feature that is very, very useful. The one at the bottom, in terms of anthropological cases, we can screen them in the bag, as Prof. Simon says, without taking them out, just to see if there's anything there worth noticing. Because anthropological cases, before they clean, they can, as we know, be a bit, it's hard to see. The one on the top there, you can see that there was actually a bullet found in the soft tissue, and they had surgical implants. And then the one at the bottom there, you can see there's not much going on there, so we know that there's no hazardous materials or sharp objects. In terms of using the AP and lateral scans combined, as Prof. Simon in the video said earlier, there's not much you can see here. You don't know where this bullet is if you just do this angle. The head is not straight, and it makes life very difficult. We could not find this bullet for the life of us. Then we learned that if we straighten the face and we do a lateral as well, we can then locate it exactly, its exact location. So we found it in the right sinus eventually. Here's just another example. You can see multiple projectiles there in the chest, and you can see them there. You can kind of just match them, and you can sort of see exactly where they are, and it makes it easier to find them, especially if they're in the pelvis or behind the shoulder bone, the scapula. That seems to be quite a difficult area to get bullets out of. Here is an example of old projectiles. These we were confused about. They showed up on the x-rays, but there were no fresh wounds, so then we were able to determine that these are old bullets and not related to the death of the individual. Here we see as well, over there on the right, we saw all these pellet-like looking projectile pieces, and we thought that maybe this is part of the way that the individual had died, but we did not see any fresh wounds, and this indicated that sometime in the past this person had this injury, but it was not fresh. So that becomes an identifiable feature for identification and background. Here with gunshot wounds and projectiles, you can see as it's gone through all the bones, it can indicate directionality, and you just have to be aware of all the artifacts, because when you have a gunshot wound, not everybody knows, because we are not trained radiographers, that what is an artifact and what is a bullet. So you learn over time to actually identify the difference between the two according to shape and everything. And you can also determine the difference between the jacket of the bullet and the actual bullet itself. We can see the type of bullet, as you see that the top, that looks like a hollow point bullet, and the other one looks like a high velocity bullet. And the ones in the head, we wouldn't have seen that until we had x-rayed the individual. At the bottom was something strange that we found. We didn't understand. We saw it was bullets, but we weren't, what is this? We don't understand. And then we found this medicinal muti pack with the body, so it made much more sense. We would not have known that those bullets were in there if we hadn't scanned the body. And also we can scan the organs to see if they are bullets, and as you can see, we had retrieved all the bullets in that case, so there was no need for further investigation, well, further scanning. Here is an example of using metal landmarks in your imaging. So sometimes it's very, very hard to find the bullet, and we have to go back to the Lodox a few times, and it often helps using these landmarks to see exactly where the bullet might be in the soft tissue, and it makes the job a bit easier to actually locate them. Here we can see dentition. It either shows fillings and things, or it shows bad dentition, good dentition, unerupted teeth, and also completely odontulous individuals with no teeth. This could indicate age and as well as health. You can measure the stature of the individual as well. You can see the age of the individual in terms of bone development and teeth eruption. And then also in pediatric cases, you can see this. There are a lot of unerupted teeth, and epiphyseal joints are not fused or developed yet. You can also see pathology and pathological things within the individual, which could be an identifying feature if this antemortem data is known. Implants as well, and thank you.
Thank you. The sessions are really good and sweet. We do not want them to finish. Oh, sorry. We're going for our last presentation from Susan Maboja. Susan is a forensic pathologist based at Pretoria Medical Legal Laboratory, and her focus is on trauma, especially mob justice.
Good afternoon. Thank you, distinguished colleagues, conference organizers, and the audience at large for giving me this opportunity to share our experience at Pretoria Medical Legal Laboratory. I think Medical Legal Laboratory is the same as FPS. We are just a little bit fancy. And I would like to, first of all, just indicate to you that I have no financial benefit accrued or conflict of interest with this presentation, and some of the work was a contribution by my colleagues. Contents of what I'm going to be sharing with you is basically just a small introduction, background about Pretoria Medical Legal Laboratory, modalities that are available at Pretoria, and what full body scanning has done for us, and a bit of conclusion. Many death investigation systems in the first world country have postmortem radiology in their routine. But in South Africa, most of these FPS facilities can access radiology. And you find that your smaller facilities, they mainly access X-rays, and they do this two ways. Either by going to a nearer forensic pathology facility like us. In our instance, we have a smaller mortuary called Bronchosprate. When they need to do X-ray, they then come to our facility. Alternatively, they can go to a local hospital. The problem with that is they share the service with the living. Often that leads to delay in performing the autopsy or discharging the body to the families. Larger facilities like us, I think we are a little bit more privileged. We have the full body digital scanner on site, as you saw the video. We can also access CT scan, but the problem again is we share it with the living. And we also have a forensic odontology service on site, which helps us mostly in identifying the unidentifiable individuals. What we have found is radiological imaging in the postmortem setting has assisted us in many ways. First, in evaluating injuries, in assessing the hemorrhage and abnormal gas collection in body cavities, and also evaluating those that have died suddenly and unexpectedly, or even those that are found dead. Later on, I'll show you cases of what I'm talking about. The LODOX has, radiological imaging has also helped us to be able to locate radio-opaque foreign objects, such as in firearm-related deaths, and we can also use it for identification. Tracy has said most of the things about how we use the identification. It's also possible for us to visualize possible lethal objects on the body, but what is also very much important is it minimizes exposure to autopsy-related occupational health and safety issues. So what is this Pretoria that we are proud of? It's an M6A mortuary because we get to see more than 2,000 bodies per year, and we also have academic responsibilities. The case profiles that we see include trauma, as those that die suddenly and unexpectedly, those that are found dead, and even the procedure-related deaths. We also do a lot of teaching and training, mainly for University of Pretoria students, the undergraduate medical and law students, and we have quite a few of postgraduate students coming to our facility. And because of this, we are not able to do as much research as we'd like, but a limited amount of research is happening. So therefore, postmortem radiology imaging is a valuable adjunct to autopsy in such a busy facility as ours. So we have a full body digital scanning, as it has already been mentioned, dental X-ray, and access to post-mortem CT scan. The post-mortem CT scan is mainly done on selected cases. You are non-accidental injury syndromes and very few selected cases where we want to visualize soft tissue pathology. We have already seen the video explaining how our setup is in terms of the LODOX STAT scan. We have the older model. And basically, this is what we do with it: evaluate trauma cases, anticipate autopsy finding, it assists us with identification, and the images that have been generated are stored on a digital platform, which has created a very large database, it has a large database capacity, and we can always access this information. We have been using the LODOX since 2014, and all that information is still available to us. The beauty of it also is we can also share. If I want an image for preparing for a presentation, I can always ask my colleague if I can share with them. And as I said earlier, it has improved worker safety by the low doses it emits, and it's very easy to transfer bodies onto the LODOX table. But as much as it's a very valuable system to have, there are some limitations that we have noticed, and we have also tried to sort of come around with overcoming these restrictions, these limitations. One of them is it's very difficult to visualize fractures on the small bones and also on the ribs. We are very restricted in terms of our comment on cardiothoracic ratio. And I think most of our problems sometimes are because our x-rays are done by non-medically trained, non-radiologically trained assistants. Yes, we can do the lateral view, but because our machine is the older version, the view that we see is not as nice as we'd like it to be. The radiodense artifacts that we normally found on the body can be very confounding. So I'll also show you what I mean by that. Postmortem changes is a big problem in forensic because it either obscure or confound the pathology that we are going to see. Later on, I'll show you also that. I thought it would be fair to warn you that some of the images that you might be looking at are disturbing, and therefore your discretion is advised. So we can X-ray bodies that range from infants, including fetuses, to children. We can do almost all the bodies, but as Tracy has already mentioned, sometimes when the bodies are larger, sometimes when the bodies are taller, beyond the 1.8 meters and the girth beyond 0.65 meters, the image can get cut. So what we do, we normally retake the image. And as you look at the image on the left, you can see that there are other things on the body. This is simply because the bodies are taken, the images are taken on admission. So when you see that there's too much, and I'll use the word loosely, too much noise, you can always re-examine the body. Sometimes the bodies are imaged as they come, the positioning is bad, and sometimes by the time you go to do the autopsy, when you approach the table, you have a pretty good idea of what you're going to see. And these are some of the cases that we get to examine. So it becomes easier for you to prepare your assistants psychologically so that they know what we are dealing with. Again, you can have an idea of what the what the ligature is going to look like. If you look on the image on the right, I don't know if it's reflecting well, but you can see that there's a sharp foreign object, and it was found in the esophagus. This is just an image that has been cropped, just to give you an idea that you can manipulate the image to see much better. The left one, there's a left hemothorax, and the right image, you can see the multiple projectiles. In a case where we have multiple projectiles, because we have to remove all of them, we normally have to resort to making, to have objects, radiolucent objects to mark this bullet so that we can remove all of them. This image is just to show you the different stages that we go through. And yes, we use very rudimentary objects, the head block and the dissecting knife. If you look on the last image on the right, you can see that there is a knife at the knee to remove that bullet. Postmortem changes, as I said, sometimes cloud the picture. If you look at the image on the right, that person on the left, came in rigor mortis, and the hands are covering the chest cavity. It becomes difficult to evaluate the pathology there. So we normally retake the image. That's a decomposed body with just making sure that there are no projectiles, there are no fractures noted on the body. The image on the right, you can see the pulmonary infiltrates. This is just to show you, as I call it, the noise that we see with the metallic artifacts on the body. This is a woman that was shot multiple times. You can see, unfortunately, I don't have a pointer, but you can see that there's a body bag zipper, there's a bullet, there's a church affiliation insignia, and there's locket and other things that are attached to her bra. Also, the lateral view, as much as it's not as pretty as one would like it to be, as good quality as one would like it to be, you can see that there is a skull fracture and a pneumocephalus. This is a case where the alleged victim came in with a history of suspected alcohol poisoning. He didn't have any medical history. And when we took the Lodox, you can see that the bowel is distended, and there's a container, I think there's a bottle between the thighs. That's the alleged alcohol that poisoned him. But at autopsy, this is what we found. So by the time you get to the table, you have a pretty good idea that you're going to find something in the abdomen. Again, this is another case where there was a fusion on the right side. It's a person that was found dead with no medical history. And when you look at the Lodox, you can see the right chest cavity has gotten a fusion. And this is what we find at autopsy. And we stopped the autopsy because you don't want to expose yourself to unnecessary pathogens. And for identification, these are some of the things that we get to see. The first image on the left, you can see there's a plate on the neck. Beautiful old history, and some of these things we cannot even attach them to the postmortem report to emphasize the point of what you are saying. And the image on the extreme right, you can see the leg, so the leg has been amputated. And in conclusion, radiology imaging has become a resource that enhances how we manage our workload, and the digital scanner has increased our competency and safety. The data is easily re-accessed, and we can always review the findings. And we have created a database for research. We just don't have much time to use it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for keeping time. From here we go for a coffee break, but before the coffee break, a few announcements. One, the Lodox team has given each of us a baggage tag. Please collect it as you're going out for each person. Question to the Lodox team, do you have mobile units that, we can, mobile units that can be taken to the mortuary where those things are not there? And then there's a request for your contact details so that if the delegates want to get these units, they may be able to get this unit. There's a tour planned for the Kigali city and the forensic laboratory, but please go with your conference badges. It's very important. And then the president, our president is coming to make a short announcement, but before he comes to make the announcement, I'll just tell you two scenarios that happened in our country. One was a body that was brought that had been decapitated, and the medical officer wrote, cause of death, no head. And then in identification, a lady was with her boyfriend. They went to the zoo, and the lady got excited and said, darling, is that hippo male or female? And the young man was not amused, and he said, that should be of interest to another hippo and not you. Thank you very much.
Please, let's acknowledge all the presenters of this session. It's unfortunate we could not really ask many questions. But please, the LUDOX team, we would like to have your contacts at some place, because some of our colleagues have already expressed interest, especially in the mobile one. And of course, in fixed one also, but mobile one comes very handy in mortuaries. So please, I hope there's a place they can locate your materials and your contact details so that they can get in touch with you and then continue the discussion. As you're aware, ASFM meeting is an annual event, and these days we also have some key projects we may host in between conventions so that we can have deeper connection with some organizations or companies like you that deepen our practice. Please, we are going to have our Congress by 4 p.m. on the dot. There's a closing ceremony that starts by 6. And please, we do not want to delay the closing ceremony because minister is coming for this event. And we have to pay respect to the office of the minister. So please, 4 p.m. on the dot, all members of ASFM. This meeting is only for members of ASFM, existing ones and new ones. If you've been an old member of ASFM or you just joined, please, this meeting is for you. We are going to limit our sitting to this middle, this left, and that right, so that we can have a more close interaction. We've also made arrangement for interpretation for our members from Francophone countries so that you could follow the proceedings and also be part of the discussion. We have a maximum of 2 hours, and it would be good that we have extra 30 minutes for people to go back to their hotel, if possible, freshen up a little bit and look good for the minister. You know what I mean? So please, our business meeting will be business meeting. So the tea break, please just make it 5 minutes or 10 minutes and come in. The people supporting us will help us to arrange this as planned in the next 5 minutes or thereabout. Announcement: a colleague of ours accidentally left a ring in the female restroom. These are the characteristics of the ring. Forensic people, we're always writing. Now, it is silver colored. It has stones embedded in it, and it is essentially round. So please, if you find this, it's not signet. We're lucky that we're not dealing with signet ring because it does not augur well with patients. So please, seriously, if you find it, bring it to either the financial secretary of ASFM, Evelyn, could you raise up your hand? Or you give it to the general secretary of ASFM, Remy, could you raise up your hand? Please, we need to recover this ring. And I know our female colleagues here would help us. So if you accidentally bump into it and it's in your possession, give it to Evelyn or to Remy. Thank you so much. Please, let's quickly go for a coffee. And ASFM members, please come in so that we can start our business meeting. Thank you so much for your patience. A round of applause again for the King and the presenters in this last session. Congratulations.
So please clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves. For those of you who are not Rwandans, welcome home. This is home now. The event company managing this event today is called Ikaze. Ikaze means welcome. So welcome home, welcome to Rwanda. I would like to notice a few people. First of all, members of the government of Rwanda, thank you for putting it together. Please clap for them. Clap for them. Rwanda Forensic Lab, please clap for yourselves. Thank you so much. The people representing ASFM, thank you again. Rwanda National Police, thank you very much. I see the ladies and gentlemen in uniform. Rwanda Investigation Bureau, thank you. Thank you for coming. Zimbabwe, if you don't know what RIB stands for, it's RIB. Which is very funny when you are my size. RIB, really. For those of you who don't know RIB, it's the Rwandan FBI, but better. Yes, much better. It is also very glad for me to be hosting these kind of events, because when you have so many nationalities together, you can't help but notice we are so different, but such the same at the same time. Nigerians, where's the Nigerians? Yes, you're here. I just realized that when a Nigerian is mad at you, he starts by saying, my friend. When a Nigerian tells you, my friend, run. He's not your friend. He's not. South Africans, where are you? South Africans, you here? South Africans, they amaze me because they know how to party. Kenya, you have no idea how to party. South Africans know how to party. I'm telling you. You know how I know? Because the very first case of COVID-19 that I heard in Africa was in South Africa. So they brought in people in hazmat suits. They picked up the guy, sent him to the hospital. They did a bunch of tests, and then they realized it was a hangover. Do you know how hard you have to party to wake up in the morning with all the symptoms of a global pandemic? Do you know how hard? Kenyans, fantastic. East African, the whole East African region is fantastic, by the way. And you can tell by their songs, the love songs. In Kinyarwanda, Rwandans are not lovers, by the way. If you intend to stay here, ladies, I need to tell you, we are not romantic. We are not. Abanyarwanda, we are not. It is not a debate, it's a comedy show. I'm going to explain. Rwandans don't sing about women. No, they sing about a woman. We are not lovers, we are snipers. We know who we want, and we're going to get her. Anita Mokondwa, ni Anita, numwe. Ansira weba, ni Ansira, nu. Brigitte, ni Brigitte, that's the one. But when you go to Kenya, on the other hand, different story. When Kenya is in love with you, he names you after food. You can tell the priorities. You are sweeter than cuckoo. Who says that to a woman? I love you like a chicken. Abanyarwanda, we even worse. You have the eyes of a cow. Only in Rwanda can you say that. Only in Rwanda. This kind of conferences, this is when you also see black and white, not so much of a difference. It's not even a skin color. I think it's just culture. I know very many white people who are black. I know very many black people who are white. For instance, I think former president of France, Nicolas Sarkozy, that man is black. No, he's black, he's black. The first thing he did when he became president, he bought a $40,000 watch. Oh yeah, a Rolex. He updated his salary, he bumped his salary 210%. He goes to the fanciest restaurants, and he goes on vacation on a yacht with his billionaire friends. That guy is not French. No Muzairwa. He's a Muzairwa. I also know people who are black, but white in the inside. They say the things that only white people say. They say things like, I know my rights. Only white people say that. Ma'am, you have never said that in your life. I know my rights. But the guy next to you, he has said it. He has said it. I can tell you. No, seriously. Clap for yourself, brother. Clap for yourself. You have said it. I have a friend, Munyarwanda, just like me. By the way, we need to up our reputation, Hano Hanze, because recently I traveled and a lady came up to me and she said, "Excuse me, I overheard the conversation and apparently you're from Rwanda." I said, "Yes." And she said, "I love gorillas." This woman looked at me and she thought about a gorilla. She looked at me, Kimenyi, and she thought, a silverback. No, not like this. No. No, frankly speaking, my friend in Switzerland, Munyarwanda, born and raised in Switzerland, but he's so white in himself, so white. One day we get invited to an event just like this one, just like this. We go to the door, we give our credentials, and you're talking to, you know the boys with the, you know who I'm talking about, the boys with the earpiece. Abajep. Doesn't talk much. He looks at the badge. He says, "Press Muchahari." That's it. Me, I got in Rwanda in 97. When one of the boys tells you, "Go that way," my friend, you go that way. There's no... My friend at the back turns around and says, "Why? Why? How?" So now me, I'm at the back. I'm like, he said, "What? Why?" I'm like, this white man. I came back and I told him, I'm sorry. I take him away. I'm like, don't negotiate. Don't negotiate. Let's just go. So we get to the door, and before we get to that door, I hear the guy at the back saying, "Civilian." You have to understand that civilian in Rwanda is an insult. It doesn't mean people who are not in the armed forces. It means, who brought me this stupid person? Civilian. You have to say it with the tone of voice. Civilian chenyeje. That is fantastic. Also, for those of you, first time in Rwanda, you intend to stay for a while? How many, by round of applause, how many of you would like to stay or come back to Rwanda? Yes? Very good. You will have to learn the language. It's very complicated. It's not so complicated, actually. Take one sound, one vowel, let's say the letter A, and there's many variations of that tone, and then you can have a conversation in Kinyarwanda just like that. For instance, in Kinyarwanda, you don't say, "I agree with you." You say, "Eh." Yeah. You can say that. It's a whole conversation. For instance, you don't say, "Oh, now I remember." You say, "Eh." You say, "Who do you think you're talking to?" No, you say, "Eh." Very simple. You don't say, "This beer is expensive." You say, "Eh." You don't say, "This woman is beautiful." You say, "Eh, eh, 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 eh." We don't even threaten people in Kinyarwanda. We don't. We don't go, it's like, "If you say that one more time, I'm going to beat you." No. You just take two sounds and then you combine them and you make a pause in between. You say, "Yeah. Yeah." Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 10th conference, ASFM. We have a great show for you tonight. And without further ado, we start always at home with the traditional dance. So just for your pleasure tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Mama Magarire, Inhayoveranya, the national troupe, if you guys can come. Please tell me you're ready. This is very lonely. Where are they? Inhayoverana. You're making me look very bad right now. Badihe. Oh, they're here. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Just for a pleasure for you tonight. And now we'll be right back. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen. mubampera amashyi menshi cyane ntayoberana. Thank you again. I was kindly reminded that some of you speak French. Est-ce qu'il y a des francophones parmi vous? Cameroun? Guinée? Les Camerounais, ils sont comme nous. C'est anglais, français, c'est pareil. C'est the same thing. Cameroun? Guinée? Congo? Lequel? Brazzaville. Les deux sont francophones, hein, c'est juste... Qui ça, ça peur. Burkina, le pays des hommes intègres, tout à fait. Mali, Bamako, c'est jour de mariage. Côte d'Ivoire, les gars où? Togo, c'est parfait. On va faire comme tout à l'heure. Ne vous inquiétez pas en question de langue, on est comme vous. Rwanda is not francophone, it is not anglophone, Rwanda is confused. We speak 6 languages in one sentence and it's normal. Non mais c'est normal et on se rend même plus compte qu'on a changé de langue. On se rappelle pas. Let me tell you a conversation between 2 people in Rwanda, like a random conversation. Allô, vite. Malam, vous allez bien? Ah, Nico, bien tout? Ok. Where are you? Je suis à la maison. Utafika kutown, Chasimbiz. Ozana Mbongo, pas de problème, Kobangate. Will baby girls there? Inshallah. And that is normal. That is very normal. Donc ne vous inquiétez pas, je vais changer de langue. Je vais vous dire quelque chose en Kinyarwanda. Je vais demander qu'on traduise pour vous. C'était une blague de mon père. À chaque fois qu'on lui demandait pourquoi tout le monde était bilingue, il disait être bilingue à Kigali, c'est une question de survie. Tout le monde est bilingue. Il y a certains quartiers où tu arrives, Ninjangwe Ziramoka. Explain. Where's the translator? Without further ado, we're going to get the first notes of the evening. Please help me welcome the DG of Rwanda Forensic Lab, Dr. Charles Karangwa, please. Big round of applause for him. Hey, here you go, sir. Okay. Camera. Okay, yes. Much better. Thank you. Careful, careful. Thank you very much. Dr. Charles Karangwa, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Honorable Minister of Justice and Attorney General, the guest of honor, thank you. Honorable Minister and the Attorney General, the guest of honor at this closing ceremony, and the other government officials here present, the representative of African Union here, Dr. Ahmed, the president of International Association of Forensic Science, Professor Claude Roux, the president of African Forensic Science, Dr. Antonel, the president of African Society of Forensic Medicine, Dr. Ouam, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here today at this closing ceremony after a couple of 3 days of intensive work, mobilizing research and academicians, decision makers, and of course, some politicians. It's a great moment to discuss many challenges facing Africa, where we are, the challenge that we are facing, and together, holistically, to look at the way forward. Honorable Minister and guests of honor, allow me, first of all, to start to emphasize on the organization that have been undergo these conferences. I would like to mention some names that have been the focal point and the pillar of this organization. I would like to mention Dr. Justin Kabira, the chairperson of the local organizing committee. Please. Mr. Edis Defonsa Biarimana, who is the overall coordinator of all activities. Dr. Innocent Nkurunziza, member of local organizing committee. Mrs. Waneje Kabayiza Carolina, member. And it plays at the same time the role of a Secretary General of local government, local organizing committee. Dr. Emmanuel Nshingabigwi, member. Dr. Francois Xavier Hakizimana. Yes. And Superintendent Emmanuel Ngango, who is managing the finance. Mr. Nicodem Nzahoyanguye, he has been a very active marketing and communication of this event. Mrs. Justine Mbabazi, she has been a very active head of logistics. And of course, there is Mr. Theobar Bayingana, the IT head of the group of IT. There is a CIP, Chief Inspector of Police, Alexi Kagawa, the head of procurement. And Inspector of Police, Ingabire Lawrence, very active to recruit new staff to support RFL staff. And of course, a team of valuable secretariat. If you can raise up the team of secretariat, the pre-chirurg, they maintain very well the registration website. They are in charge of correspondence and of course to make close follow-up of invitees. Honorable Minister, we have now completed our conference sessions and come to the end of intensive gathering. This conference has been a success, not only because we had a high number of participants, over 500 participants have been recorded in our system, from various countries. More than 40 countries represent all continents. But also many interesting thematic presentations have been made by famous experts from all continents. Honorable Minister, we discussed a holistic approach toward a safer continent through a deliberate harmonization of evidence-based forensic science practice in our continent, Africa. Honorable Minister, for this 10th edition of African Society of Forensic Medicine International Conference, all topics were remarkable, covering a wide range of topics from building capacity in forensics for effective justice DNA investigation policies, the forensic implementation in ending gender-based violence and child abuse, emerging technology in DNA that have been presented by many presenters, among them Lodox company, and successful collaboration with, identification of victim disaster identification system, and of course, successful collaboration between justice system and forensic science, to mention few. Honorable Minister of Justice, we have heard much from speakers and presenters, exhibitors through preliminary sessions, presentation, symposia, exhibition, and posters. We have had challenges and would be committed to ensure that the level of engagement is the implementation. Let us commit that the 3 days intensive activities spent together here in Shigari include real differences in the way we look of the fair business, fair justice administration. Of course, forensics should be the heart of all activities. We commit, of course, to continue to collaborate, to create a network for a stronger partnership. Before I come up to my conclusion of my note, Honorable Minister of Justice, I would like to thank all participants here present for their gracious presence and their valuable contribution to the system of forensics in general. I wish to our guests present flight back for those who are going to go back. But also I'd like to mention that here in Rwanda, we have excellent sites you should visit before going home. We have an agent that will guide you. We have Rwanda Development Board. They have a stand here. If you want to make a tour in the National Reserve, Akaja National Reserve, Gorilla Mountain, Coffee, we have many famous sites you can visit. So I would invite you to go through and pass through this desk for more information. But also, we have many things we can share. Some of them have expressed the wish to visit Rwanda Forensic Laboratory. Tomorrow, we have this excellent tour at 10, and you have made arrangement to visit this laboratory. We have some site we can visit, what you call one-stop center, where all government officials, they're providing certificate. Should be for FDA, should be for doing business, should be for registering your company in a few hours. We have just one desktop, one-stop center we can visit, and you have people to guide you. Of course, some also have expressed the interest to visit Genocide Memorial Site. Of course, the team will be here to guide you at 10 again. Some will be visiting Genocide Memorial Site, Liberation Site at Parliament, also at Rwanda Forensic Laboratory. I would wish to enjoy the rest of closing ceremony and the garden, this food we have here. And of course, we would like to continue to interact until we leave this soil of Rwanda, what we call 1,000 Hills. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much again. Big round of applause for Dr. Charles Karangwa. I will be right there.
As I have the word again, I would like to ask people in the conference hall, please to keep silent. We would like to invite our guest of honor for the package you have for us today. Honored Minister of Justice, you are most welcome.
So thank you very much, DG Dr. Karangwa. I am advised that there are certain things which end with OL, which are not suitable for this particular event, and that's protocol. So please allow me not to, or maybe associate myself with the protocol as was highlighted earlier on. I'm told that the only OL that is permissible here is alcohol, so. So let me first of all take this opportunity to once again thank all of you for having chosen Rwanda as the destiny for this ASFM. We don't take it for granted. We don't take it for granted, and I do want to thank all of you participants, but let me also specifically thank the speakers. I'm told you did a wonderful job. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend most of the, or some of the sessions. I would have loved to attend some of the sessions. I'm sure I would have gone away much more wiser than I was. I'm also told that the organization went well, thanks to Karangwa and his team. So we really appreciate that your stay here went so well. On behalf of the government of Rwanda, I was asked to come and officially close this meeting. But when it comes to closing, it means saying goodbye. So it's the toughest part of any conference, saying bye after 3 days of conference. But let me say that it's not bye, it's see you soon. So we do hope to see you again in Rwanda. But let me also point out this on a more serious note, that in the justice sector, as a Minister of Justice, I can tell you that the justice chain, because it's a chain, is as weak as its weakest link. So if you have a weak forensic science in a country, then chances are you are not achieving the goals of justice. So I do really appreciate what you do for the justice sector, because it's an important role that you play. And I do hope that the knowledge that you've gathered today, the experiences that you've shared, will be important to all our jurisdictions. And we can't wait to see what the knowledge will do for us. But let me also point out that it is very important to have such conferences. But what is even more important is what you do beyond these conferences. What do you use the knowledge that you've gained in the day-to-day work? And especially remember that you play an important role of ensuring that we have a safe and just space for humanity. So what have you gained? How are you going to impact where you go back? But more importantly, the networking that you've had in the last 3 days, how important is it to all our jurisdictions? We do have a saying in Africa that if you walk alone, you may walk far. Sorry, if you walk alone, you may walk fast. But if you walk together, you walk far. So how do you ensure that the collaboration that you've achieved in the last 3 days plays an important role in all our jurisdictions? Because we do hope that all the jurisdictions do benefit from the forensic science. So we do look forward to all the benefits that we will gain here in Rwanda, but I also do hope in the other jurisdictions that were represented here. So let's work together as Africans to achieve the important role of forensic science in the justice sector. I do know that it's a very difficult journey, very expensive sometimes investments, but they are worthwhile investments which we should invest. And where we can help each other as Africans and the whole world at large, I think I'm allowed to quote Mr. Kimenyi. some of us are black, white, so we are all humanity. So we can share our knowledge in order to ensure that all the humanity lives in a safe and just space, because that's what we aspire for as humanity. So I don't want to take a lot of your time, and I didn't even expect that we will have speeches, because there are more fun things to do. And I do hope that all of you brought your dancing shoes, because I know that that particular activity will take place anytime from you. So for those of you staying in Rwanda longer than this conference, again, the warranty that I gave you on the first day still stands. And for those of you who are traveling back, we do understand we would have loved you to stay longer. I do wish you a safe flight back to your destinations. Thank you so much. And with those words, I will use a word that we use in the judiciary. We never close, we adjourn. So we adjourn this meeting to the next meeting. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Big round of applause for Honorable Minister. Indeed, indeed, I could not have said that better myself. Today is a celebration, and we do also celebrate today achievements and excellence. And after these 3 days, I'm told by my colleague, Mr. Nicodem, that I would like to call upon two things. First of all, we'll be awarded tonight the best oral presentation of the past 3 days, and their names are right here. And the best SFM host award will be presented later on. But before that, I would like to acknowledge the sponsors, and please raise your hand if you're here so we can acknowledge your presence. There's REEB, Kia Gen, Ingufu Jin, Rwanda Airport Company, ICRC, Forensic Foundations, MBG, Thermo Fisher, Lodox, Royal Society of Chemistry, Interbusiness, here somewhere, Africa Medical Supplier, where are you? Thank you, and DNA for Africa. There they are. There they are. Now, in order to introduce the awards and the certificates, I would like to call upon the president of ASFM, Professor Womo Eze. Big round of applause for him, please. Thank you, sir. Mr. Nicodem, are you here somewhere? Yes. So, the best oral presentations, there are two of them. Please help me hand out the awards to them. They are Professor Ryan Blumenthal. There he is. Best oral presentation, there's two of them. My friend Nicodem over here. Can we have a photographer?
We hereby award
big round of applause.
Best oral presentation for ASFM 2023.
Thank you again. And the second, big round of applause for Professor Blumenthal, please. Thank you. The second award for Best Oral Presentation goes to John Mungai. There he is, my Kenyan brother.
It's my honor to award you on behalf of the organizing committee the Best Oral Presentation for ASFM 2023. Congratulations.
John Mungai, ladies and gentlemen, Best Oral Presentation. Thank you again. Last but not least is the Best ASFM Host Award, and it goes to Dr. Charles Karangwa.
Now, I'm going to make a few comments here. Rwanda has exceeded expectation. From arrival at the airport to the venue, you see an organized symphony of excellent organization. And behind this is this gentleman. So please join me in giving him a round of applause for this deserved award and for his team. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Dr. Charles Karangwa, DG of Rwanda Forensic Lab. A big round of applause again for him. Thank you for making us proud. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, thank you. Professor, if I may have a few seconds of your time again, we would like to call upon all the sponsors that we mentioned earlier. If we can have a representative here, you will be awarded certificates. So if I can have REEB, please come as we state your name. Kiajen, Ingufujin, RAC, Rwanda Airport Company, come forward. All of them. ICRC, Forensic Foundation, MBG, Thermo Fisher, Lodox, all the people mentioned. If we can have one of you represented here, so that my friend Nicomed over here, Nicodem, brother. So REEB, NGB, Keagen.
Please, let's acknowledge Kajim and the entire ASFM appreciates your sponsorship and we value your partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Next up we have Lodox. Lodox, please. Big round of applause for them.
Thank you so much for your valuable contribution to the success of this ASFM 2023. We are proud of your partnership.
Thank you. And here's the certificate. Next up we have Interbusiness. Interbusiness, please. Big round of applause for Mr. Alfred, please. Interbusiness, can we have their awards? Okay, let's go for the certificates in the meantime. Thank you again.
Interbusiness, thank you so much for your contribution to the 2023 ASFM conference. We're grateful. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Next up we have ICRC. ICRC. To them.
Now, I must make a comment here. Of all the partners that have been with ASFM since inception, ICRC has been a consistent, reliable, and a partner we can fall upon at any time. Since the inauguration of ASFM, starting from the network in Botswana to the first workshop we had in Namibia in 2011 and the formalization in 2012 in Uganda, ICRC has been a reliable partner and we wouldn't have gone this far without you. So we are very proud to identify with you and we hope you continue with us on this journey as we get into the future. Please join me to acknowledge the International Committee of the Red Cross.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Leadership.
Okay. Thank you very much. If you're on the list of sponsors and partners, if you don't have a representative, we will send you the award and the certificate. If we have DNA for Africa. Yes, please come over. Can we have somebody? Yes. DNA for Africa. Can we have the award and the certificate?
For those who do not know, Vanessa means DNA policy. And so she spent a lot of her life helping countries to craft workable policies. And we're proud of your consistency and collaboration. So thank you so much for supporting ASFM Kigali 2023.
Can I hug you?
Yes.
Thank you again very much. Do we have Africa Medical Supplier? Yes, if you're not here, it will be sent to you. I mentioned Royal Society of Chemistry, Forensic Foundation, Africa Medical Supplier. Is anybody here? Well, if not, anybody here? But there's nobody there to pick it. It will be sent to you. It will be sent to you. Don't worry about it. Please help me welcome again. Thank you, Professor. Big round of applause for Professor Womo Eze. And we will go on with the rest of the evening, as Honorable Minister said it. Best foot forward, dancing shoes on. The traditional troupe is coming back again. In Hayoverana, if you're ready, this is your time again. And then we move on with the rest of the evening. I would like to mention that beverages and sustenance is available. Just talk to one of these people representing Marriott. Ne vous dérangez pas. Faites comme à la maison. Ils sont là pour vous. And okay, you also have your keynote speakers. You also have your certificates. Ryan Blumenthal, Ahmed Zanya. I hope I'm pronouncing your names right. Zanya Burge, Serge Ekor, Dr. Louis von der Bieder, from the Brider, I don't know. Stephen Fonseca, Dr. Roger Mitchell, Emilio Muzolese, Dr. Antonel Olclerc, Dr. Angeli Partin, Professor Michael Spolanen, Claude Roux, and Rumar Ivas. I hope so. And all the certificates are here. If we can get Dr. Angeli Parrain. Am I saying it right? Okay. Nicodem, come over.
I would like to call Director General of Welfare, Dr. Charles Karangwa, to hand over the certificate. You are welcome.
Honorable Minister, it's my pleasure today to hand over a certificate to our keynote speakers that have been very active to make this conference happen and to make a success story here in Kigali. I would like to start by Dr. Antonel Oclas, Biotech CEO. The second one is Professor Claude Roux, the President of International Association of Forensic Medicine. The next presenter, keynote speaker, I cannot see Dr. Louis von der Bieder. Is it here? Oh. The following is Dr. Ahmed Zanya Bridge, which is our representative from African Union. We'll make it tomorrow. Thank you. Blessings. The following is Professor Emilio Nuzoles, Italian one. Thank you so much for coming and make it a success. Thank you. Very good. Why don't you start Kururia? Urihan. Dr. Roger. Yeah. The next will be the Vice Chancellor of Indian National Forensic Science, Dr. Vyas. Unfortunately, he is not here, but he sent the representative, Dr. Jadeja, the Executive Registrar for the whole campus of NFU. Thank you. Thank you for coming. The next is Professor Ian Blumenthal from South Africa. He is at the same time the best presenter here. I'm pleased to share this certificate for you. Thank you so much. Professor Michael Polanem, is it here? Is he here? Professor Michel Polanen from Toronto University. Yeah. You need there? Stephen. And the following is our friend Stefan Fonseca from ICRC. Is he here? Yes, please. There is one president of ICRC, please. Yeah, thank you so much. Send it out. Okay. The last one is Professor Roger Michel. Is he here? Michel? No, we'll share this certificate, no problem. Honorable Minister, those are the list of keynote speakers that have been very intensive and make this psychiatry story in Kigali International Conference, 10th edition of ASFM. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Dr. Karangwa, please. One thing he forgot to mention, but I'm not sure he knows about it, he has a certificate too. So I will be handing it to him later on. Thank you again. Thank you so much. To all of you participants, you will be getting a participation certificate. I will make sure that the rest of the team gets you your own certificate at the end of this evening. Without further ado, let's go back to the party. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rwanda Traditional Group in Hayoberanya.
dutira mu kirindiro n'abantu warutaga
aho tubwira ngo baruvuga
yego ye aho nimo bagira sanyiragiye
aho ne kuba kibo mushiganisha bagira imwe aho ne kuba tenebera nazo Rwanda aho ne kuba
kazi bakaramurenga n'umurenge barajyana isamba ntibaguhinda ndiyo bakomera ntikuri birenge
aho ne kuba rugamba beneriga
niki mu mujyi gomesha abanyamaheta batagira bakanyagira
aho ne kuba kibo mushiganisha bwene heto
ndavuga mpamije icumu ndi mutiko arataka ndiyatinda kuvuza induru bitega by'amaraso
mukaguze w'icyuma
bamushatse ndamushahura bamuhebye ndamuherana ndiyama nkwicara ikema mbuzira indwara itarakazwa n'induru nakubitiye umuntu mukazi bakazi bakaramurenga n'umurenge
aho se zo kwibasira ntabara Rwanda ntabwo
samba ntibaguhinda ndihere bakomera aho se kunyuganisha abanyamaheta batakugiye kanyagirwa
aho se rwagezwa n'ingabo rwanga ngo n'ubundi niwe mbambanye imbaraga ibanziriza urugamba rugoma yego koye aho no kuba se wirahira biti
bwiza bw'u Rwanda komera bwiza bw'u Rwanda horoje amahanga komera bwiza bw'u Rwanda yewe Rwanda turagokondo yewe hora nkareremba komera bwiza bw'u Rwanda yewe nugera muri Rwanda yewe nukabaza abakobwa komera bwiza bw'u Rwanda komera bwiza bw'u Rwanda bandeke nkuririmbe komera
dore ubukombe ni wowe mbwira nyamurihoro urwego nyamurihoro urwego u Rwanda ruhuruye yemwe bakobwa mbaraga ngende mbere z'iciro yakobugone mbere aho yabakiriye mwarariho intege n'ibyondo wawe rero mu nkumbuzi ingombe mu nkumbuzi abakobwa bashagirira neza ni wowe mbwira nyanza abahinyura unoze hariyo ku iriba rya Gatare y'amasazi imfizi y'urutare wawe rero mu nkumbuzi ingombe mu nkumbuzi abakobwa bashagirira neza Naraya twisiraba ningwa munesha bigwari Narayi mungu nikwarwa muniga Ugiriye waraye roherema rwa kigondo Umutanazi namufatiye kwicumu Nabanje baza batinda barusakira imbanyakabase wabasumbuziye Senyamizo Sorwa n'inyarwa Nikwarwemera kurinda
Wica muri buze urugamba guki Ndagukezanya muri boru rwangaye Senyamizo bamanze ikintu bakanyurwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, thank you again, Honorable Minister, to honor us with your presence. Can we give him a big round of applause as he exits the building? Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. But the rest of you, you better stand up with those dancing shoes that we've been talking about, because right in front of you is Watu Wema Live Band. A big round of applause for them. Yes.
You wanted me to love me, and so how am I ever to know? You always tell me, perhaps, a million times I ask you, and then I ask you over again, but please don't tell me, perhaps. If you can make your mind up, we never get started. And I don't wanna wind up, we never broken hearted. So if you really love me, say yes, but please don't tell me, confess you already answer. Perhaps, perhaps, perhaps.
Enjoy. It's called Programmatic. Everybody dance.
Genda Rwanda uri nziza, genda Rwanda uri nziza, ufite ibyiza byinshi, ufite abasore b'ibigangoga bazikomoreka inyambo bazivuga amazina yazo. Nyambo we, nyambo ye, nyambo we, dore inyambo z'iwacu. Nyambo we, nyambo ye, nyambo ye, dore inyambo z'iwacu. Batimanuka nyenga burasa migo wamayimarisha, batanu rwiza mbwa rwa manyege rushama cyari kigima niko kikagundo ndori rambera. Chakaba chakaba. Izo ni inyambo z'iwacu sha. Ahubwo rero wavuye muhanga itore washokanye imbyeyi kandi wavukanye imfeze warayihinga we warayi nyawera ikugasoro na mutende itore inka zaraharaye izaraye ikirori izigaruka mu rugo we kwakira uzutomasa itore inka zaraharaye imwe yose z'amahembe uringanjiye Watu wema. Thank you very much.
Keep enjoying.
Kila moja wetu amepewa neema kutoka kwa Mola, vipaji mbalimbali katupea Muumba na pia baraka, alafu pia kibali. Kila kukikucha sote tunasema asante Mungu, asante Baba. Tukipambazuka sote twaomoka, shughuli mbalimbali kuna kule hapa na pale, majukumu yetu na chuti zetu kwa mkate wa kila siku. Kijana, maisha ni safari, jaribu kuongeza kasi kwa mbio zako. Mwenzangu, maisha mapambano, ukiwa na kipaji watakusemea. Mwisho wa siku kijana, weka chakula mezani, kimbia kimbilia jamii yako, kimbilia taifa lako, kamilisha ndoto zako, kimbia, kimbia. Hebu cheki unaoneka makari asubuhi mjini, dereva matatu anavunja sheria kuwa balaba, wanariadha kila ukaviusira mameji kupata medali. Wanariadha wakambioni mashindani kusa sera zao kupata kula gego, na sisi wasanii tunachonga mistari kupata riziki. Kijana, maisha ni safari, jaribu kuongeza kazi kwa mbio zako. Mwenzangu, maisha mapambano, ukiwa na kipaji watakusemea. Mwisho wa siku kijana, weka chakula mezani, kimbia jamii yako, kimbia kimbilia taifa lako, kimbia kamilisha ndoto zako, kimbia kimbilia jamii yako, kimbia kamilisha ndoto zako, kimbia kimbia. Nikiwa mdogo baba yangu kanieleza, wenda shule mtoto upate elimu, ukiwa na elimu utapata kazi nzuri. Mtoto nini kunieleza, kuruka vipaji napata. Salon sare ka eme, oti kote me tuve, oti kote kikashi, civilisation pa mwani. Salon ka eme, osugone baka tuve, nuate nu debute, oti jona na tisire, ula, chom chom, ule, chiku, ula, si, ule, oh yeah, ula. Oulé, oula, oulé. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.